Postgame Report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
For all things Pelicans, you're now tuned into the Pelican Postgame Report. Shout out to the flock and fam. We up in this thing. Man, listen, man. It's draft time, baby. It's draft time, man. And the Pelicans, man, they made some announcements yesterday. But could the Pelicans, man, could they make the right moves to make things pop, man? That's what it comes down to, fam. It'll be very interesting to see what the Pels do here, man. Let me tell you. Bryson Graham, the new general manager. Listen, what does it all mean, baby? All I know is 5 years of David Griffin, man, 2 playoff appearances. We got to change it around, fam. It's not been a very happy thing to deal with. 390 games, 188 and 202. It has to improve. Things have to get better. And we'll see about it tonight, man. A lot of stuff is going on. We heard about the trades that happened with Bridges yesterday. The New York supporters are ecstatic about the move that they make. And OG, they're going to keep OG. Did y'all hear about that with the Knicks, man? The Knicks are swinging for the fence, man. They're going to keep OG too. Man, they trying to get where Boston is. You see how this goes? You see how this goes? When you want to go, listen, you know, it's an energy, it's a vibe that you can see teams that want to improve, that really want to win and do it big. Look what the Knickerbockers are doing. Look what the Knickerbockers are doing. They surrendered a bunch of draft capital, but none of it was this year's picks. How did they do that? Man, just phenomenal movements by the New York Knicks to stay relevant. They got a window and they're doing what they need to do. We also, as the Pale Nation, we need to do what we're supposed to do and keep this thing flowing along like we're supposed to be doing. So shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream, man. Big ups to everybody, man. Big ups. I see you, Daniel. Shout out to you, Pelicans. Nola, good to see you as well. Benjamin says, please buy DC a new mic. I love listening, but that cracking, man. Yeah, well, I don't know what's going on with that, man. Yeah, we got to do something about that. I've talked to DC about that. Yeah, he made his own mic out of a coconut shell, and obviously it's not working. I think it's rotting out, and that's probably what's causing the static. But yeah, we'll see about doing that. Thank you, Benjamin. Appreciate that, man. We'll get to working on that, man. All right, Michael says we got some moves. A few trades just went down. I know, bro. Listen, I was looking at this trade that happened with the Wizards. Yeah, the Wizards traded what's his name, Denny, who averaged 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists last game. He got traded. Washington reportedly have agreed to a deal, and they sent him. Let me put this up here, fam. Did y'all get a chance to see this move? Right now, nothing from us yet. But other teams are moving and shaking. How about that? Look at this one. Washington reportedly have agreed to trade Denny Avdija to the Trail Blazers in exchange for guard Malcolm Brogdon, the number 14 pick in this year's draft, a 2029 first-round pick, and 2 future second-round picks, according to multiple reports. And here it is right here. The Wizards getting Malcolm Brogdon, this year's 14th pick to add to what they got going on, a 2029 pick, and a 2028 second-round pick, 2030 pick for Denny Avdija. So in the Blazers trying to do so with Chauncey Billups up there trying to change the game. And this is a good young player, and he's now a Portland Trail Blazer. So there you go on that little move right there by Portland, trying to do some stuff to kind of improve their stock at it. So, and we got another shooter coming over to the west side, man. We're not worried about Portland. I had no doubt about it. But this was a good move for them to get a shooter like this guy. This guy's on the upswing. And like we said, we talked about what happened with Bridges the other day. I don't know why that happened, but we talked about what happened with Bridges the other day. But ultimately, man, it's going to be interesting to see just how well it shakes and folds. It's a lot of stuff going on, family, with the Pelicans. A lot of junk going on with the Pels right now in terms of what they're going to do and how they're going to do it and all this kind of rigmarole. Yeah, but it's, we're going to see what happens tonight. And their report There we go. All right, but anyway, they're talking about something happening with them supposed to be trading BI at the end of the week and all this kind of stuff. It's a lot, and like I said, fam, you got to be very careful and right around this time because a bunch of crap that a lot of these people be saying is a bunch of hogwash. This is smoke and mirrors time, man. So a lot of reports that come out, you can't really believe what they're saying. But right now, this was something that was talked about, and we covered a little bit about this yesterday. That the trade rumors the trade rumors Nets Nick Claxton eyed by the Pelicans, and that was after the Mikal Bridges deal. And a lot of people thought that they were going to keep Nick Claxton, or to be a piece that they build with. But now, where they move Bridges, Nick Claxton might be a guy that they ship out because they might not want to hold on to his contract, as they're seen as a team on the rebuild, and they might not want that. So is this a player that the Pelicans, we know they've been interested in Nick Claxton, but what happens here? Anyway, let's get over into it. Pelicans have several admirers of the Brooklyn Nets center Nick Claxton within the organization, according to Hoop Hype's Michael Scotto. Scotto reported multiple teams around the NBA are wondering about the status of a possible sign and trade involving Claxton, who's entering his unrestricted free agency after the Nets agreed to trade wing Mikal Bridges to the Knicks, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. In April, newly hired head coach Jordi Ferdinand offered major praise of the 6'11" rim protector, saying he had the potential to be a defensive player of the year, but both Ferdinand and general manager Sean Marks called Claxton a priority as well. Now, the Bridges trade, however, signals a significant shift in the front office's priorities, and according to Wojnarowski, Brooklyn is getting back 4 unprotected first-round picks from the Knicks and a protected first-rounder from the Bucks. That kind of haul intended to spark a rebuild, right? Given his age, he's just 25 years of age, Claxton theoretically aligns with the Nets' new timeline. His possible salary, on the other hand, could be a bit too rich when they're unlikely to be a contender within the next few years. Now, Scotto reported that the big man could collect between 20 to 25 million annually. Now, Athletic's Will Guillory laid out the Pelicans' need for a center, with Big V becoming a free agent. Even if Big V were still under contract, a younger and more defensive-minded big would be a better fit with forward Zion Williamson in the front court. Claxton, who averaged 3.5 blocks per 100 possessions through 5 seasons, according to Basketball Reference, would ease a lot of pressure on Williamson inside. He effectively be the player the Pelicans intended for Jackson Hayes to grow into when they acquired him in the 2019 draft night trade with the Hawks. Now, New Orleans can only create up to $3.4 million in salary cap space, so the sign and trade is the team's only path to getting Claxton. That's probably the case with a lot of the other teams that could pursue him, since cap space is generally pretty scarce. If they don't re-sign Claxton, the Nets are in a good position to flip him for a valuable asset or two this summer. So there you go with that sign and trade. Could this be a move that the Pelicans are looking to amass? Now, we know pretty well that they are definitely interested in Nick Claxton. That's been something that's been circulating on the rumor mill for a while. So how would Claxton would definitely be something that Willie Green wouldn't be mad at. I'll tell you that. So anyway, big ups to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream, man, for draft night, man. We're going to be opening up the phone lines a little later on in the broadcast as we kind of watching to see what happens with the Pelicans. They pick off at 21. We know the draft is going to be firing up, and we don't know how this is going to end. People see this as a very weak draft per se, but man, all I could tell you is they have some players in this draft, especially if you're a team that's in need of a big. They got all kind of bigs in this draft. They got, traditional bigs. They got guys out there that could stretch it for you. You got you got a multi mix of different bigs out there for you. And they do have a couple of players in this draft that are very interesting, man. When you talk about Holland, you're talking about Dillingham, you're talking about, they got some guys in this draft, man. So overall, they don't have a superstar like last year's draft, like Wembanyama, stuff like that. But they have some solid players in this draft that can help you. So don't get it twisted, man. Don't get it twisted. All right, how my volume is, fam? Somebody telling me turn it up. Frosty says turn it up. How my volume? Give me a 1 in the chat, man, if y'all can hear me pretty good, man. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me pretty good. What's up, Tasha? I see you out there. I see you here in full support of our Pelican squad. You want to see the Pelicans do good. And we're gonna make sure we see what them Spurs are all about. I know they're gonna do a good job. That's Popovich and his squad. They don't screw up much. All right, okay, cool. Thank you, fam. Shout out to you. What's up, brother Hakeem? How you doing, sir? Appreciate you. True Louisiana. What's up, man? BJ9, Young City, Knowledge Seeker. Good to see y'all guys, man. Appreciate y'all being in the chat as well. Who else we got? This Stephanie. All right, Stephanie, what's happening, baby? Lonnie in this thing. Shout out to Lonnie T. I see you, brother. Appreciate you as well. Much love. All right, so anyway, y'all let me know. What's up, brother Robert? How you doing, man? Shotty. Shout out to you, fam. Jordan. Yeah, Pelonomics. Yeah, we talking Pelonomics, baby. Yeah, and you know what, man? Talking Pelonomics is not the business, man. It's not. We ain't looking like nothing when it come down to the money. We got some of these exemptions and all this kind of stuff going on, depending on what the Pelicans look like going. But man, we got to offload some salary here. So it's not, we ain't working with a lot. So we have to be able to kind of, we're going to do what we got to do. Like the article mentions with Nick Claxton, signing trades are necessary. It's just going to be interesting to see how the Pelicans whip this thing. And that could explain why they hired that cap strategist. Hey, think about that, fam, because it's the Pelicans. They hired a cap strategist, man. What's his name? John Moore. I want to say the man's name is Moore or whatever it is. What was his name? John Mole, Moul, Mole. They brought him. He's the guy that's called he's a senior director of cap and strategy. So you definitely gonna need him, man, to help out and putting all this mess together, because the Pelicans trying to land a superstar. They trying to offload contracts because CJ McCollum got to go. You got to get somebody for BI, and I've seen all these. Which really the worst part of this time frame, family, and this is one of my favorite times of the year during the draft specials. What's up, Kendall? How you doing, sir? Bird Talk. What's going on? It's a little exciting, is it? Yeah, you're right, bro. It's big, but see, this is the thing, man. When you talk about having the Pelicans doing what they're doing, man, just like I said, all of the movements, all of the stuff that's going on, the Pelicans, assistant coaches, all that kind of stuff, depending on what Borrego originally was supposed to be the Cleveland job. That's Kenny Atkinson now. Now Borrego's lined up to be the Detroit guy. So you got a couple of people. Freddie V took the job in Detroit, then they ex-Detroit's guy down, but Freddie V's in a situation of a little limbo going on right now. So, if Borrego takes the position, I'm pretty sure that he'll probably put Freddie V on his staff. That would be cool. But in Detroit, Langdon's up there, that you can see the connection with former Pelican players, because Detroit's rumored to be interested in Najee Marshall. That was a report that came out that we covered last night as well. Not only them, but Dallas too. But Detroit actually could be more of a serious person to sign Najee Marshall than, say, a Dallas team that are looking. And there are other people looking at at Najee Marshall, and all this stuff will start forming as we get past the draft and start everything's really flowing. A lot of rumors circulating right now, fam, but nothing substantive, to be honest with you. A lot of teams interested in Trey. And that is priority number one. We've been saying that the whole damn time, that the Pelicans are trying to land a star next to Zion Williamson, one that compares well to his game. Zion dominates down in the paint, and then you have Trey Young, a dude that can light it up from outside. So those two games, then he can lob the ball. He's a good assist game. His defense is not all that, but at the end of the day, him paired with Zion Williamson, and then you have Trey there. Man, that is going to be an interesting mix. And if they can some kind of way land a Nick Claxton to the deal, that could be interesting. Of course, the Pelicans will then have to build up and kind of deal with the bench. And of course, when we talking all these trades, who's going out? BI going out? Who going with him? Can we work something with CJ McCollum where he's at in this whole mixture? So we'll see how it all goes as we keep it bucking and moving here as well. What's up, brother Moles? I see you, fam. Says, hey, Q, did the Nets sign Claxton to do a sign and trade? I mean, from what I'm gonna have to look that up, my brother. But I'm seeing that DC is on the show. DC,
Yo.
you all right? How is your sound okay tonight, man? Is it popping and snapping tonight? Are you okay?
I don't pop and snap.
Wait, no, you sound a little bit better tonight, bro. But you sound like you was frying pineapples the other
I'm
night.
on the call phone right now.
Oh, okay. So
Am I echoing?
say again, sir.
Am I echoing?
No, you sound okay. You sound
Just echoing on my.
no, I don't hear echo yet. So you're all right. All right. Okay, Slim said they hearing that. Y'all hear echo? Put one in the chat if y'all hear DC echoing. And yeah, okay. Jordan says he's echoing. You got a reverb on your DC. I don't hear it, but they do.
All right, let me show you.
All right, DC gonna kind of figure it out, man. Gonna work on this technology. Last night he was frying pineapples. Right now he's kind of in the hallway somewhere. So we're gonna let DC work on this technology. All right. So anyway, let's keep going. But yeah, the Nick Claxton thing, man, we got to figure that out. But they talking sign and trade. But let me ask y'all something. Let me get y'all talking point of thinking on this. What do you guys think about the Valanciunas thing? The situation with Valanciunas. This was something that kind of messed with me the whole damn time with him. This is something that messed with me about Valanciunas the whole damn time. Pelicans couldn't find a proper trade for him, and now there could be a situation where that the player, because they do this before. This is nothing new, y'all. Y'all know this, is that you have a player and then it's a potential team that the player likes, and then you then sign the player to the deal that they want and then ship them to the team that they want to go to. That type of stuff, we know that happens all the time. All right, and look, Atlanta just made the first selection right there, fam. Let me get that stuff up on the screen. Atlanta just made the pick right there. They picked up the kid out of France, man. Zach, how you pronounce that name? I always mess up his name. Richard. Okay, DC. I'm getting some names from DC. There you go. All right, good work, DC. You nailed that one. All right, so it was some question marks what Atlanta was going to do with the pick, and they took that small forward, man. So there you go. So Sarr is the top guy on the board right there. So we'll see what his. Risha Shar ends up going to the Atlanta Hawks. So there you go as the draft moves on. So we have a few picks before we get to where we need to be, man. So we're gonna be monitoring it. But yeah, the whole situation is like that still could be an issue. It could still be a thing where you have Nick Claxton on the sign and trade. Like I said, we're not working with a lot of money, man. But if the player wants to make a move to go somewhere, then you can use that if they agree to it, where you can package the player and sign and trade him to where he wants to go and be able to get value there. Is that a situation that could be presented with Valanciunas, perhaps? The Pelicans, when they got past the trade deadlines, like, man, are we going to just let V walk without getting anything from him, or is shifting him somewhere or going anywhere? Then there now the LA Lakers and all them, they reports that the Lakers are interested in Valanciunas. I mean, that's how we doing. We got all these people, and Bell, even though Willie Green didn't use him like he wanted to use him, it's still value there. DC is still trying to figure it out, y'all. Y'all just be patient with DC trying to get his stuff together.
Man, I ain't trying to figure nothing out. I'm getting out the code.
Okay, there you go. DC, he's trying to figure it out. He's trying to get out the car right now. Trying to figure out how to get out the car. There you go, DC. Yeah, try the door, DC. Open the door, then proceed.
I'm trying to figure out how the hell how you fry pineapple.
Well,
I don't know how you do that.
Well, you know how to do it. You know how to do it. You do it all the time.
Never did it before.
Okay, DC, is he still echoing, y'all? How does DC sound? Does it suck? Okay, mic and echo. Yeah, DC created a pineapple out of a mic. It ain't. It's not all that, brother. It's not all that. Just to be honest with you, bro.
Well, this the best I can do. This the best I can do, man.
Okay, that sounds better. Hold on, that sounds better. What you just
and
did?
I don't. That's not the echoing. Ain't my fault, bro. The echoing ain't my fault, bro.
Well, whose fault is it?
You. Adjust the soundboard.
All right, y'all. Do y'all still hear DC echoing? Put one in the chat, man. I'm sorry for this, man, but sometimes DC calls from the island. Sometimes we have these mic issues. All right. So do y'all still hear an echo? Put one in the chat if y'all still hear DC's pineapple mic echoing. Okay, Brother Kendall says he still hear you echoing, brother.
I echoing now.
I don't hear any echo, but they do.
I shouldn't be echoing out because I don't hear myself echoing anymore.
Now you're popping, bro. You're doing a pop. You're doing your popping thing now, brother. You're popping now. All right. All right. You got your laptop? Try your laptop. Okay, they say way better.
I'm not at the house, man. This what I got.
Okay, so
This what I got, brother.
the family's saying it's better, man. It's better. Okay, cool. They'll just deal with it, DC. All right. So anyway, DC, how you doing this afternoon, brother? You doing all right?
This is a little hectic, man. I'm excited to see what the Pels do with this draft, man. So I'm saying I'm doing pretty good, man. But as you know, Q, this is the time right now. You know what we do today will determine the next 5 years, as well as the Brandon Ingram trade. To possibly hit some news today, maybe not.
Yeah.
Curious to see what they're gonna do, brother.
Yeah. They said pop static. Yeah. Fam, I have to apologize. It's the best we got right now. DC ain't even at home. So do you have your own speaker, or you just an earpiece you're using?
Well, I set up the car phone. I got a long drive, and it was echoing, so I went back to the earpiece. So when I get back in the car, I'll try the car phone again and see what happens.
Yeah. You got a little pop on the end of it, man, like the fried pineapples. That's what it sounds like, bro. But anyway, we just have to do
How do you
good.
fry pineapples? You sound like you got a lot of experience. You know what it sounds like.
Actually, I seen you do it, DC. I actually seen you fry pineapple.
Man, get out of here, man. So crazy.
You talking about, oh no, you do that. You can fry any goddamn thing. What you talking about, man? Hell, I ain't never seen pineapple fried before. Hell yeah, you can fry any damn thing. Hell, talking about DC. Talking about, I ain't never seen that done before. Look at here. Look at it. Here go a damn video right here. Guy with a skillet frying. It's a white lady. Just a white lady telling you how to fry pineapples. You ain't never heard that before. DC, get your ass out.
Y'all see how quick Big Q went to that, huh? You got that on your playlist? Just say it in your favorites?
Nah, brother, I'm just quick like that, brother.
Okay.
I'm quick like that. Ask Tosh and them. They know I get you on the videos. But that's how I found that video.
I ain't buying.
You on that pop tap dancing your ass off. I seen that one. That's when I pulled up.
I ain't buying it, brother.
All right, there you go. All right, so anyway, fam, Washington's on the clock right now. The pick is in. And as we get it going, man, we'll see who it is. Is it Sarr? Will Sarr be the guy? A lot of people thinking to be Sarr, 7'2", 208. Well, man, they thinking it might be Klingon. They're thinking it might be Klingon with that from UConn with the pick. Nope, it's Alex Sarr. Washington takes Sarr with the pick. So Richard goes to Atlanta, and now Washington gets Alex Sarr, the big. So there you go. Washington make their move as the draft is underway, and as we keep it moving and grooving, man. Keeping it moving and grooving. Can't wait to see what the Pelicans got up their sleeve. The Rockets are on the clock right now, DC. They picked third. Who you think the Rockets get, brother? Who you think the Rockets get, man? Is it Shepherd?
The Rockets definitely gonna go Reed Shepherd if they don't pull a trade right here. They've been trying to trade that pick, you.
I know. I've been seeing it, man. I've been seeing it.
The Pels could jump up there and get this pick. Maybe they send it to Atlanta.
It could be, bro. Could be. We'll see. We'll see what Houston got going on, man, in this move right here. Now, it was also some smoke about them like Klingon, too, and talking about playing their big, the other big they got at the 4. That was something that they said, but I don't know what sense that make when they got Jabari. What's his name? What's his last name? Is it Smith? What's it? The other big that they got in Houston there, man. But that's some of the word on the street on that, but I don't know how true that is. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they deal with it, man. But like I said, man, this is going to be interesting. I haven't heard anything about the Pelicans in terms of what they got going on and moves that they're being making. I still think it's a big tonight, depending on which big falls to them. We'll have to see, man. But there's a lot of smoke between now. They talk about Ingram being moved during the draft between the draft and the end of the week. It's all that stuff going on, and I don't know how valid it is, and we'll see. But yeah, Fred VanVleet and Jalen, these are some of the guys right here. Right here, they picking up VanVleet, Green, Brooks, Jabari Smith Jr., and Sengun are they top 5 right now. We'll see who they take at that pick, man. I don't know. Aaron Holiday is the backup. They still got Cam Whitmore and Amin Thompson. They got some interesting pieces right there, man. So we'll see what they got going on, man. Your boy just putting a mean team together down there in Houston, man. Let me tell you something, man. They ain't gonna be a pushover come up next year. We gotta get ahead, stay ahead of this thing. All right. So yeah, so shout out to the fam, man. Who do y'all think the Pelicans take tonight, man? Y'all put that in the chat. Let me know how y'all feel about that, man. Because I still say it's gonna be a center. I think it'll be a big. That's probably
Khalil Ware.
Say it again.
Khalil Ware. With the 21st pick, the Pelicans select Khalil Ware.
Khalil Ware? Khalil Ware?
Yeah.
You talking about the dude from Indiana?
Yeah.
Okay, DC saying it's the center. I wish it would be. That actually is not a bad move there, bro. They end up with him, but will he be there at 21? That's the whole thing that I'm thinking about. I don't know if he'll be there at 21. That's the whole damn purpose, DC. I don't know if we'll be there. Yeah, Hakeem says Jabbar. Yeah, Hakeem, who do y'all think it'll be, fam? Y'all put it in the chat. Let me know, man. Okay, Bird Talk says he think it'll be Ware too. Okay. All right. Okay, brother Hakeem says Yves Missi from Baylor. Huh. Okay. That would be interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna see, bro, because I guess it's based on whoever falls on. And Houston, boy, they sure taking a sweet time. They're letting all the time run off this damn clock. They trying to find somebody to.
Man, them people trying to pull off a trade, man. Everybody know that. They don't want that pick. They want to trade it.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely. Yeah. So we're gonna see how it all goes, man. Like I said, nothing smoking on the Pelicans front right now, man. We'll see what the big is during this draft. Yeah, and they about that. We'll see what the move is here. Okay, the pick is in, so we'll see what the call is for the Rockets for the third pick as we keep it moving and grooving, man. So yeah, this is interesting, man. Atlanta got their guy, Risha Shar, 6'9", 185, according to that, man. I hope he picked up a little weight since then. Risha Shar is a versatile wing whose ability to shoot on the move, competitiveness, versatility, defensively, overall feel for the game helped him stand out against men playing high-level competition in the Euro Cup and the French League. So you got a Frenchman taken first overall in the draft, the starless draft.
And you know what else, Q?
Mm-hmm.
You have a small forward spot that has been filled for the Atlanta Hawks. So if a Brandon Ingram trade is to come about, it would definitely have to be a third team, as we all were suspected before that he was.
Good point. They took at the position that was supposed to be filled by BI. So what does that mean? Just maybe just a little perhaps.
I mean, they don't want him.
Could be.
Atlanta doesn't want BI. That is true.
Could be.
So
Could
BI somewhere else, and you're routing picks to get.
Right.
Similar thing for DeJounte Ware as well.
Gonna be interesting, man, to see how it all goes. And there's Houston, man. Houston, they make their move, man. They get Reed Shepherd, 6'2", 182 pound point guard from Kentucky with the 4th pick overall. Reed Shepherd, there you go. Houston, they got their guy. Let me see if I can pull that up and see how it all is, man. But yeah, this is interesting, man, to see how that they picked up. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up the regular thing. Here we go. Yeah, Reed Shepherd is off the board now. 6'2", 182 from the University of Kentucky. Strength Shepherd's a 3-point sniper, rare basketball instincts, who's had one of the most efficient offensive seasons in recent college basketball history as a freshman at Kentucky. His weaknesses is he's a good athlete, but has an even wingspan that limits him as both the finisher in traffic and one-on-one defender. Despite his sparking efficiency, sparkling efficiency, he's posted one of the lowest usage rates of any other projected draft picks, and at times is unselfish to a fault. The verdict: Shepherd is coming off a remarkable season as he shot extremely well, both off the catch and off the dribble. He came up with a huge volume of steals and blocks in spite of his limited length. Also posted efficient numbers in nearly every category in between. It'll be fascinating to see just how effective Shepherd's unique blend of skill, feel, and instincts translate to the NBA level. So while the Rockets fielded trade interest in this pick, they ultimately stood pat and selected a player they could cover in Shepherd, who most viewed as a top point guard prospect in this class. Shepherd is unselfish playmaker, high-level shooter who should help balance their lineups as their young players mature, fitting well long-term alongside Amin Thompson and Jalen Green in the backcourt. While Houston could still have a major move or two in store after acquiring draft assets from the Nets on Tuesday, the imperative at number 3 became drafted best player on the board, and Shepherd couples fit and upside nicely. So there you go. That's the breakdown on Reed Shepherd, who is
But
now.
they still got to figure out what they're gonna do with Sengun, Jabari Smith, Jalen Green. One of them 3 got to go. Q can't keep all of them.
No, you can't. Who you think goes? Who goes?
If I had to put my money on it, I would say Jalen Green. I can't see them getting rid of Sengun. I think that was smoke. Unless anybody can be deal for the right price, right? Somebody give them a deal they couldn't refuse. But I think Jalen Green, man, that makes the most sense. Especially with just what appears to be maturity issues and the fact that he can't play well with Sengun. I think they got to get rid of him.
Yeah. There it is. All right, the Spurs on the clock. Tasha and Sean's squad is on the clock. $1:38 remaining as the clock is ticking down. Who do the Spurs get with, fam? Who the Spurs? Who do they rock with? Who's the call for the Spurs at the 4th overall pick in the draft? All right.
Stephon
Castle, that wouldn't be a bad move at all. There's a lot of smoke around that too, but putting those two together. All right. Definitely says whoever that pick will Willie Green play them. It depends, right? If it's a big that can move and guard everybody, he'll play the hell out of them.
If it's a tall Herb Jones, basically, right?
Yeah, there you go. You know what it takes to get on the floor for Willie. Willie's a simple dude, man. Not I ain't talking about his and I'm talking about he just keeps everything simple. He's easy to figure out. If you want to see the court with Willie Green, you got to play defense. So that's a big part of the game. All right, Eddie says whoever we pick won't get meaningful play time since Willie Green doesn't play rooks meaningful minutes. I don't know. What about
That's not true.
Herb Jones? He played Dyson Daniels, gave him decent minutes. He played the hell out of Herb. So like I said, if it's a guy that can play defense, he'll play. That's one thing Willie Green will do. Now, we seen what he did with Jordan Hawkins, who's a shooter. We seen, how that went, but yeah, it's weird, man. But that's the way it is,
Herb Jones was not projected to be a starter, and he came and played the way he did defensively, and Willie Green stopped everything to make him a starter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible.
Yeah, you might have a point on that. Yeah, Willie Green, the way to get to the court is definitely through Willie Green. We know through his defense. You got to play defense to get to that court, man. That's how it go. All right. Thomas says we don't need no more defense. Kendall says simple-minded.
This is Willie Green we talking about here, Thomas. You can't never have enough defense, man. If Willie Green had it his way, whatever the first team all defensive team is, he'll get rid of everybody for all of them. And that'll be the team.
Yeah, you would hope, and moving forward, and he's going into his 4th season. Willie Green is not really a rookie, a guy that, he's DC going to his 4th year. So at this point, you need to see something that you haven't seen before in Willie's coaching game over these last 3 years. He's supposed to be developing where he's figuring out what he did wrong and what he needs to do. Now, one of the biggest knocks that I got on Willie is he's incredibly stubborn. And I just don't like that, man. You cannot be like that in any sport where you have to make adjustments and you have to be flexible. That's not going to end well for you. You can't be stubborn minded like that. Like there was pressure being placed on him to change up the lineup and change this up, at the back end of the season. Yeah, DC, the call is Castle. That Castle's the guy. He going to the Spurs. So there you go. So that's solid pickup by the Spurs.
You want the next one, Q?
Who coming up next here? Let me hold on here. Who's next?
The G League Ignite small forward here. That's white boy, man. I can't pronounce his name. That's the next pick.
Bazelis.
Yeah.
Bazelis from that would be interesting. That's Detroit's on the board now. I mean, they on the clock right now.
Watch how fast this get done.
All right. So anyway, the fourth pick, Stephon Castle, 6'6", 210. Strength. Castle has excellent size and length with budding versatility on both ends of the floor, has competitiveness and unselfishness, made him a key cog in UConn's NCAA championship run and gave him a high floor at the next level. His weaknesses is he shot 27% from beyond the arc last season, and his mechanics leave much to be desired, especially when shooting off the dribble. Castle's ability to space the floor will be a swing skill for him in the NBA. The verdict is Castle often was tasked with guarding the opposing team's best scorer, and the game seemed to slow down for him as the season wore on. He was able to pick and choose his spots on the talented roster. While he checks a lot of boxes, his ability to turn the corner as a shooter and overall scorer will play a big role in how he's evaluated long term. And the post-draft analysis says the Spurs coveted the defensive versatility and playmaking upside of Castle. Of course they did. It supplied at UConn last year and was excited to select him here, giving them another building block as they're building out the roster with Victor Wembanyama. As the holder of the 2 top 10 picks, San Antonio has been among the most active teams in trade scenarios, but Castle's availability helped to simplify their decision tree at number 4. Which direction the Spurs go at 8 will presumably complement this selection. So there you go there.
That's a rookie Willie Green would have started. That was single-handedly sending C.J. McCullough to the bench if we would have drafted him.
Yeah, we got to get CJ the hell up out
Shout
of
out to Tasha and Sean. Good pick.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, well, I expect nothing less from the Spurs, man. That's a seasoned team. They know what they're doing. They actually know how to plan some stuff. They ain't have DC. They ain't have 3 coaches in 5 years, so they got some versatility there. All right. So anyway, Stephanie says, why draft if he's not going to give them playing time? We need shooters and offense. Yeah, Willie Green know you need shooters and offense. And when the Pelicans took who he called young baby Ray Allen.
Baby Ray Allen was a starter, man.
He took baby Ray Allen, this man called him, and set him on the bench. That to me didn't make any sense. Either one thing, I know Willie's not a liar, or he really just kind of he kind of overdone it in terms of his compliment. He over-complimented Jordan Hawkins, because you don't call him a baby Ray Allen, then don't play him, don't give him many minutes on the back end of the season, especially in the playoffs. So I mean, that to me, if you got Ray Allen on your team, you try to give him as many opportunities as you can to light it up. But
that's just tell you how Willie Green feel about Ray Allen. That's all. On Willie's legendary team, Ray Allen is coming off the bench. So,
So Willie Green sitting at his house, man, Ray Allen ain't shit. He wasn't nothing in that Jesus Fowler's Shuttlesworth. How dare he call this? Really, he religious. How dare he call himself? Nah, man. I just think just Willie getting his own way. That's what I'm saying. People are anticipating Willie Green not to change at all. I just don't see that. I think he's going to change, He's not going to come in there the same. I think Willie Green is going to change some stuff. I don't think he'll be exactly what he was before. You know, a lot of people don't think he's going to do much. I'm like, man, in 4 years, the dude, this is his 4th year. Your intelligence as a coach has to go up. Your schemes has to go up. You have to improve. We know he's learning just like everybody else is learning. But most people not anticipating Willie Green to learn nothing. For real. Not expecting DC. We're not expecting. Wait, I'll ask we got 160 people up in here. Y'all, number one, hit the like button. Let me ask y'all this, man. Do anybody, you know what? The hell with. Let me put this. Hold on. Let me put a DC. You put a poll up here. Watch what happened, man. I'm about to put a poll up for the flock, man. Dude, and watch this. The family members are really low on Willie Green, and I've been saying, listen, fam, Willie's going to improve. He's going to improve. Now, if it's 3%, 2%, 4%, he's going to improve. Willie Green is not a dumb man.
You sound like you're talking about milk.
No. I'm just saying. People don't anticipate Willie Green learning and getting better. To me, that's like, what? I mean, he's going to improve. The biggest thing about Willie Green, that's to me, and there's a few things up there, is just that damn stubbornness, bro. If we can just get him off that dumb stubbornness that he be on, and I know that you can't have that as a coach in his 4th year, and you don't really have that, that respect, yet. You're not
what's the quality of what does stubbornness mean? Stubbornness means to not change, right?
Right. You remember he said that
so
at the end of
if Willie is one of the most stubborn coaches we ever seen, why would he change?
I see where you're going. Let me head you off at the bet. Now he also does make adjustments, right? Not when you want him to, but he does make adjustments. Does change things.
But then he go back to what he used to do.
D, that's a part. But see, that's a part of him having to figure it out. Because listen, 49 wins last year was a pretty decent thing. It tied the franchise record in wins, right? That was a positive. But a lot of people got upset because of how the Pelicans fizzled out in the playoffs. We didn't look too good toward the back end of the season, losing to the Spurs, and how we fell out of it toward the back end of the season, losing the teams we weren't supposed to lose to. Couldn't beat the Lakers in back-to-back chances. Then you get Sacramento, a team you just beat the brakes off the whole season long. You got them, beat them, and then get into. If it was anybody else, I don't know if they would have beat them. If it was blessed with the Kings, a team that they dominated mentally. They're in the Kings mental matrix. Obviously, when you beat them like that the whole damn year, just sweep them out of there. But you couldn't beat the Lakers in back-to-back tries. You had the last game of the season, then the playing game. You stumble upon Sacramento, was able to beat them, and then you get just mollywopped by OKC in the 4-game playoff series. And then you were supposed to be good at home. You didn't do anything at home. Road Warrior title went away. All that just disintegrated toward the end of the season. I'm like, what the hell happened? What happened? And it was so ugly and disjointed, it just literally put a black eye on the entire 49-win season. But Willie Green, in positives, Willie Green did do some positive stuff there. But I expect him to change some stuff. You got to address the 0-27, how you fizzled out, DC, with the 0-27. That has to be looked at. That is an obvious issue. What was happening with the Pelicans. They did start practicing in the Smoothie King Center, which kind of helped. And then they went back to the practice facility. So at some point, somebody, and I expect Willie to improve. He got to improve, or he's not going to be here. That's what it comes down to. So in 4 years, I don't expect Willie Green to go out there and be the same coach that he was. I expect him to be a little bit better, incremental. I'm not saying he's jumping out the bed having a quantum leap, but I'm saying I expect him to be a 0-20. Yeah, that's right, Slim. Yeah, so there we go. But yeah, that's I don't anticipate him. Let me put this up here. Let me get this poll up to ask the people.
Q, are you moonwalking back off your point? You don't anticipate him changing now?
No. I didn't say I'm not moonwalking anywhere, DC. I'm not tap dancing like you do. What I'm saying is,
you sound like you are.
No, I'm not tap dancing. That's you.
tap dancing for Willie.
No, all I'm saying is that he said tap dancing for Philly. No, all I'm saying is that I expect Willie Green to improve. I mean, how is that tap dancing? Even if it's 1 or 2%, I still think he will improve. Let me put this.
This ain't no goddamn half a gallon of milk. I keep telling you about this 2% and all this. He ain't improving, bro. He ain't improving. He gonna be the same old Willie. But you know what you can do, and I think this is what's gonna happen.
Hold on,
you
DC.
place players where Willie can't mess up.
Ron Holland is going to the Detroit Pistons. There you go. Ron Holland.
That's crazy.
Detroit. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Stranger took him.
Wow. So Fred Vincent got some work to do, man. He get that boy shot together. They got something.
Is Fred Vincent still?
Huh?
Is Fred Vincent still out? Well, Monty not? Is he still holding on?
Why wouldn't he be? He's the assistant head coach, but technically he the head coach right now.
No, he not. No, he not, brother.
I mean, he's the assistant head coach. Who else they got?
They got
Who else they got? Q.
They got a head coach,
exactly. So he the head coach right now. He holding down the spot.
No, he not, man. Cut it out, brother. You know what you talking about,
man? That brother holding it down right now, man.
He ain't holding nothing down. He ain't got a job. What you talking about? He's Tommy. He's Tommy.
Man, that people gave him a bag to go over there and leave us after 14 years. You know they had to pay him, bro.
Fred Vincent is Tommy right now. He don't have a job. You don't have no job, Tommy.
Why you think you don't have a job?
Because he don't got a coach. The head coach was brung in there, and they looking for another coach.
So what do you call the interim head coach?
Bro, the man is not the interim. He not the interim head coach.
They ain't got no other coach. Why wouldn't he be?
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
So if they didn't get another coach, they couldn't sign a head coach. Who do you think the head coach gonna be? He a little better than Tommy. Bro.
He ain't got no job. You don't got no job, Tommy. That's who Freddie V is right now.
I think you hating, bro. You mad because he left us, bro. I'm upset about that too, but you know, man, the head coach right now at the Detroit Pistons, Q. You know, we just got to deal with it, bro. That's a hell of an improvement, man.
Well, all I'm saying is that I just don't I don't see what he's going to do.
You wouldn't have left the Pelicans to be the head coach of the Detroit Pistons.
He wasn't going up there to be the head coach. Monty Williams
was going to take Monty's job, man. As soon as Fred got there, he unloaded all his bags and stuff, and he went to the practice facility. He was with Armand Thomas, bro. He was showing that man how to shoot. Trigger the lane and said, "I've seen enough, you. Monty, get your shit. You out of here."
Yeah, but see, hold on. We're going to talk about Ryan Hollins right quick, too. I want to talk about Ryan Hollins right quick. Because we talked about him, man. Ryan Hollins is a hell of a player, man. They got a hell of a player with him. But DB says Willie went 0-29, Q, and did not change anything. Willie said he was
not playoff losses.
But see, but you're making the point that I'm making about Willie Green. Like, and by the way, for the family members, 170 plus, do me a favor, hit the like button. If you're listening on via X, please retweet us. Facebook, hit the like button. Instagram, shout out to you guys as well. Listen, fam, all I'm saying is after an ugly playoff, things change. Things get to shaking up. Now, you're right on the 0-29, but I'm saying the way the Pelicans fizzled out in the playoff series and how they look, all of that warranted a lot of perspective, a lot of attention. So you started seeing them start moving and shaking. That's what sparred up. And then we're there saying, hey, man, this, that, and the third. Spotlighting David Griffin in ways a lot of people are not spotlighting. David Griffin been there for 5 years and have a sub 500 record as a VP. There's a lot of change happening at the administrative level. Then there's a lot of coaches, stuff like that happening. And the team, people are leaving. Val, Najee, BI is about to get traded. CJ down the line. So you got a lot of stuff happening with this team. So change is here. Now, the way the Pelicans lost to the playoffs was so ugly that it blacked the eye of the entire season. The Pelicans had 49 wins. tied for second best in franchise history. That was supposed to be a celebratory minute, and the Pelicans were going to hang their hat on that until people like you not going to do that shit. Till we start saying, y'all start saying, "Oh no, you ain't gonna do that." You know, so like I'm saying, that to me signifies shit got to change, man. Straight up. Things got to change. That means coaching has to get better. Stuff has to change. You just can't go back to what you was doing last year after that happened, man. Something has to shake. So, like I said, I don't think it'll be a quantum leap by the, you know, but I'm saying I don't think it'll be a big quantum leap. I think it'll be some change. I think
2%. You gonna change 2%?
that's skim milk you're talking about, DC. I think that's skim milk you talking about, brother. That's what you call them. Willie Green skim.
Anybody notice a significant difference in their phone when it's 98% charge versus being 100% charge? Does anybody notice the difference?
So we're gonna compare Willie Green to
Willie gonna
DC.
change. He gonna change how he drive to the arena for practice, and that's gonna be your 2%.
That's not the point. Though. The point is change has to be made at the coaching level. And a lot of people do think Willie's not the top. Tosh said Willie ain't changing. How do you bottom out 0-4, you know, 0-4 in the play?
That's the best and worst quality about Willie. His best quality is the fact that he can stay level-headed and calm through the storm and keep plugging away. That's what he does. Like, it works as a positive and it works as a negative. He ain't changing. Q. That's what got him where he at.
Man, I just
fact that he's stubborn.
No. You can't go through that. You can't go 0-4 and get just taken apart and humiliated in playoffs and then come back and do the same thing you was doing last year, man.
Well, I could do the same thing if I got different players, Q. But do the same thing with different people.
That's what I'm saying. What Shanti says, he have to or he gone. He got to change. He can't go back and do what he did last year. That's what I'm saying. There go DC, boy.
He ain't changing.
DC always the one talking about.
You know what? I will say this: if we get an assistant next to Willie that can do some stuff for him, maybe it'll appear like he changed. How about that? That's better. You agree with that, Q?
Said, bro, what is you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? It appeared like he changed. We're not talking about appear like change. We're talking about actual change.
They had the 6th pick, man. We missed the 6th pick with Charlotte.
Charlotte picked up.
Charlotte actually selected. That guy was projected outside of the top 10, man. This draft, wow, and still no big selected. Q. That's winning really good for us.
Well, Sarr was
still on the board. I hope he goes before Memphis can get him, though.
Sarr was picked, so that's the only pick that was taken there. But the rest of them,
outside of Sarr,
yeah. But all those guys, another Frenchman was taken in the draft. I can't even pronounce that name. Pronounce that dude's name.
Man, I can't pronounce that name, man. I think he's a bit of a reach, man. He was projected like 12 or 13.
We got to fire Tasha for trying to get DC.
She can't pronounce the name.
No, you can't do it.
Tasha pronounced the name.
Tasha was supposed to be working with you on getting that together, and we got to fire Tasha because DC's regressing. He can't say the name, Tasha. He can't say it.
Man, I'm driving.
What that got to do with it?
I can't read it. I can see Charlotte made a pick. I can't even see his full name. It said T something. T something. TS. They selected TS.
Bust that cow.
That's the Kawhi.
Yeah, I ain't gonna try, bro. We just gonna see the second freshman.
Go ahead, brother. TS, man.
To John. That's the best I got, man.
I can't see his first name. I thought, what's the last name?
Salayum. It's a French name, so we're gonna just call him. We just gonna call him TS for right now. TC.
TS, man.
Yeah, you heard of Tetra? Tetra.
I think that's a reach. Man.
Tetra. I said, DC, read the name. He said, I'm driving. I'm like, what?
That's not safe, Q. You can't be texting and driving and reading and driving, man. That ain't safe.
So never mind all the damn signs on the highway and all the shit that you got to read to find what exit you are.
His goddamn name ain't on one of them signs. I'm passing a way station right now. See, I read that.
Oh, man, I'm driving.
In way station, ocean area. I read all the signs. I'm passing a Buc-ee's right now, Q.
Oh my goodness, DC, that was a good one, brother.
Hold up, I got some more signs. You want me to read that too?
No,
Travel info call. Oh, I can't read it.
Boy, I said I'm driving, bro. Okay, what? All right, brother Hakeem says Selman averaged 9 points and 4 rebounds per game, and he goes at number 7. The third French player picked in the lottery tonight. French are coming for the U.
Oh wow! Man. So that's the Blazers. The Blazers drafted Selman. What the hell is this?
Well, you got Richard, and Sarr are both Frenchmen, and then you talked about the other guy, Selman, I guess is his name, for the 6th pick, and then Klingen is now the pick for the Portland Trail Blazers. So they got a big guy. That was a solid pick right there. So you got Portland.
DeAndre Ayton is out of there, huh? Look at my pick.
Oh man, there you go, DC. All right. So anyway, let's take a look at the last 3 picks.
504 Doc said, "Damn, Ayton and Williams."
What did he say? Yeah, Tidra says not safe. Q. Yeah, reading and driving is dangerous according to DC. So there you go. All right, Sonny. DC, read that. I'm driving. All right, okay, DC. Damn. All right, so Ron Holland, let's do it. Started back the last 3 picks, family, from 5 on down. Ron Holland, the second from G League Ignite, 6'7", 200 pounds. This dude is very solid. Strengths: Holland's a physical, aggressive, versatile wing who scored prolifically in challenging season for G League. Weaknesses: his poor decision making and streakiness as a shooter were concerns were amplified by his outsized role last season. But he's 18, has plenty of room to continue to improve. This is one of DC's favorite picks, man. Players that are drafted. Be honest with him. Well, he's not. You gonna tell me he's not? You said that you liked Holland a lot.
I said I like Holland. I ain't say he was one of my favorites. You're just making up stuff now.
Stupid. What's wrong?
Let me say that.
I like him a lot, bro.
Missi is your favorite player to draft, that right?
That's not what I said. I never said that. Okay, you said that.
Oh, it don't feel good when I do it to you, huh?
Wait, what are you talking about? You actually said that.
Missi.
All right, let's keep it going, DC. Let's keep it going, bro. Go fry your pineapples, brother. All right, so let's see. All right, he's 18 years old. His season was cut short by a ruptured tendon in his right thumb, which forced him to miss the Ignite's final 19 games. Holland's earned a reputation for his competitiveness and unselfishness at the prep level, but he had an up and down season as a first option in a losing situation in the G League. His ability to find his range and bring those intangibles back to the forefront in a smaller role will be key to success early in NBA. Now, the pros draft analysis said the Pistons made the first surprising pick of the night, opting to take a major swing of Holland, a player who was once viewed as a number 1 pick candidate, saw his stock drop around the league after an inconsistent season with the G League Ignite. Holland ultimately wound up in the top 5 anyway. There was some thought around the league that Holland might be falling, and much speculation around the Ignite teammate Bazelis as the choice for Detroit. That's what we thought. But the line of thinking predated Detroit's hiring Well, that predated Trajan Langdon being brought there to run basketball operations. Langdon and his front office ultimately opted for the upside of Holland, whose athletic tools and ability to attack the paint give them a good base to build a long term. This is the first step in what could be an offseason overhaul for Detroit. And then, of course, the third Frenchman taken there, 6'9", 217 from France. His strengths are he's physically gifted power forward whose length, frame, budding versatility as a shot blocker or a shot maker, rather, and defensively intensity stood out in his first professional opportunity in France. Weaknesses, while he shows ability to make shots on the move, he lacks much in the way of ball handling ability and was inconsistent with his processing speed on both ends of the floor, as one might expect from a late blooming 18-year-old at that level of competition. The verdict is Salon, or however you want to pronounce it, best days are clearly in front of him as he finished last season better than where he started and carved out a significant role. His combination of size, shooting, and competitiveness on the defensive end are intriguing, even if he's still just getting his feet wet at the highest levels. Now, Charlotte, the post-draft analysis says Charlotte took a big swing at number 6, opting for the 18-year-old who comes up with a great deal of long-term upside. The Hornets were in trade talks around this pick involving Klingon, but ultimately stood pat, feeling comfortable with the pick. That also surprised many around the league. The goal for the Hornets have been finding a player to complement their existing core of LaMelo, Brandon Miller, and Mark Williams. And this pick should slot long-term at the power forward position. His athleticism, frame, and potential to shoot made him one of the draft's most intriguing long-term prospects, but he may be a season or two away from making a high-level contribution. Number 7 pick, Donovan Klingon, a 7'2", 282-pound center from UConn. Klingon was a driving force behind the – hold on here. Okay, hold on. There we go. All right. He was a driving force behind the UConn championship run as a dominant presence protecting the rim. His 7'7" wingspan and impressive timing and instincts grounding all around the floor. Weaknesses, while he's a reliable finisher and offensive rebounder with a feel as a passer, he's still evolving as a scorer. He struggles to make free throws at a high rate and lacks a degree of explosiveness operating in traffic. The verdict is Klingon's defensive impact was unmistakable last season after he worked through a foot injury that cost him 5 games. His size and activity level changes the calculus of opposing finishers inside, and his feel for the game, skill level, and youth leave for optimism regarding how his offense can develop over time, especially with his ability to step out on the perimeter. Now, the post-draft analysis says one of the biggest storylines entering the draft night was whether or not a team would trade up into the top 7 to select Klingon, the draft's top rim protector and a 2-time NCAA champion. With Memphis hot on his trail, Klingon ultimately fell to Portland, which was viewed around the league as an absolute floor. The Blazers will be thrilled to have his defensive presence behind their core of perimeter talent. It remains to be seen how Portland will handle his front court next season. Centers DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams III are currently under contract, but the addition of Klingon could certainly lead to subsequent moves. So very interesting point right there. We'll see how that all shake. And next up on the clock is the Spurs. The Spurs pick is in at number 8. Spurs picks Stephon Castle from UConn at the point guard position. Who are they going to this time around? We'll know in just a second. And it's Dillingham. So you got Castle and Dillingham.
What?
Wow,
Oh,
man.
God damn it.
Damn, man. Pops don't play.
Bullshit.
Dillingham, man. This dude's
This
awesome.
some bullshit, man.
This dude
God
awesome, bro. That's solid, man. Spurs ass, man.
Well, we pretty much got to get Trae Young at this point.
We got Dillingham in the South, man. This kid is
Dillingham and Castle. That is an awesome backcourt.
dude.
It's an awesome backcourt. That's good, man.
That's awesome, man. Dillingham. Strengths. Dillingham is the most dynamic scoring guard in this draft. His combination of shiftiness, ball handling, passing, shot making prowess showed vividly off the bench at Kentucky. He averaged 15 points per game in 23 minutes. Weaknesses, he lacks the ideal size and physicality to absorb contact in a lane and hold his own defensively, as he has only a 6'3" wingspan with a frame under 170 pounds. This kid is awesome, though. If y'all ever watch Rob Dillingham play, I mean, the kid is a natural. I mean, his shots, like he'll take a 3-point shot. His feet ain't set. He just kind of floating in the
He
air.
remind me he's like an Allen Iverson from the 3-point line, if that makes sense.
Not
really going amongst the trees like that, but he got that same type of he's not as fast as AI, but he's very, very quick, man. He does everything explosive.
Everything.
And it's all, he operates behind that 3-point line a lot, man. You know, I think this is an excellent pick for the Spurs, as well as this changes the narrative again with the Trae Young thing. Because now, let's say if the Spurs want to go with a package of giving them Dillingham and picks and other spare parts, that is a lot more enticing than what they would have given them previously. So, just a small thing to throw out there, man.
Yeah, Castle and Dillingham in the backcourt, man, dude, that is. I don't know. That's pretty impressive, man. I gotta give it to the Spurs, man. The Spurs, man, getting Dillingham.
Thompson said they got a trade.
There we go. So let's see what we got going on here for the trades. Yeah, that's a solid, very solid move by the Spurs, man. Got to give them that. All right, so man, you see what they're doing, man. The Spurs are trying to handle business, man. They're trying to make it pop here. All right, yeah, this is interesting, man. Let me see if I can get my Twitter.
Moving and shaking, huh?
Yeah, there's a lot of shaking and baking, DC. There you go, shaking and baking.
Moving and shaking and popping.
Right, moving and shaking and shaking.
Man, you must love fried chicken, huh?
As much as you like pineapples, fried pineapples. Yeah, fried chicken is delicious. Don't try to shame people for like
shaking and popping.
Shaking and popping ain't got nothing to do with no food, you hungry Jamaican fellow. It ain't got nothing to do with that.
When you fry chicken and shake it, baby, yes it do. That's all the necessary stuff right now.
Nobody say nothing about no food, you hungry son of a gun. You driving around hungry as hell. Not even know how to read the damn signs. You must really
I read all my road signs, man. Narrow, wide shoulder, next exit, man. Come on, I read all my road signs.
All right, DC, enough of your shenanigans. All right, so we got it. Minnesota is traded
70 miles per hour.
Minnesota is traded for Minnesota. Adrian Wojnarowski's reported that Minnesota has traded for the 8th pick and Rob Dillingham. This is Adrian Wojnarowski.
What?
Yeah.
What? Oh,
yes.
Shit.
Yes.
Damn.
So Dillingham.
That's even more lethal now. So wait, what did they give the Spurs?
They traded the 8th pick and Dillingham. Minnesota traded for the 8th pick and Dillingham. I don't know what they gave him. He hadn't showed exactly. I haven't seen what they've given. I'm gonna continue to look that up, but that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
They must have gave him something good, bro, because the Wolves are back there. They're in the late 20s, I believe, right? Their pick is back there. So they had to give him something good.
Man, I'm gonna keep doing the research on it, fam. If y'all got to put in the I know. Strider says, wait, what? Yeah, I don't know what they got back yet. Hold on here. Let me. Oh, here it go right here. Here it go right here. The Timberwolves are trading a 2031 unprotected first and a protected 2030 pick swap to the Spurs for Dillingham. So Timberwolves are trading. Right. Yes. A 2030.
So you mean to tell me we could have had Dillingham Q for that?
Bro, you got to be in the game to play it, DC. Come on now. You got to be in the game to play it, brother. You got to be in the game to play.
Shout out to Minnesota, man.
And Memphis just picked up Zach Edey. Zach Edey is headed to Minnesota. Is going to the Grizzlies. So there you go, Zach Edey. That's the 7'4", 300. So you want to hit the button?
Everybody's getting better.
I'm gonna hit the quiet button on that.
Everybody's getting better except us.
I don't know, DC. A lot of people like it.
A lot of people like what?
I mean, there could be some people liking the Zach Edey
Man,
move too.
can you imagine? You remember how hard it was for Zion to play Minnesota with Steven Adams, Jared Jackson Jr., Xavier Tillman? Now they got Zach Edey over there with him.
7'4", 300 pounds.
Man, do they still got Trey Jemison too? The guy we had on. What if they still got him too off the bench?
It's a solid move, man. I got to hit him with the bang.
Hey, that's a strictly they getting in front of the Wembanyama, man. Wembanyama and Zion. That is a very smart move for them to do that, man. When they got two players in their division that dominate the interior like that, so that's really smart.
Yeah, let's go over it right here, man. Let me finish up on Dillingham's pick, man. And of course, Dillingham, we heard about that. He's going to be traded to join Ant-Man them in Minnesota. Dillingham and Ant-Man. Wow. You see how this is going? You see when teams want to win and this is what it looks like when teams want to win and they want to change things.
I bet you they're not going to do unintelligent switches either, Q.
No unintelligent switches. That don't even factor right. It don't even factor in like, dude, switch when it's advantageous. I mean, isn't that the philosophy? I'm like, dude, you can't switch all the time. That's what I mean. You can't switch all the time. Only switch when you have the advantage, when it's advantageous to you. You don't switch yourself into a mismatch that benefits the other team. You can't switch all the time. You have to redress that philosophy, dude. So I mean, it's just one of them things. But Zach Edey, Strengths Edey is one of the biggest and most productive players the sport has ever seen. He has been they overselling it. He has a 7'11" wingspan, DC, 7'11" wingspan, and 9'7" standing reach. But his level of physicality, conditioning, and confidence, that gives him some more upside than previous players in his mold. Weaknesses, though he improved dramatically in college, his speed will always be under the microscope defensively, and on offense, he will need to be used consistently by a coach who's willing to take advantage of Edey's unique mismatch potential. The verdict: Edey was the most dominant player in college basketball over the past 2 seasons, winning back-to-back John Wooden Awards. He plays with the mean streak to take advantage of his rare physical tools. What kind of answers he can find defending in pick and roll will dictate just how smooth his transition will be. So there you go right there. It says, and Will Willie Green pales he says, and Willie Green is going to change. They're still, listen, there is, I know Pelicans know the saying, man, I want Zach. Yeah, they got him they beat us to the punch. But there's still a lot of players. The Chicago Bulls they were on the clock. The Utah pick, DC, at 10, as we starting to roll now, Cody Williams from Colorado.
That's Jalen Williams' brother, man. He's pretty solid pick.
Yeah, he is. He's good. He's good, but it's the anti-hump. Cody Williams, 6'7", 178. Williams is a rangy perimeter player whose size and length and flashes of transition scoring, playmaking, and defensive versatility give him an intriguing upside. Weaknesses: lacking a degree of strength, perimeter shooting, and all-around consistency. Williams struggled to produce late in his freshman season as he was hampered by injuries from a promising start. The verdict: at his best, Williams looked like one of the most interesting players in his class, but he appeared unsure of himself late in the season. He's still early in his development, and there's a disparity in opinions among scouts about how to view him long term, but not with Utah. As Utah says, man, we'll take him. The Jazz get Cody Williams, 6'7", 178, to Utah. So next up on the board, the next 3 picks are Chicago, OKC, and Sacramento. So the Pelicans picking at 21. Chi-Town's on the board, on the clock right now. Very interesting, man, as we running this thing, man. All right. DB says, but Q, you said Willie got to change. Yeah, he got to change, fam. I mean, and hold on, let me go to the poll, because
Willie ain't changing nothing but his clothes, man. Y'all stop.
All right, so do you guys think Willie Green will improve as a coach this year? And I ain't even say change. I say improve. And a bunch of people had put their vote in, 66% of the people polled versus 34% says Willie Green will not improve as a coach this year. And that's my point. That's why I put the poll up there, just to show you how low the morale is on Willie Green improving in his 4th season. People don't think Willie Green is going to even improve 2 or 3%. They're not going to give him that. They think Willie Green going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. At some point, especially how the Pelicans went out of the playoffs, you got to shake and do something. You're not going to have the same team that you're going to be faced with. And if you do land Trae Young, you think Willie Green going to stay the same? A player like Trae Young is definitely going to force Willie Green to change his game. He has to, because you get another superstar that you can't stay the same in the NBA. You can't. You can't stay the same. You will lose and you will get fired. So, I mean, it's just the pressure of that. It's a lot of stuff going on. But like I said, I think Willie Green will improve. I don't think he's going to stay the same and do the same shit he did last year in the upcoming year. I think he will change. I ain't going to say I'm not saying a quantum leap, but I'm saying I do think, I'm going to give him that much credit to say I think Willie Green can learn and do some different stuff. People say, no, Q, he's just a dumbass. Change. He ain't going to change.
Willie done been here 3 years, Q. 3 years. On into his 4th. He still don't know how to use his challenges and timeouts. Well, they ain't changing, bro. Let it go. He is who he is, bro. Now, what we need to get smart players and get them to like Willie, and they can influence him, right? And some of the decisions that Willie makes may be different based on the people that are around him. He ain't changing. You know that.
Bro, come on, man. I ain't gonna sit there and change.
Man, if you've been a head coach 3 years, bro, you still don't know how to use your timeouts. That's the bare minimum, Q. That's the bare minimum. To be able to use your timeouts, to manage the game, to know when to call a challenge, to not call a challenge. That's the bare minimum, bro. I like Willie. I do.
I think
disagree. We can see improvement with Willie, but it ain't because of Willie. It's gonna be because of what they put around Willie. So let's hope they change the coaching staff more. We change, get us a smart point guard type player, and he get buddy with Willie, and he can whisper in his ear, during them timeouts and help him call some plays and stuff. That's what we need to be focusing on. Focusing on that 2% change. I told you, man, go change the route that he go to the practice facility. You're going to go a new route because, we doing construction in the city because the Super Bowl coming here. So he definitely changing that. He going to change some of the clothes he wear, we might see Willie wear a turtleneck. Antonio Davis wear the turtlenecks. Might be a little good luck for him to wear a turtleneck or something like that on the sidelines. Get him some G-Nights with some new spray paint on him or something. He going to change stuff like that. We'll change. Come on, you keep harping on this change, Q. You seen the poll. We got a great, intelligent people in the comment section that come on our shows. Can you please give us some detail and be specific about these changes or this change that Willie gonna make that you think?
Never mind, bro. I'm just leave it alone.
Yeah, that's right. Moonwalk your ass to the next topic. Come on.
I was just leaving it alone.
You got to.
I got.
You must sound crazy. You must sound just as insane as him if you keep going.
Man, I'm driving.
With all them damn books back there, you should be reading.
Man, I'm driving, man. What you talking about?
So what, did we miss the pick, Q? Did they have a pick to this Cody Williams?
Now, right now, Chicago's is currently on the clock. The pick is in. It hadn't been announced yet. Who you think it's gonna be?
Devin Carter.
That'd be a good
call. Like taller Jose Alvarado that could shoot.
That ain't a bad pick, man. To be honest,
that's what a lot of people call him. I mean, they got rid of Alex Caruso he can fill that Alex Caruso role, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Buzelis is still up there. So you got him.
I thought the Spurs would have took Buzelis, man. I mean, they're talking about a great defender he is as a power forward. That was a lot of people must not be high on Buzelis.
Yeah, something might be wrong, bro. I don't know. I didn't get any reports saying that he was injured, but the pick is in. We don't know what it is yet, but they're saying that the pick is in. So we'll see momentarily who it is. If it's Buzelis or if it's somebody else, we'll know momentarily. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being in this one, man. I know a lot of family members seen a couple of the bigs leave off the board. There's still quite a few that's available. Kel'el Ware is still available from Indiana. They still have Yves Missi is still there. Adema Bona is still available.
Topic.
Yeah, Topic. Yeah. I forgot to mention. He was
projected to go top 10. He's still available.
He's still available. That's true. And
they say he's a Josh Giddey prototype, so we know Chicago not gonna pick him.
Kyle Flipowski, DC is still available. Deron Holmes II is still available, and it's Buzelis. Yeah. The pick is Buzelis.
Oh wow, Buzelis.
Mm-hmm. Buzelis is the pick. They go with Buzelis. So there you go. I was like, yeah, Buzelis is still. He was the top dude before.
It's the reason Chicago don't be winning.
They're trying to get rid of.
I think Devin Carter would have been a
well, you got to remember they got Josh. Remember they got Josh Giddey. Giddey's over there, man. So I mean, he might conflict with him. So maybe
but
that's
they traded Caruso. To me, right now.
What about Kobe? What does Kobe?
Yeah.
I mean, that's with Kobe White. You forgot about Kobe White, man.
All right. What about Connect? I would have took him. He's a little older, but he's probably one of the best scorers in the draft. I took him.
I think Chicago got a plan, man.
Anyway, I ain't the GM for the Bulls, man. Yeah, they got a plan, all right. They've been sucking for a while now.
DC, I'm driving, bro. I'm driving. Josh, see, he go to depth chart right here. Josh Giddey, Kobe White, Zach LaVine's supposed to be on the trade block. They try to trade him every year. And then they have Buzelis right there. Buzelis fits in possibly as a 3. So, I mean, you got Giddey there on top of the team. This is the unofficial depth chart Chicago has. So, there you go on some of that stuff. And then to talk about Buzelis, let's go over his breakdown right here. Buzelis,
it's going to be all right, Tasha, baby. It's going to be all right.
With positional size, explosive leaping ability, impressive rim protecting instincts, and developing versatility on both ends of the floor. Those traits translated inconsistently for G League Ignite. However, his weaknesses, Buzelis' average length and thin frame are limiting factors, as he's 6'10" wingspan and weighed under 200 pounds at the NBA Combine in May. He's also a streaky jumper, also has a streaky jumper who is still developing his ball handling ability, which made it difficult for him to score efficiently at times last season. The verdict is Buzelis has intriguing upside as his frame continues to get stronger. If he can regain the consistency showed as a set shooter in previous settings with a relatively high floor, the strides he makes as a shot creator will determine his ceiling. So there you go. Chicago say we'll take Buzelis and we'll keep it pushing. There you go. All right. Guess who's on the clock now? DC. OKC is on the clock.
All right.
Wonder who OKC gonna get after they picked up Caruso. Who did they get? Got a bunch of people on the board.
Nikola Topic. That would or Devin Carter. That would be pick. I would think Topic more than Carter. He's recovering from MCL, I think. Tear he had. They got a stacked team already. They got Caruso, so they have somebody in place. But he doesn't have to come in and be a starter. He can sit. We talk about dude who's supposed to go in the top 10. You know, some people said top 8. You know, and he's sitting right there for OKC. They wanted to keep Josh Giddey and bring him off the bench. He didn't want to come off the bench. Well, I can get a dude who's comparable to Josh Giddey, and some people say could be better than Josh Giddey, which I'm not one of the people that thinks Josh Giddey is horrible. I think a lot of people too hard on him. I think he's a solid, good player. You know, Topic has the putting him in between Josh Giddey and Luka Doncic. Anywhere in between there. That's what people say about him. He's the next phenom from overseas. So why wouldn't OKC take a swing at him? It's right up their alley. They like getting overseas guys and trying to see how that goes. I mean, there's stars from Canada on the team, so I could very well see them making them as their pick, man.
Yeah, OKC's the pick is in now. We don't know that we'll announce it momentarily, but Topic wouldn't be a bad selection for him. But we'll see exactly what they do with the pick. As OKC's trying to keep building what they did, man, and they are trying to improve that team, going from a 9
Please
playoff.
don't pick a big. Just don't pick a big, please.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. All right, so the number 12, we got quite a few picks before we get to the Pelicans. OKC's on the clock, and then next is Sacramento, followed by Portland, Miami, 76ers, the Lakers, Orlando, Raptors, Cavs, Pels at 21. So we got more than a handful of picks remaining there as the pick is in for OKC, who went, like I said, went from a 9 playoff team to the best team in the West record-wise. So you talk about quantum leaps. OKC had a hell of a quantum leap, indeed. All right, Strider says, watch it.
However, good GM, Q.
Yes, that make a hell of a difference, man. That makes a hell of a difference to have leadership, man. Straight up. I'll tell you one thing, man. So we're gonna see what that is for the fam. Y'all, hey fam, do me a favor, man. Y'all guys, 154 plus listening to the stream. Please hit the like button. You guys also please put it in the chat. Let me know who you guys think the Pelicans will pick at 21. We do have we can look at it and see right now that there are a handful of bigs off the board that could have fell to the Pelicans. Zach Edey went 9th to the Memphis Grizzlies. Donovan Clingan went 7 to the Portland Trailblazers. Who do you guys think the Pelicans will take at 21? Put it in the chat. Let me know, and I will highlight you. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all being here, man. All right, and I got to give some shout out to San Antonio, man. San Antonio doing some stuff. They did trade Rod Dillingham to Minnesota to pair with Ant-Man. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be something. Watch that. A lot of these teams getting better, man. They're making some intriguing moves, man, to try to improve upon their standing. And we'll see. And it's Nikola Topic. He's off the board to OKC, DC. So there you go. The highest, one of the highest rated players remaining on the OKC pulled the trigger on him. So Topic is off the board now. For all right, DC, you sound like a robot, sir. You kind of breaking up on the highway. Must be going through a bad area. All right, so Topic is the guy, man. Okay. All right, so 6'6", 203 from Serbia. Topic's off the board to OKC. 18-year-old Topic is the top pick and roll shot creator in this draft. Elite ball handler, passer, finisher who proved to be a creative force for the Adriatic League before losing his stint in the Euro League to a knee injury. He suffered a partially torn ACL in April, which might force him to redshirt his rookie season in the NBA. Weaknesses: he has the ability to prove as a jump shooter to open up for the rest of his game at the NBA level. He's not a jet with the ball to compensate. His limited length is a concern defensively. The Vertigus Topic has come on strong over the past year, and it brings a promising blend of his feel for the game, playmaking, and confidence. He'll face an adjustment period, especially in the wake of his injury, but his trajectory leaves a lot of room for optimism about his ability to find his way in the NBA. So OKC says that's fine. We'll take Topic, who a lot of people at one time was saying that this guy was the best player in the draft. He had the injury and he falls all the way down to OKC at 12. And OKC says, you know what? We can wait on this guy. We can wait on him and, try to do something, I guess, similar. I ain't going to say similar, but it puts you in the mind of what Denver did when they took Michael Porter Jr. when he was dealing with injuries. So Topic is the guy that OKC rolling with, DC. So, man, that there you go. And Sacramento's
Everybody getting better, Q. Everybody we got to face. Minnesota, Thunder. You know, the smart pick for them. Memphis, smart pick for them. The Spurs come away with Stephon Castle. Shoot. Good they didn't have Dillingham over there with them. Everybody getting better, man. I think all of these picks from a lot of these teams that we're going to go up against have been solid so far. Some of the head-scratching picks are coming from teams in the East, in my opinion. Like, I don't know what Charlotte is thinking. They should have traded back. They could have still got that guy. I don't think anybody took him.
Is Michael Jordan still running decision making for Charlotte?
I thought he sold the team, if I'm not mistaken, but I don't know when all of that fully goes into effect. Or I could be wrong. Maybe they were just talking about him selling it. I really don't know.
It was a gamble. It's a gamble. So, but yeah, man, that's interesting, man. All right, Ryan says, "Oh well, so much for drafting Zach Edey." Yeah, he went top 10, man. But we kind of figured that. We figured like we talked about Zach Edey and Klingon and guys like that. We figured that those guys weren't going to fall all the way to 21. That the Pelicans would have to see if they can move up to go and get a player. The Pelicans obviously saying, you know what, we're just going to stay where we are and get the best player that falls to us. So two of the biggest guys in the draft are off the board. But like I said, there's still a lot of very skilled bigs that's available for the Pelicans. Deron Holmes is still from Dayton is still up on he's still available. You know, of course, we still got a lot of picks between when the Pelicans select that. Kyle Flipowski's another dude. We talked about him. I don't think Osai Iguodala will be a guy we pick in the first round. That's more like a second round selection. Yves Missi from Baylor. These are guys that the Pelicans actually brung in and kind of went over. You know, Adeem Bona from UCLA. It's another dude that's interesting. Jonathan Mogbo, who's undersized. Khalil Ware from Indiana is probably between, you know what, DC, between the if we look and we talking bigs here, the remaining bigs that's left for the Pelicans, Khalil Ware from Indiana and Deron Holmes from Dayton. Those are the two guys that I
take Mogbo over BC.
Say it again.
I take Mogbo over BC's.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, Mogbo's a beast, man, but he's too small for the big position. He's only 6'6", DC, but I love his.
Say, Q, you know who my coach
is. Come on, bro. You still need.
Trying to hit that too small shit, bro.
You still got to have a guy with some height, bro. You got to have a guy with height. We need a guy because we talk about Khalil Ware, 6'11", 7-footer. You know, with a 7-foot frame that's skilled. And then you look at Deron Holmes, he's about 6'10", 240. But we talking about bigs that have skill, especially Deron Holmes, man. Deron Holmes is an effort guy. He got a 3-point shot. You know, but Khalil Ware is probably a dude that I probably would really hope falls to the Pelicans at 21. But they sitting there doing this stuff where they're waiting around to see what happens. So we'll see, man. We'll see how it all works going forward. I don't know.
I hate that about David Griffin, man. It just seems like nothing about us is aggressive. We're always waiting and wishing and hoping and shit. We don't make nothing happen, man. Like, you know, everybody's going, Minnesota went got Rob Dillingham for a first and a pick swap. Not even 2 firsts, a first and a pick swap. A first in 2030 at that. You know, so it's like, I'm not saying we had to make that move, but we don't, it's like do we not value any players in the draft? One player that we dated, Trey Murphy, I heard a lot of links. We actually traded back to get him, which still was pretty smart. But we're not gonna go up and try to get our guy at all. Maybe Khalil Ware is not our guy, or Deron Holmes.
I don't know.
Or any other big other than Missi's. Maybe we just really want Missi's for some reason.
Nah, if Khalil
Drafted
Ware,
Anthony Bennett, so it wouldn't surprise me. Well,
if,
David Griffin drafted Anthony Bennett.
all right, settle down, DC. If Khalil Ware and Daron Holmes is on the board, ain't no you're not don't take Messi.
I'm gonna be honest, you. If one of them gets picked in a pick before us, I would be trying to trade up to get my guy. I would go and get the other one, man. I would go and get the other one. It shouldn't take a lot.
Yeah, we got the last pick. Sacramento they made their choice. It's Devin Carter from Providence. We've been talking about Devin Carter, 6'2", 193. He pops in and he's a defensive menace and tenacious lead guard whose significant improvement as a jump shooter caused his draft his stock to explode. As a junior, he averaged almost 20 points a game with 9 rebounds per game. His weaknesses, he has questions to answer about ball handling and shot creation prowess, as well as his unorthodox shooting mechanics. He was able to score prolifically last season in large part because of his explosiveness, physicality, and his aggressive approach. The verdict is Carter carried Providence through a grueling Big East schedule as his disruptive presence on defense, dog toughness on glass, and newfound ability to score in bunches made him one of the best two-way players in the country. He could be an appealing fix next to a more dynamic facilitator. Devin Carter is headed to Sacramento to play with De'Aaron Fox and the rest of Keegan Murray and the rest of those guys, Sabonis. So that's the pick for them. Ending up in Portland is on the clock. The pick is in. We don't know who it is. So Devin Carter headed to Sacktown to join Foxy and the rest of the Sacramento Kings, man, as they looking to try to improve that guard play with Devin Carter. They got a player there, man. Let me tell you something. That kid could play, man.
Yeah, I like him. I like him a lot, man. He pretty much two-way guy, man. Can do a little bit of everything. Just all around. Seems like somebody who wants to win, man. Plays hard. Plays with a lot of hustle, a lot of aggression. I like him, man. It's a real good pick. Sacramento.
Yeah, Sacramento trying to improve those guards, man. All right. So anyway, let's keep it moving, man, and look at the next one. Got Lex chiming in. Lex, how you doing tonight? As the Portland Trail Blazers are on the clock. Now, Portland, remember, picked earlier in the draft at where them suckers picked at 7. And they got Klingon. So they got the big center, Portland, back up on the board again. Might be a guard here, man, for their pick. Lex, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, how you doing? How y'all doing?
Good.
Pretty good, Lex.
That's what's up. Yeah, I saw that the Grizzlies got Zach Edey.
Yes. Yes. Oh yes.
Man, their back court and their front court is mean right now. Very mean.
You know what?
Everybody knows how to get better, Lex.
Yeah, everybody's being aggressive on getting better. And man, like I said, like the fact that we're not really seeing any major movement with the Pelicans is really scary right now. You know,
You don't think maybe they got something lined up that they possibly work?
DC, man. Look at everybody else right now, man. Look at everybody else.
Everybody else not trying to trade to the star.
But listen.
I'm just trying to give my little credit, though, Lex.
No, there is no credit. You done with that, man. I hate that word. I hate it. The thing is, if you're not moving forward, you're moving backward. Okay? And if you're stagnant, guess what? That's not moving forward. That means you're moving backwards. And right now, it's like time keeps moving. Okay?
We got to trade. The Blazers are pulling off a trade for Deni Avdija with
are the Pelicans
Washington
involved?
Wizards. No, but it's part of the draft.
No. I can't believe you interrupted me for that. Man, the Pelicans weren't involved. Look, Portland, for crying out loud, is making moves. And Portland ain't about to do nothing next season. I'm just saying, man, there's no movement. There's no movement. It's like, here, let's just stand here and wait for our dreams to come true. No, chicken, you have to do something. You have to move and put action if you want your dreams to come true. Like, standing still does not help anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's like, look, I want to win the lottery, but I've never bought a ticket. That makes absolutely no sense.
Maybe I can find it. Find one laying in the street.
Oh,
Get lucky.
DC, man. You know,
DC, I'm driving. I don't know what you're talking about.
look,
DC.
but y'all see what I'm saying, man? Like, there's nothing happening.
I know.
It's like we're suffering as a fan base. We're suffering, waiting for something to happen. We know it needs to happen, but the thing is, the person who can actually make it happen, he's not moving at the speed of the fan base. He's moving slow as molasses. Okay? Slow as molasses. Y'all ain't familiar with molasses, it's syrup. Okay? And when you come out the jar, you know, this is what they used back in the old days. My people old school. And you pour it out and it just comes out all slow. It almost probably takes like days or something. But I mean, this is a problem, man. This is a problem. I mean, we already knew the division was going to get stronger, but I mean, these guys are on it. They're not just talking about it, they're moving on it. And that's the difference. I don't want the time. I'd rather Griff not say anything and just show us something. Don't even open up your mouth. Just do it.
We got for the Portland thing, picking up on Bubs. Bub Carrington, 6'4", 200-pound point guard from Pitt. Very good player. We kind of talked about Bub, I think not on the breakdown show, but Portland picks him up. Portland has Scoot Henderson, Anthony Simons. They traded to get Abajaya. They got him there. And then they picked up Clinigan. So Portland.
Who did they trade for after Villa? I think it's
hold on, DC. Let me go back to it because it happened earlier on. We covered it early on. Oh man.
I was driving.
Yeah, I know. I hear you, brother. And of course, hold on. Oh, yeah, there it is. Washington are trading Abajaya to Portland for Malcolm Brogdon, a 14th pick tonight, and a 2029 pick, according to sources. Adrian Wojnarowski.
Okay, so Bob Carrington is basically going to the Wizards. Because you said the 14th pick, right?
Yeah, Washington are trading him to Portland for Malcolm Brogdon, 14. Yeah, that's right. The 14th pick tonight. So yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that would be going.
Yeah, I wonder how Bob and Poole they're kind of similar in a way. It's kind of weird. Backcourt. Any of the Gia, I don't know, man. He might actually take off over there in Portland. If Scoot Henderson makes a jump, Portland could be a competitive team. But they got Donovan Clingan as well at the center spot with DeAndre Ayton, and looking like they're gonna flip him. And they have Jeremiah Grant as well, right?
That's what it sounds like.
I don't know, man. They look like they're trying to reshuffle with that too. Some of those guys might be on the move for somebody better.
That's what they're saying. The rumor mill. I'm just looking up some stuff. They're saying that the Trailblazers could very well move on from DeAndre Ayton. Jeremy Grant is also a guy that that could be on his way out too. So I mean, Portland's not playing any games, man. Portland's trying to improve, man. They're not trying to sit back there and play this waiting game. So they're moving with a sense of urgency. All right, the Miami Heat are on the clock at 0, so the Heat they haven't yet turned their pick in.
Yeah, but Griffin said we were gonna move with a sense of urgency, Q. So at some point, I guess.
Well, we still got we are now what 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks from when the Pelicans are going to select. So obviously, the Pelicans are just going to due to knowledge right now. They're going to sit back and be patient and see what falls to them. And like I said,
That's what's killing them.
but that it could work. It depends on what these next 6 picks are going to be, because there are 2 players that do fit with Willie Green's talking about that could help the Pelicans. Khalil Ware from Indiana and Deron Holmes from Dayton. Those are 2 really good moves, and if those guys are done, they're probably going to go for Yves Missi from Baylor. So I mean, if the big is what they're looking at, so we'll see not too long, because the first round's moving pretty good. So yeah, absolutely. The Pelicans, man, right now we'll see what we get. A lot of teams making moves. We just talked about the Portland situation. A lot of teams are trying to make that next step and get to that next level, man. And let's see if the Pelicans can kind of turn this stuff up, man. We need to really get this stuff cranked up here for the Pels, man. But we'll see, man. We'll see. Yeah, they're saying Sacramento is a bunch of rumors going on right now. The Kings are showing interest in Kyle Kuzma and Cam Johnson. All that's going on right now. They talking about that. Yeah, that is stuff that's going out there.
Brooklyn got a full on sale on everybody, huh?
Yeah,
Got a rock sale going on over there.
Well, they
did the Mikal Bridges trade. That basically opened up that door to like, hey, everybody's for sale. So
I hope we can get Nick Claxton. Dude. Rumors about us getting a sign and trade for Nick Claxton. That we could do a lot worse. So
he's about to sign a $100 million deal over like 4 years.
Yeah, DC. That's also
no mind.
That's also being reported. Yeah.
I don't want no center for $25 million, man. I was more than 13, 15, 16 at the most range.
Pelicans got some moves to make, man. No doubt about it. Let me see where we are right now. I don't know what's going on with Miami, man. They're still waiting for that pick to come in for them. But yeah, that Nick Claxton thing, man.
He ain't worth $25 million. Yeah, man. He not worth.
Well, they said that though, DC. That wasn't really a surprise that they were estimating it, and they said that a couple of days ago that the contract could be anywhere between 20 to 25 million a season for Nick Claxton. So that was already
Big Q.
That was out there. Yeah,
Miami just picked up Ware.
Yeah,
and there was one.
Khalil Ware's off the board, fam.
Yeah.
Please, somebody draft Missi.
Yeah, he was off the board. So 15. So let's go over Khalil Ware, man. Indiana, 6'11", 210-pound, very skilled big here. Solid pickup by Miami, obviously. His mobility as a rim protector, budding skill level in the 7-foot frame, giving him a unicorn potential at his position. His game matured noticeably as a sophomore in Indiana after he spent a season at Oregon. Weaknesses, he lacks ideal feel for the game and all-around consistency. That's not what I see when I watch Khalil Ware play. He can ball. He just needs to pick up a little bit, won't wait. But Ware is a bouncy finisher who runs like a guard, shoots a 3 with promising mechanics, even has some coordination and skill with the ball. Talent was never a concern, but he still has questions answered regarding his tenacity and awareness on both sides of the floor, something he did a good job addressing last year. He played a lot better. That's what really put him on people's radars about Khalil Ware. To me, he's a little light in the bridges. He got to, gain a little weight, which they'll put that on him, but the guy is skilled. You can work with him. But Miami is a smart team, another smart team, and they pick him up. And like DC said, then there was one. So the only other really big, skilled big that we really like is Deron Holmes. And they're still Sixers, Lakers, Magic, Toronto, Cleveland before the Pelicans. So I don't know. Deron Holmes or Yves Missi. I would much prefer to have Deron Holmes, because he actually can do what Willie Green wants. He's a big 6'9", 6'10" guy, 230 plus pounds, 240, that got a 3-point shot, a really nice one. He could play defense. He moves pretty well for a guy his size. You know what I'm saying? So, I read regularly, he's they call him a 5, but he's kind of a 4 skill set, but could play the 5. But he could do the switch thing that Willie Green likes to do and stretch defense to get the 3. So the Pelicans if you know if DeRon Holmes is the guy that they're looking at, you might want to see if you can move on that. But there is nothing saying that the Pelicans are going to do anything except for just stand pat, see what the best guy that falls to them at the position. And by the way, fam, this is the tweet right here about the Nick Claxton. For those who didn't know, the Nick Claxton intends to sign a 4-year deal at $100 million to return to the Brooklyn Nets. So if there is any, I don't know if that's a sign and trade for that, but the Pelicans were what did Jonas want, DC? What was he asking for, like $20 million a year? Wasn't that what Jonas asking for? $20 million a year? I don't know, but people saying we won't pay Jonas that, but Nick Claxton they'll pay. What was it, Lex?
I'm not sure, but I mean, really, it don't matter because Willie wasn't gonna use him no way. I mean, for real. I mean, he's not using JB. That's why JB wants to leave.
Yeah, I never heard about JB asking for no crazy amount of money or nothing.
Put it in the chat.
He was getting 16 a year.
I know, bro. I knew that the talking point on his contract. Yeah, we talked about it. Yeah, we heard about it. Yeah, you remember DC? I know just because you're driving, your memory don't go out because we talked about it on shows. The what he wanted was like 20.
You can't pay attention to all that.
All right, DC, I hear you, brother. Let's just go. There you go. All right, so all I'm saying is that Valanciunas wanted like $20 million a season. That's what I remember that they was talking about. That's what it killed the negotiations prior to the season. Remember, they wasn't negotiating during the season. They talked before the season. He told them what they want. They killed the negotiations, and then from that point forward, they tried, or I don't know what they did. They didn't do shit. They just held on to him, and they didn't trade him. And they had from the start of the season, before the games were even played, the regular season start all the way until the trade deadline, nothing. So, I mean, they had all that time to move them for something, and they got nothing. So I don't know how you not utilizing assets. You could have got something for them, something, as opposed to not getting nothing. But I can understand them not wanting to give Val that. But then again, the Claxton thing, $25 million a year, locking them into Brooklyn. We'll see. All right. So anyway, the pick is in for the 76ers. There with Joel Embiid, Tyra. It's a bunch of stuff going on with people and all of the rumors circulating around of what happens with the Sixers. Who did they pair with Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid? That type of thing. Getting rid of Tobias Harris and all that. So I don't know. We'll see what they got going on here. And the pick is in. Who do you guys? Who you think it'll be? DC? Who you think Philly might be picking up on?
I would say maybe they go Komet if they don't believe they can get a small forward over there. He's probably one of the better scorers that's ready to go right now in the draft. I would expect somebody to draft him pretty soon coming up, but I don't know what direction the 76ers will be looking to go, man. They can pretty much take down to anybody, man. They ain't got nothing, on their roster. So it's like they can pretty much pick anybody. They can surprise us. They can take the rounds. They can pretty much go in any direction. They need everything. They need a backup big. They need a power forward. They need a small forward. They can use a shooting guard. Like they need everything.
Let me throw another guy in there too, DC. Besides to add to another guy we could throw in there.
Yeah, McCain is another one they could take.
Right. But in terms of the Pelicans, let me throw another big in there for the family members to think about too. Outside of Daron Holmes from Dayton.
Tyler Smith. My guy Tyler Smith from New Orleans.
Kyle Flipowski from Duke.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
But
right. The Lakers are going to take a big too, Q. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, we'll see, DC.
They want AD to go back to the full. That's what they're saying.
Right.
Maybe they don't do that with a rookie, but they could possibly take it.
I don't know about That's what I'm saying. They might go because there was rumors circulating around that Valanciunas. The Lakers were interested in Valanciunas to be the guy.
And didn't I tell you that, Big Q?
Yes. You did.
It was listening to you, Lex.
Man, because the thing is, man, Lakers are always looking for everybody. And it'd be funny, just same thing with Najee. I think the Spurs were looking at Najee. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody else that really has a huge connection with the Pelicans gets one of the players that we have, I'm telling you that, man, they'll be in a position where, first of all, they'll be utilized correctly. There'll be no I think they'll do a whole lot better, man. And then that's something that the Pelicans gonna have to deal with on the other end. But that'll be really something if they do get JB.
Yeah, they're looking at him. That's definitely something. That's a report that came out that was saying that the Lakers are looking at him, and there was another team I want to say. I'm trying to figure.
I want to hear a report. You know what a report I want to hear about the Lakers? I want to hear a report about what players the Lakers are not looking at. Because every player that's available, the Lakers want them and they try to get them. But for whatever reason, they want everybody. Any trade, any possible trade candidate, they want them. They connect everybody with the Lakers, man. So I think we're just gonna have to wait and see. I don't think it's unnecessarily false. I think the Lakers are just that aggressive. They try to potentially look at any and everybody out there and get what they feel is the best.
I'm not mad. Not
Yeah,
mad.
they always aggressive.
But that's what you're supposed to do. You don't sit back. You don't sit back on your hands and be complacent and comfortable like the Pelicans. They sit up there with 16 championships lined up on their mantle. I don't understand how they can.
These teams are aggressive, man. I mean, even the teams that are more of contenders than the Pelicans, they're being aggressive. It's like, okay, we made it to the playoffs, but golly, it was barely. It was barely. So you need to be aggressive. What are they talking about?
The pick is for the 76ers with Jared McCain.
Jared McCain.
McCain from Duke, 6'2", 200 pounds, physical and competitive guard whose dynamic shooting, rebounding, and intelligent style of play on both ends give him a high floor. His weaknesses, he lacks great length and burst and has some things to prove as a playmaker, as he played a lot of small ball wing as a freshman last season. Now, the verdict on McCain was a bright spot for Duke all season, making shots, drawing charges, doing a little bit of things and energy and instincts. He'll need to continue to evolve as a ball handler and perimeter defender, but the growth he showed and his intangibles suggest he'll find ways to contribute to winning at the next level. That's the breakdown on Jared McCain, who is now the newest member of the Philadelphia 76ers. So he joins there. We know the Flying Squirrel campaign. I don't know if he's still with him, but I know he had some type of legal issues or something happened with him. Then they got old Kyle Lowry. I don't know if they'll bring him back, but whatnot. But McCain could fit that tough Philly mentality, man, going forward. So it might not a bad pickup by them, as the Lakers are now on the clock, family. The Lakers are on the clock. So we'll see what they got going on. DC thinks that they'll take a big. Hopefully some of these guys will fall to us. Like I said, Kyle Flipowski from Duke. I know a lot of people not big on Duke people, big guys, but that guy could play, man.
I like Filipowski, and I think he's really good. And I wouldn't mind having him on my team, but the only thing about it is I just him getting pushed around so much as a big, man. I really don't like it. If we got Filipowski, we have to get a really aggressive, strong big to complement him. But he's somebody I could see you possibly playing at center or power forward. You know, he could sub in for Zion and different things like that. I think it's somebody we can use and get a lot of minutes out of, but it doesn't fully solve our rim protector issue. Even though I think he can do the switching. You know, he's not really a rim protector.
Yeah, he's 6'11", 230 plus pounds. What they like about Flipowski, yeah, you're right, DC. I watched some tape on Flipowski, and what I seen was what stuck out to me about his game is the
He can
dude.
move, huh? He fluid.
He's a hustler. And he has a nice shot, man. I mean, he shoots the ball like a wing. I mean, he has a nice touch on the shot. He has confidence to knock the 3-point shot down. So he has that going on with him. But yeah, you're right. I've seen him not run away from contact, but he'll bang with guys, but just, he just has to work on that strength aspect of his game. But he's a skill big in the mind of a 4 that they got playing 5. That's what I look at when I see Flipowski. But the thing is, like, when you look at these guys and you think about how can you want a player that can move, a big that can move for Willie Green, but also stretch the floor, a guy that can hit the 3-point shot and provide space. You don't want him cluttering the paint. You want to be able to have Zion to be able to have all the space that he needs underneath, while the big can leak out and be able to hit the 3 and be a threat that way. But Flipowski can hit that 3-pointer. And like I was saying about him and Deron Holmes, these are skilled 6'10", 6'11" guys. This Yves Missi don't have that. Yves Missi ain't hit no 3-pointers. He'll dunk on your head and he'll fight for offensive rebounds. He'll do that.
Yeah, he ain't got no face up game. He can't
right.
dribble.
No, none of that. Now
we don't got no point guard, so it's like
right.
That's the thing about man. How is he gonna develop? Man, we don't have a point guard. I can't see us drafting him. It's disaster waiting to happen, in my opinion.
That's why I was saying,
by the time he gets good, everything gonna be already be turned to shit.
Well, it's still very early on, like we're saying. We're just getting going here. It's a draft tonight, and there's still a lot going on.
You got a team like Toronto. They might be looking in the big market too. Depending on who the Lakers. We got teams in front of us that still take some players we probably intended to get. Like it's 17, we're at 21, man. So we still got a little road to go.
Right. Oh yeah. Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, on the clock now is the Lakers.
Are we smart enough? If everybody who we would have wanted to take at 21, are we smart enough to trade back and get maybe an extra pick?
Okay, the Lakers are in the pick. They picked Dalton, bro. Dalton from Tennessee. So he's off the board. The point guard there, they got him situated as like a small forward. Dalton from Tennessee, 6'6", 212. So there you go. He's off there.
Oh, you're talking about Komet. Don't Komet. Yeah. Damn, so that was a good pick by the Lakers, man. That dude good, Q. Good,
I know. He's
take a big though.
He does a lot, man. That dude. He passes the ball really well. Has high court IQ. He's a hustler. He has good size.
He can take Rui Hachimura's spot, man. That dude can wind up as a starter, bro.
I see him as a guard though. Like as a he got lead.
He can play the 3.
They got him listed as at 3.
He played the 3, play the 2. He ain't no power forward. He can play the 3.
No, don't put him at no power forward there. But he got all around game, man. But check his
he get buckets, bro. He get buckets.
Top all around scorer in this class. He's the top all around scorer. He carried Tennessee last season with his shot making prowess. Pop as a finisher, ability to draw fouls, putting the ball down aggressively, tremendous scoring instincts from the wing. He's not a great rebounder or defender, but he also carried a huge burden for the Volunteers. He has good physical tools to continue to improve on that end of the floor as his awareness of the ball evolves. Now, the kid got he got good IQ, and he's a hustler, and he's an effort guy. So he'll really try for you. The verdict is he scored more prolifically in the SEC than he did last season before in the Big Sky. He averaged almost 22 points per game last year for Tennessee. He's been one of the draft's fastest risers. He put up games of 40 and 37 points respectively against Kentucky and Purdue. He was spectacularly consistent on the offensive end, stepping up big moments all season long. Solid pick for the Lakers to get that kid out of Tennessee, Dalton from Tennessee. So that's big move by them. And like DC had mentioned, OKC, not OKC, Orlando's on the clock, and Lakers didn't take a big. So yeah.
We still got Dalton Holmes, Filipowski, and Missi. That would be the best bigs left, man. Tyler Smith's still out there too.
That's right.
I would be cool with us taking Tyler Smith, although he doesn't solve our big problem. I think he can eventually be like a small ball, big, kind of how we use Larry Nance, but he's more of a power forward. But I guess DeRon Holmes is our best bet at this point, man.
I don't know if Tyler Smith would be the dude. He seemed more like a he ain't seen like a big like a 5 DC, more like a 3, even a
No,
4.
he's not. He's a 4, but he's played minutes as a 5. That's why I'm saying that. Like he can. It's almost like Larry Nance. Larry Nance ain't really no center. We use him as a center. Before Larry Nance ever came here, he's just been a 4.
Well, that's
But I
because.
think,
Well, isn't that because the fact that Willie Green didn't feel like he had even though he had almost two of the same guys. I was like, when they picked these guys up, that's why I was asking the question: do the Pelicans talk to each other? I mean, do they have a conversation? Because you get Valanciunas and then his backup, you go and sign Cody Zeller, and I'm like, what? Because remember what happened the year before? We had Billy Hernan, all this stuff about Billy Hernan Gomez, and he good, cute, but he can't move. And then you follow it up with Cody Zeller the next year. And
Cody Zeller actually could move a little bit though.
But he could, but he
use it
that far better than with Val. I mean, he was a little bit better than Val. But what I'm saying, my point is, if you have an opportunity to get a mobile big like this guy wants, like Willie Green wants, and the decision maker said, hey, let me give you this guy, he's a little bit better. I mean, are they talking here? I don't know. Are you guys talking? It's like Willie Green wants this, and I want apples, and they go buy oranges. Or I want pears, and they go buy plums. Is that what's going on here? Because the guy is. Could we really see him at his best when you give him, when the upper management, Griffin in particular, give him the type of players that cater to his style of system? I mean, if you go and get obviously he wants a mobile big, a guy that can switch all nonsense and still be able to stretch out and and be able to hit the 3-pointer to kind of still give Zion some room and all this kind of stuff. I mean, why are they not doing that? See, that's what we're doing in the draft. Like Flipowski gives them that. DeRon Holmes gives them that.
What if we just my man Shotty Crazy said can't go Filipowski. They don't like Filipowski. But Michael,
one more time, one more time. You sound really bad that time. Say that again.
Oh, Shotty Crazy said we can't go Filipowski, bro. And Michael the Ballas said would they look to go to another position instead of center? And I'm curious, what if we take Tyson, man, from Cal? Tyson is a guy that can play point guard, shooting guard, or small forward. And we look to go to free agency to solve our big problems.
That's a possibility.
How would we look at that? I wouldn't be mad if we drafted Tyson, man. For his 3-level scorers, I think he's probably the best one left on the board by the time we pick him.
So where did we get the idea that in the draft the Pelicans were looking for a big? Where did we get that idea from?
Because we have no bigs on the roster.
No. But I'm saying
we have no centers on the roster, Q.
But
None.
that never, and
Zero.
you don't have a lead point guard either. You don't have a lead point guard either. But
according to the depth chart, CJ McCullough is a point guard. And Jose Alvarado is also a point guard. And so is Dyson Daniels, according to the depth chart.
No, I don't think we got it by looking at the depth chart and saying, hey, man, this, that, and the third. No, this was stuff.
Dyson Daniels is number 8 pick, point guard of the future that we drafted, bro.
Yeah, that timeline has been expedited because of the pressure from the family base. They thought they had a little bit more. Griffin thought he had more time than what he actually had.
Time? He had 5 years. Like, what? How long was he? Bro, like, you can't think you have more time. When you got a player like Zion that's borderline superstar player, you get 3, maybe 4 years normally, man. Like, to get something going. No, those guys want to leave. How could he possibly have thought he had more time?
Look how he moves. I mean,
he don't give a shit. Like we've been saying, he don't give a shit about winning, collecting the paycheck, and just making sure Miss Benson line up pockets.
I don't think
that makes more sense.
I don't think
he had more time.
I don't think it's that he don't care about winning. But I think the dude is, and let me say this as best as I can. I think David Griffin, and I've said a lot about David Griffin, and I think I'm accurate on a lot of stuff that I talk about David Griffin because he's not hard to figure out. I mean, if you listen to enough politicians, you understand where he comes from. Like, it's not a plain thing. I think that the vision that he was talking about with this team wasn't thoroughly thought out. It wasn't thoroughly shared and liked among everybody else because Trajan Lane had been trying to get out of here. He'd been trying to get, and you watch the movement of some of these people and how they move around this. These people, and that's David Griffin. David Griffin is thinking he's actually bigger than what he actually is. Like, he's thinking he's better than what he actually is. David Griffin is not that good. I'm gonna just keep it real with you. He's not that good. The Cleveland championship, we know that was LeBron telling him, get this guy.
He ain't good at all. He only had one stop.
No, I'm
as
saying
a legitimate GM. The Suns, I can't really count that because you talking about the 08, 07 Suns, which ironically, if we were to get Trae Young, they would remind me of that Suns team a lot in certain ways, but we'll talk about that another time. Other than that, though, I mean, what has David Griffin really done? He really did shit. He do anything.
It's just, like I said, I don't think Griffin is good as he thinks he is. And it's quite evident you had 5 years here to do what you're supposed to do. And they're going to fall back and see. I hate the excuses. I hate to use the word hate, but I hate excuses because everybody deal with a level of injury. And it's how you prepare for this thing is everybody. You know, you could take a study on most of these teams that are teams and how they deal with injuries. A lot of these medical staffs are better. It's levels to the medical staffs that are out there how to deal with the team. It's team building. Like, if you know Zion Williamson is a guy that is known to get hurt, you have to build and put people around him to fortify him and have a solid depth chart, which you have you and your coach on page to be able to work maybe a 10-man rotation. If you got a team, and the Pelicans last year, if they wanted to, they were a 10 deep team if they wanted to. They can go more than that at some nights. They had a solid team. That's the point of having depth. But if you are a VP and you have a vision and you hire people around your vision, everybody has to be on the same page doing the same stuff. It can't be David Griffin going out getting Cody Zeller if Willie Green wants a mobile big that can occasionally knock down a 3-point shot. You know, if you have Valanciunas, you know you're not going to pay Val. And you knew that at the start of this last season because the negotiations broke off at then. You are supposed to do what you're supposed to do and move him and see if you can get something to help your team. Also, like, he's an octopus and he's a micromanager. We know this. That's why he got the nickname Doc Ock that we gave him here affectionately on PPR. But we also realize that he has to be able to step in when needed. It's a dance. You know, you don't go there all the time, but you hire a guy to do the job and leave him alone. If there are any questions, defer all questions to him. You can't be an attention whore. You can't be running around here talking about this and saying this about you disrupting things. Stay away from that. You know, there are times when people want to talk to you, but if you hire a general manager, defer all questions to him because he's supposed to be megaphoning what you're saying anyway. So go talk to him. But that's the problem with David Griffin. He's an attention whore. Every time a mic in his face, he gets to popping off about beautiful human beings and sustainability and all this rhetoric that don't mean nothing. It's all word salad, empty words. Talking about a team of good humans and we're a family. How are you a family? You paying these men. You paying these men to play basketball, bro. That's what it comes down.
Don't forget about moving with a sense of urgency.
Yeah, moving with a sense of urgency. I can't tell in the draft. And like I said,
major urgency this offseason. We're going to be moving with a major sense of urgency this offseason.
Like I said, we all know that we covered this team for years. And all I've been, especially with David Griffin, prior to him even getting here, but even when him getting here, I'm big on timelines. We pay attention. We don't sit up here and let all this shit roll past us and we don't account for 5 years he been in and nobody even write no articles on it. except for us. And then we talking about David Griffin. It's been 5 years. The man resetting the core. He's resetting the core. That means shipping guys out that's supposed to help Zion win to get more guys. I mean, he's starting all over again. So what was the first 5 years about? See, they don't want you to touch on that. A lot of time he got a big protection net down here that protects him a lot, but we don't play that.
Man, he jacked that all up after that trade, man. We were supposed to clean house. You're supposed to be resetting and building everything right after you pull off the AD trade. All of those guys that walked, I mean, other than Josh Hart, which we turned into to CJ McCollum, we really didn't get shit. Lonzo Ball, we could have got Laurie Markkanen, right? And we turned that down. Went away from that. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many more times do David Griffin get the fuck up before it's out of here? We ain't gonna have nothing left.
I mean, that's the whole point.
At the rate we going, so they gonna fire him when everything is going. Zion wants to get traded. We ain't got shit. And then I hope it don't get to that point. But you know, it ain't like we won't have anything. You'll have draft picks, so the new GM can take care of that if it gets to that point.
Draft picks that you know they ain't using.
See, that's the problem.
Okay, Toronto takes Jacoby Walter. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Let me say that, DC. Hold on for a second. I'm going to turn the full back over to you guys. Number 18 and 19, we still got 2 more picks for the Pelicans pick. Cleveland's next up. But number 18, Orlando took Tristan Da Silva, 6'8", 217, small forward from Colorado, a guy that late blooming forward with skills, smarts, and coveted two-way versatility on the wing. Silva fits the Magic's personnel's preferences neatly as a versatile forward with positional size, feel, and skill. Orlando has built a competitive roster neatly as a versatile forward with position size and feel and skill. He's an experienced player that can help the Magic off the bench next season. He'll be able to play in different lineup combinations, both behind and alongside of Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner, as well as defend multiple positions. He spaces the floor, make plays in the floor of the game. Da Silva's low maintenance game coming off a strong year at Colorado helped vault him into the first round selection or consideration and makes him a lot of sense at this spot at number 18 for the Magic. And then the 19th pick by Toronto was Jacoby Walter from Baylor, 6'4", 200 pounds. He's a guy that is a dynamic long arm wing with competitive dynamic shot making prowess and off court intangibles to play a coveted 3 and D role. His weaknesses: he's good but not great athlete who struggles to create off the dribble, which raises questions about how he can score on nights when his jumper isn't falling. His efficiency tumbled in the Big 12 play, and the verdict is Walter has been a productive freshman. He had a good season as a freshman at Baylor with his ability to shoot off movement and aggressiveness, crashing the offensive glass, drawing fouls. His 6'10" wingspan and ability to shoot on the move give him a coveted role to grow into, but his ability to fill in the blanks in between will dictate his ceiling. That's Jacoby Walter to Toronto. And of course, the Cleveland Cavs are not only on the clock, but the pick is in for the Cavs. So,
hey,
but they see something they like a lot. Huh? They ain't wasting no time.
Big Q. The New Orleans Pelicans have chosen Yves Missi.
So we on a delay, Big Q. And that,
if
that is the pick, I will say this.
That is the pick. It's via Sham Charania and Woj.
Okay. Well, check this out. There's one silver lining in this, and me and Big Q talked about this the other night. I brought it up to him. Yves Missi is most comparable with Clint Capella, right? So if we are pulling off, hold up. If we are pulling off for Trae Young, maybe that's what the Pelicans are thinking. We take Trae Young. We also take Clint Capella for 1 year to train up Missi, and then you have a point guard to actually play with this guy, man. He's super athletic. I don't hate Missi, but I didn't want the pick because we don't develop nobody, especially not bigs. Every big we got, like it just sucked. We need somebody who's already good. But if the Pels turn around and pull off the Trae Young trade and get somebody like Clint Capella or experienced big in here to play in front of him, and he just comes off the bench, and maybe later, and we still have Larry for one more year, I'm not mad at it. Only under those circumstances. Outside of those circumstances, it's a complete fuck up.
Well, let me pull it up because I don't. It's not actual. That's what they're saying. The sources are saying they're going to pick him. They also saying Cleveland's going to take Jalen Tyson from from.
That's who I want, man.
Cleveland's taking him ahead of the Pelicans. Pelicans.
Delron Holmes.
Hold on.
But the pick isn't actually in, though, right?
It's not. But let me play this right quick.
Okay.
Y'all put in the chat if y'all can hear this. Hold on. Let me get this because this is what they're saying.
Abuse them around the basket.
All right, we got to take another break here, but that is a great breakdown from Robbie Hummel because unfortunately he has to say goodbye to the show and also Jeff
Frank,
Goodman.
carry this.
Hold on here. Let me see if I can tune it up here. See if I can get him because this is the report that they're saying that he's supposed to be picking. Hold on. Let me see if I can reset it, fam. Hold on. Give me a second to get it up here to hear it. But they're saying, yeah, that's a good pick. Tyson, we talked about Tyson, man. The dude could play, man. Hold on. Let me see if I can. From what I'm seeing right now, it's still the pick is in. They saying sources are telling them that that's who they're going to take.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm seeing there. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the New Orleans thing here. Let's see if I can get it tuned up here.
What I want to know, where these sources come from, and how they supposedly always know shit before it happened. Who inside these organizations is doing all this damn talking?
That's a live feed, man. You can't reset it. They got it going live. But anyway, that's what they're saying right here. You can see the tweet right here. New Orleans is selecting Yves Missi at the number 21 in the NBA draft. Sources say Pelicans were zeroed in on the 7-footer from Baylor and feels a center need. Now, like I said, fam, the Yves is a guy that he has no offensive game. I mean, in terms of like shooting and all that. Now, offensive rebounds and stuff like that, Messi will get you the offensive rebounds. He'll play defense. He'll shot block. He's a guy that'll cram it on your head. He'll do stuff like that. But no, he don't have no jump shot. He ain't no guy that's going to shoot the three. And I just don't get if this is true because Jalen Tyson, they're just showing Cleveland has made the truth. Now they're showing it now with the Pelicans. Deron Holmes is on the board. Deron Holmes is 6'10". He's 200 pounds. He shoots the three. He stretches the floor. He rebounds and plays defense. So if I'm listening to what Willie Green is saying in terms of what he wants in a player that can do that, to have an offensive game, that would be the guy that you would look at getting. But Messi is strictly defense. He has, unless he's cleaning up and dunking on you around the paint, that's all he can do.
Does he have switchability? Because I don't think he has switchability. If he has switchability, then on the defensive end, then maybe I can understand why. But if he can't switch on the defensive end, on the smaller players, it's really even more mind-boggling.
It's an interesting call if that's indeed the pick for the Pelicans, man. It's very interesting.
I guess they don't understand that they don't have Freddie Vincent no more.
Well, I mean, you're getting a big 7-footer who can do all of that. I don't think you're anticipating on making him try to shoot, Lex.
DC,
So it was
DC, man. Like,
Zion had the best season of his career with Steven Adams. We don't need. He doesn't have to have a stretch big.
Is the goal to get better or to because this is the same. This is the same like rubric or outline that they've been following. It's another defensive player. Your offense is struggling. Your offense is struggling. Let me tell you something. The last stretch of the season and the first round of the playoffs, you did not see anything that screamed out top 10 defense. You didn't stop nobody. You didn't stop anyone. Okay? It looked like Lou Dort was a superstar, mega superstar defender. You didn't stop anybody. You couldn't win at home. And these dudes then went with a defender again. Whose default is that? Whose default mechanism is that?
That's going to Willie.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, they gotta go with a center.
They need a big.
Yes,
They
you
need a big.
Why didn't you get Holmes? Someone who
Holmes ain't really a scorer either though. Like he can do a lot of different things more than Missi. But
you want to go with someone who can stretch the floor though. You have a juggernaut type player in Zion. The dude he was second behind Giannis as far as points in the paint. It's been him and Giannis. Every time Zion has played, it's been him and Giannis.
DC, I don't know what you're talking about.
Even
Holmes will score. Holmes averaged 20 points a game.
I know Q, but I'm saying he's not like somebody who's gonna come to the Pelicans like we're gonna be running plays and stuff for Holmes. Holmes could shoot some threes here, there. I don't even think we need a legitimate scorer at center, especially if we pull off a trade for Brandon Ingram and you putting Trey Murphy in the starting lineup and you getting a scorer at the point guard position. We need somebody who can do the dirty work, who can get rebounds. You would love for them to stretch the floor, right? I would have loved Holmes over this pick, yeah. But I'm not gonna act like we can't be successful, or Zion can't be successful with somebody like a Steven Adams archetype that can actually create space through setting screens and knowing how to do all the dirty things as a big man. Like we wouldn't have been mad if we got Jared Allen. Jared Allen wouldn't have been coming here to be featured in the offense like that, but he's a hell of a screen setter. And you can't dump it to him on the block and get some stuff out of him from time to time. But out of your big man, the most important thing that we need for Willie, we need rim protection. We all have agreed on this for about 3 years now. We need rim protection. The whole time we had Jonas Valanciunas, we needed another big for rim protection. Supposedly, Missi's can do that. Now, I don't know how switchable he is. And we need a big that can actually be able to switch while we don't get obliterated with the pick and rolls.
How's this?
If we can get that out of this dude or signing somebody in free agency, I think we'll be fine as long as we don't mess up the Brandon Ingram trade. I would have rather had DeRon Holmes too, though, Lexxah.
All right, I'm gonna get the flow to you, Lexxah.
The pick is in, and it's Yves Missi. So we definitely did pick him.
So 6'11", 230, almost a 7-footer from Baylor.
Yeah, he's a great human being. I'm hearing, Q.
Oh, thank you.
Nobody cares about that, man.
Messi.
I ain't trying to hear that.
It's all right, Lex. It's all right, Lex.
Hold on, y'all. Let me read the breakdown on Messi right quick. Yves Missi, 6'11", 230 from Baylor. Rim running big man with impressive mobility and explosiveness as a lob threat and physical tools that could serve him down the line on the defensive end. Weakness, he lacks polish, experience, and the physicality to maximize his ability as a rim protector and rebounder. He has room to improve his scoring versatility and awareness as a passer. The verdict is Messi might not be the most polished player. He didn't start playing organized basketball until he was 16, but he has the rare physical tools to give him an obvious role at the NBA level.
Okay, don't that sound like a lot like Jackson Hayes?
Yeah, they about the same. They about the same height.
Started playing late in his Lord Jesus.
If his processing speed and frame continue to improve, the Cameroonian native has the potential to as a screen setter and rim protector who can do a little bit more than that offensively. Can do a little bit more. So anyway, that's Yves Missi. It's official. This is the Pelicans' first round draft pick of the year. And we're
so predictable, man. Everybody, they've been saying this for feel like about 2 weeks now. We're so predictable.
And he averaged last year, family, almost 11 points a game, 5.6 rebounds per contest. in 34 games last year. 61.4% from the field.
Wait, hold up, Q.
Okay.
I think he
So hold on, let me read the stats, then we can say all this afterward. 34 games played last year, 23 minutes a game, 61.4% shooting from the field, no 3-point shooting. He's a 61.6% free throw shooter, averages 5.6 rebounds per contest, does give you a block and a half per contest, and averages just under 11 points per contest. So the floor is y'all's. You go ahead on, y'all.
they're saying something about Harvard. He's got a brother that is a 3-time Ivy Leaguer at Harvard. I'm just saying that because just gauging this kid's intelligence. Like, how smart is he? Is he really intelligent? If that's the case, I mean, his ability to improve would, I think, be a lot higher than Jackson Hayes.
Well, I mean, he fits in like you said, it fits a need for the Pelicans. It really does. I mean, because
Don't fit the timeline.
No, but I'm saying in terms of a rim, because they said a rim protecting big. Listen, bro, listen. I'm going to say it again. I understand the defensive stuff that they're looking at with this, in terms of what you will want. But if you have Zion Williamson there, and you want Zion to operate around the paint, where's Yves Missi going to be? Shooting it at the top of the damn key? He can't shoot. So if he's a first-round draft pick that you're going to
the same place Steven Adams was, I guess.
Well, that's why Steven Adams' ass is out of here. For Jonas Valanciunas, they got him out to get a big that can shoot the three. So that's the point. The thing is, if Deron Holmes is a effort player that averaged 20 points a game. He averaged almost 9 rebounds. It's almost 4 more rebounds than Yves Missi did. He's a more complete basketball player. But then again, the Pelicans didn't look at him. They didn't try out Deron Holmes, and Holmes was there. So, like I said,
Deron Holmes denied all of his tryouts after he got a guarantee that somebody was going to draft him. So he turned down all of his tryouts, actually.
Okay, so that's a reason why you don't draft him. You turn on and say, okay, we ain't gonna draft him.
And Messi, get this, cute. Messi happens to be one of the best pick and roll bigs in the nation last year. He ranked number 6.
Like I said, I'm not.
But we don't have a point guard. We ain't gonna run the pick and roll.
But it's still early on, though. It's still very early on. Like I said, the Messi, for him getting Yves Missi, he does play defense. He does protect the rim. He is a lob threat, but he's raw as hell on his defense. He don't have a jump shot. He can't shoot free throws very well. So it's a lot to work on with Yves Missi, but he does.
What? That's
hurry up and wait, Q.
That's one thing that's not appreciated enough from JV, because JV can shoot free throws. He can shoot threes. He does have a 15-footer, a 20-footer. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that's one thing that I was trying to point out, is that you got to understand there was so much emphasis on his footwork. Okay. There was a lot of emphasis on defensively. He wasn't there. But now it's like, okay, if you look at the other end of the spectrum, if you get a defensive running big, that means there's going to be deficiencies in the shot. There's going to be deficiencies in your free throw shooting. There's going to be deficiencies on your ability to shoot from the 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a part of it. It's like, if you don't have one side of it, then you're saying, hey, no, we don't want that skill set that JV had. We want the athleticism and we want that running big man. Well, now the Pels have it. But guess what? What was the opportunity cost? The opportunity cost is the shooting. And like, just from reading the description here, physically, like, he's not even up to par And I know that's one of the number one things. I know with some guys, it does take some time, to build your physicality and all that stuff. But I mean, they said that, I mean, if he's a running big man, defending big man, I mean, you're talking about we need him to block shots. You have to have a certain physicality to be able to do that stuff, to bang down low. And these guys are big, man. The size is beefed up around the league. So if we're counting on him to defend, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing, hey, man, this dude about to be in a lot of foul trouble. And what was Jackson Hayes in? When he got in the game, he picked up fouls quick.
He definitely going to be in foul trouble.
But yeah, he averaged like 2.5 fouls per game in last year. But the thing with Yves,
he ain't seen a jump shot. He ain't like the block though, Q. He's definitely a paratrooper. And he got a 38. He got a 38.5-inch vertebra. He gonna be in foul trouble. So, but the positive about him, I'm reading as y'all talking. That it's a lot of stuff on how hard of a worker he is.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. So if you could pair him up with Herb, Jones and lock him in the facility, I'm all for guys who are willing to put in the work. Obviously, Jackson Hayes wasn't. But if he's really such a hard worker, it still ain't gonna pay major dividends. I don't think this year, but maybe this pick won't look so horrible after he gets some type of mentorship from whatever actual big we sign, because we can't depend on this guy to be day one big. I mean, for all we know, DJ's guy Meritage might be in front of him on the depth chart. So,
nah, that dude.
We gotta hurry up and wait. He all we got, Lex. I mean, we only got.
But it doesn't have to be like that, man. I mean, the thing is that this is just a huge waiting game, and by the time they try to do something, the names are going to be like crossed off the board. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the same pattern that we've been seeing. It's the same pattern. And we've all agreed, if we're talking about, in agreement, that we need something different, a different dynamic to this team. Because we have too much of the same thing. And I saw somebody in the comment talking about, as far as shooting, we don't have enough shooting on the team if we don't use our shooters. Like the shooting is obsolete if you don't put the shooters out there on the floor. Willie Green does not put shooters out on the floor. He doesn't do it. He believes defense makes the offense, and he believes that from the depth of his diaphragm. I mean, it's like the Pelicans just picked up a defender. A defending big, which we do need, but it's going to be interesting to see how everything pans out. I mean, obviously, definitely want to give the dude opportunity, see what he does. But I think it's not so much as him, but it's everything else around it, man. I mean, we understand the mentality of Willie Green, and I think that's the biggest concern.
And by the way, Lex, Deron Holmes goes to the Suns.
God damn.
What'd you say?
The Suns took Deron Holmes next pick after the Pelicans passed on him. The Suns got it.
Man, the league laughing at us right now.
Deron Holmes, man. Like I said, man.
How tall is Deron Holmes?
The player that ain't worth nothing, the team that won the most championships in the last 5 to 10 years, they traded up to go get the player that is too short to play center.
Deron Holmes 6'10".
Can't make this shit up, man.
40 averages. So
he's the same height as Missi.
No, Messi's
Missi's a legit, almost a legit 7-footer.
Okay.
He's 6'11", but they consider that a legit 7-footer.
Right, but if you talk in the skill, and like I said, I'm the reason. Like I'm not mad at the Messi pick, in terms of seeing what they
He
get.
got more athleticism than Deron Holmes. Like I can't lie about that. He's way more athletic, and Deron Holmes, he ain't jumping like that. He ain't got the speed this dude got. Like he don't.
He don't
But he
have
got
that,
all the intangibles to me. I
everything.
think Deron Holmes is gonna be good day one.
The dude picked this dude averaging 20 points a game for Dayton last year, 8.5 rebounds. He might not have the same.
Not only that, look who the coach is.
Coach is
Coach
Booten.
Bud.
Yeah, that's the
You know what I'm
coach.
saying? I mean,
But it's all right.
It's not just about having the talent, but it's what is the coach able to do with that talent? And that's the thing that that matters. You know what I'm saying? And we say all the time the Pelicans don't do a good job developing players. So Fred Vincent is gone. It's not like, this dude has Missi doesn't have any offense. I mean, he catches lobs. Well, in order for the lobs to be effective, what do we have to have? Well, we have to have a point guard. You know what I'm saying? So, and we don't have that yet. We're still waiting. We're hoping that it is Trae Young, but again, that's still in limbo. So nothing really is solidified to really enhance this guy's abilities.
Yeah, like I said, it's still early on, so I mean, we got to see what they got going on. But they have a rim protecting big that runs the floor well. His offensive game is not all that, but he's a defensive first type of personality. That Willie Green, we know for a fact that Willie Green gonna play this man. We know he gonna play him because defense. He's that. You look at him and he's defense first. He dives on the floor. He's a big guy that runs well, shot blocks, try to get all that. And you're right. DC is right about him being a paratrooper. But
Big Q, hey man, let me tell you something.
Hold on, Lex. The Jackson Hayes comparison. I don't think that when you talk about Yves Missi, there is no knock on him defensively. I mean, he's a solid defensive.
He's a paratrooper. That would be a knock.
Nah, DC, come on, bro. That could be cleaned up. We can work with him on that. But I'm saying in terms of
go give him some cement boots. What you gonna do?
no, bro. Why you make a joke right now? The cement boots, DC. What he living in the Capone era now? They dipping them in. Never mind. But DC obviously over that, touching on the marijuana tree. But listen, all I can say is this: is that it's difference. It's a difference between what you say with a Jackson Hayes, which Jackson Hayes his commitment wasn't there. Jackson Hayes wasn't in the gym doing it like Herb Jones. And he was a first round draft. He was a top 10 pick. I mean, it wasn't there. That mentality wasn't there. He never got strong. He never gained the weight he was supposed to. He never developed the offensive game that people thought he was supposed to. And he didn't put the commitment in there. That's the thing about Jackson Hayes. This guy, Yves Missi, is a dude that is a try-hard guy. He's a high motor dude. Defensively, he's solid right now. He'll shot block. He runs the floor well. He works good with the offensive rebound. And he got 10-something odd points a contest. A lot of that was cleanup stuff, getting the cleanup and all that. But like I said, the offensive game is not there, but could be worked upon. But like I said, you know who your coach is. Your offensive game don't have to be there to see minutes. And he fits that. Like we've seen with Dyson Daniels and Herb Jones at first. Their defense was there before the offense was there. That's Willie Green. He plays the guys that have that defensive acumen that's highly developed. So Messi fits that mold. So like I said, my thing was I seen Deron Holmes as a more complete player. Not saying that he was more offensive than Yves, even though Yves is more athletic, but Deron still out-rebounded him and still handled the business and carried that Dayton team. Now, it was a smaller conference, whatnot, but to me, if you're looking for that, but then again, this is the Pelicans. Pelicans are drafting for Willie, and I guess that's what they like. But it fits a need, regardless or not. It's a need. So they are rim protecting big that can run the floor. I'm about to turn the floor over to y'all, but I'm put a poll up in the chat for the family members. Y'all chime in, over 200 of us in the building. Y'all hit the like buttons. I'm gonna take a few calls, man. Just a few calls, not a lot. We ain't gonna be doing it a long run, but I'll take a few calls to get just a rapid fire session, just for people to chime in on what their thoughts was, and then kind of clear out, let somebody else get their word in. But Lex, you was talking. Lex.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking around the league, like offensively, these teams are really beefing up. Somebody else talking?
No, I'm sorry. That was my GPS. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm driving.
Where you going, bro? Where the hell you
Go ahead, Lex.
Look,
DC,
to the arena.
DC
I'm going
up,
to see Griff. That's where you're going.
Come on, be quiet, man. This Black Air Force One ski mask action, bro. Be quiet, man.
Give him a piece of his mind.
all I know is that DC been driving since we started the stream, and it's almost 3 damn hours. Now, where the hell DC going at this late at night? Where you going, bro?
What happened, Q? I was driving. I didn't hear you.
This dude up to no good. Go ahead, Lex. Go ahead. You got it.
Now, like, if you look at every position, again, like, because the Celtics won the championship, they are now the blueprint. You know what I'm saying? Because they've won it all. But every position offensively is a weapon. Everybody out there, every position. So just looking at that, and if we just have totally just one-dimensional players, which, that's one thing we need more two-way, at least two-way. If not two-way, we got to have more scoring. But in order to, like I said before, with the scoring, like, you got to have guys out there that can score. Like, but I think definitely that's why the Trae Young trade is so important, because we need some more offense. We need some more offense, man. We don't have enough. We have a boatload of defense, but, not enough offense. Because every position of these other teams, especially, man, look, just looking at the Grizzlies, man, just looking at them, they got another guy who averaged 25 points in Edie next to Triple J. Then you have Bane, then you have, Ja. Okay, that's just them. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention you still have Marcus Smart who can put up, give you something. You know what I'm saying? At least 10. So, I mean, I would really like to see just I know everything's not over, but man, the way Griff is moving is just really scary right now.
All right, DC, yeah, that's a good point, Lex. I mean, a lot of the family members I'm checking out, the point my boy Tragic says Jackson Hayes is 2 point Tragic saying that I guess saying Messi is Jackson Hayes 2.0. That's what my dog Tragic is saying. Mr. O, what's up, Mr. O? Shout out to you, brother. Says Pelicans need scoring as the Saints need a defensive end opposite of Cam. Dominic says these people GIF from Midwest, you don't rep us. These people Griff? You mean Griff?
Yeah, Griff.
All right. The Sim 79 says, has everyone ever heard Gail Benson say she wanted to win the NBA championship? No. If she is just happy being in the club, then she's not signing checks to build a championship team. I mean, you know what? There was actually a while ago, a long time ago, when she first started taking over the team, after Tom Benson passed away, and she started saying stuff. She was saying stuff like, we want to bring a championship to the city of New Orleans, stuff like that. That was early on, but since then there has not been, like, even with the Saints, there has not been like, man, we trying to build a Super Bowl, we trying to go to Super. That hasn't been the mindset, because the movement of the team don't match that. You watch what Portland did, you watch what all these other teams are doing. Let the Knicks, the movement, people know what movement looks like when you're trying to win something. The Knicks they traded for Mikal Bridges, gave up a bunch of damn draft picks to get Mikal Bridges there, and then still gave big money to OG Anunoby. They're trying to go at the Boston Celtics. They're trying to win. That's how it looks when you trying to win something or challenge somebody that got the goddamn chip. That's what it looks like. Not just whatever they're doing. So, and like I said, the energy and all that is based on David Griffin. He's the one that's directing all that. That's not
attitude reflects leadership.
That's all it's about. But I got the poll up, and y'all feel free to vote in the poll, man. There's almost 200 of us in there. What's your grade on the Yves Missi selection? That's the new poll in the chat. 37% of the pollers says they'll give it a B grade. All right. The second highest total is C. C grade is 29%. Well, it just turned to 30%. And 11 for A grade. 11% of the people says 11. 25% of the people have given it the selection an F. But now it's tied between B and C. So C, you see right there. So a lot of people are still kind of having feeling pretty decently about it, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, being realistic, man. I know what we want, what we need, obviously, but we picking at 21. We can't expect to get what Memphis got, or I knew when they were talking about all this stuff. I was like, man, I would be surprised if Edie falls past 13. Like, I was never buying that. That was crazy. Hate that Memphis got him. But the only other pick we could have got would have been Tyler Smith, the guy I like. You could have got Deron Holmes. Jalen Tyson is gone. Who else would we have had them take other than Deron Holmes that had just, changed your mind and like, oh, the Pels knocked it out the park? There's no other bigs available other than Deron Holmes. So who else could they have taken that would, I guess, changed our mind to feel like they've done something excellent? Obviously, I would have liked them to try to trade up. It don't look like it was something hard to do this draft. If you're going to trade up this draft and maybe get somebody you really wanted to get, I mean,
it's hard for Griffin.
They didn't I don't think they like Edie that much, but you could have jumped in front of Memphis and got Edie at 8. The Spurs didn't require a whole lot to get Dillingham. You see, Minnesota was able to get him. Or maybe you trade up, you get Dillingham or something. You just don't worry about the big and you sign him for free agency. But outside of situations like that, who was available on the board, can everybody put their go-to pick that they would have liked us to get other than Missi's? Mine was Deron Holmes. So I think everybody would probably say Deron Holmes. So we deleting him. Outside of Deron Holmes, who else should the Pels have taken at 21?
Why are you deleting Deron Holmes? The answer
because
is
everybody's going to say Deron Holmes.
Well, that's
you don't know that.
Because that makes sense. Even if Tyson was there, DC, they wasn't going to take Tyson. He went to pick before, but they wasn't looking for Tyson.
Other than the most obvious answer of Deron Holmes, who else with the Pelicans?
I mean,
should the Pelicans have taken?
The obvious answer is the answer, brother. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It is what it is. Because if you're talking bigs, obviously the call was going to be a big. You needed a big, but it's not like you didn't. You just mention that Deron Holmes didn't take any interviews?
Deron Holmes is what 6'9", 6'8",
6'10",
6'10",
6'10", 240
with shoes. 6'10" with shoes.
DC the man 6'10", brother. What you talking about?
With shoes.
DC,
6'8".
It's okay, man. Drink
He's playing without his damn shoes. What's wrong with DC tonight? What's going on?
He needs to drink some water.
Oh, Missi is 7 feet and 1 inch with shoes.
DC
DC needs some sun.
Nah, he needs to drink his prune juice.
He ain't talking. No, Lex, I'm gonna have to end the show and go drink a prune juice. He running to the bathroom.
I should have said it like Anthony.
What the hell was that?
Drink your pro juice.
DC, boy, I tell you, boy.
So
DC.
who else, Big Q? DeRon Holmes off the board. Who else?
Bruh.
Charles Bowles. Kellen Ware went to Miami at like 14,
Ware
15.
went to
brother.
Miami.
He wasn't on. I'll be having a meltdown now. If Ware was up there and we went DC.
I really do question Griff's business
We
relationship.
could have traded up and got Ware. We definitely could.
Because that dude don't seem like he got connections with nobody. Ain't nobody trying to work with him. Everybody else working with each other except for him. Y'all notice that? I mean, well, they're not, he ain't no GM, but other GMs moved up, or teams or whoever's running things, they moved up to and got a deal done quick, fast, and in a hurry, just to move up to get the pick that they wanted. I don't think Griff has ever done that.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, and I know a lot of the family members and somebody saying that they're cooking them on Twitter right now with the pick.
Of course.
Yes, because and that's what we were saying. Like, it's a difference, man. It really is. It's like it's very obvious and clear. This is you're operating. You're seeing like I said. What's the problem? Look what the Knicks are doing. Look at what Portland. Look what Portland tried to do tonight. They made a move to get better. They got a little better tonight. Look what Minnesota did when they be able to get Rob Dillingham, who's
that's true.
That you see what I'm saying?
They got a point. They got what they really needed. And it's like when you look at the Pels, does everybody in the chat feel like tonight that we really got better?
No.
I mean, I know we needed a big. Everybody knows that. But it's like, do you really feel like even getting a big that, hey, we really took a huge step forward or a noticeable step forward? No,
because I mean, it's still incomplete. I mean, we drafted this kid. Yves, he's good, a solid defensive guy that can help out. He has some athleticism to him, but it's still a work in progress. This is the only move that we've seen him do on the court. There hadn't been any trade of anybody. There was no CJ McCollum trade. There's no BI trade. There is nothing right now except for Yves Missi being selected by the Pelicans. And his damn fault the Pelicans took him. I hope the Pelicans play the man, though. I hope they, Willie Green plays him, which he should, because he does fit the defensive mindset. Well, you can struggle offensively as long as you play defense and give me effort. I'll give you minutes on the court. But there has been nothing.
Like he gonna do that.
Right, he'll do that. That's the question Lex you asked early on. If whoever they draft, will Willie Green play? Well, you better believe he's going to play Messi. He fits that. He'll play. He will play him. But outside of that, I will have to give it an incomplete grade because it's still not enough right now. It's still a lot of stuff left to be done.
Somebody pointed something out, Big Q in DC. Jonathan, Mr. Shy, he said Missy had 51 blocks versus Holmes, who had 68 blocks on the season. I'm guessing that's last season, at their school and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying, Lex. Like when they picked Yves Missi, I was watching to see what DeRon Holmes was, and he's a better big than.
Yeah, he's better polished. It looks like.
Right. Let me ask a question though. I don't really like the picking Messi's, but who do you think will be better 6-7 years from now? Yves Missi or DeRon Holmes?
Well, it's kind of hard to say, but I'm gonna be honest. Like the Pelicans are not really good at developing players.
We know that.
So probably Holmes. When you have a coach that, you know what I'm saying, and players around you who understand how to use you, it makes a huge difference. But mainly it's the coaching.
Can we say that
the development?
Can we say that Willie Green has made anybody a better defensive player? Because I don't think we're the best developmental team by a long stretch.
I agree.
But I do think we have the ability to get players to buy in and improve on the defensive end. If we're just talking about his defensive ability, if he, like I said, is actually a worker, I
DC,
think he will be a good defender for us. But
DC,
offensively, I don't expect a lot of improvement there.
like for 2 years in a row, maybe even 3, this team has been a top 10 defense. A top 10 defense. At the last stretch of the season, how did that help us?
They ain't gonna help at all. I'm just talking about the prospect. Let you going into all this other stuff.
No,
Look,
but I'm saying
we
like
could have got Deron Holmes. We could have got Kellen Ware. If we mess up this BI trade, it's all gonna be shit anyway.
Where?
This is just one
the
part
thing,
of it.
yeah, I know. And the thing is, the longer, especially with this team, the longer things go, the worse thing, the worse it gets, because names start getting crossed off the board. That's what happened last season and the season before. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one thing that we're running into, and it's not, look, I get it. Be like, hey, no, you shouldn't panic. You know what I'm saying? The all the free agency and trade stuff is not over. Yeah, we know that. The thing that's scary is that the person who's making the decisions moves very slow. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody is gonna sit and wait for, well, let's wait for the Pelicans to see if they want this player or this player. No, other teams are moving. It's like, dude, do you want? Okay, you ain't you moving slow. Okay, well, we gonna talk to this guy over here. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we have our look just like that. Like it's here. Like the draft is here. You know what I'm saying? Just the day before the draft, that's when, we finally heard something as far as Bryson Graham getting his position and Swin Cash getting her position the day before. That's the first sign of movement that we've seen since Trajan left, and he took 3 people with him. A trainer also left. You know what I'm saying? We know that JV's gone. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the first sign of seeing any type of movement. So I don't know, man. I mean, we know how Griff moves. It's just kind of concerning because it's like, okay, it's the when part, WHEN. When are we going to see some type of movement that, where we do get a point guard? Because we've been talking about that for years. Now, last year we got a shooter in Jordan Hawkins. We didn't really use him, especially the second half. Obviously, since this guy is a defensive guy, well, we know he's going to be used. But again, I mean, he's not as polished, which really, I feel like the Pelicans really do need more polished players. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't develop well. So it's almost like you're swimming in mud. There's so many things like, okay, yeah, we have this, but we don't have this. And then that leads to something else. And then that leads to something else. And it's like, it's just going in a circle. You're swimming in mud. You're not really fully addressing, each intricate problem. You know what I'm saying? So it's plus you have to wait. It's a lot to take in though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like I said, yeah, Deron Holmes, I thought I would like that pick a little bit better, but we'll see what they got going on, man. This is the Pelicans doing this stuff, man, and they figured they got a big that's supposed to help them and play some defense and do some offensive rebound, run around and play up to help Willie with his switch all philosophy. So,
oh, hey, I want to share something real quick, Big Q. OKC is sending 5 second-round picks to the Knicks for Dylan Jones.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, but I know the Knicks just they just chose somebody at number 26. I just know, OKC is look, they even moving a whole
Who
lot.
the hell is Dylan Jones?
I don't know. I mean, who are any of these players, right?
He worth 5. He worth 5 second round. We couldn't trade somebody for 5. Send Missi's ass for 5 second round picks on somebody shit. We ain't got no second round picks.
No. Yeah, we don't have no picks in the second round at all.
Say, Lex.
What's up?
We got some stuff to be still hopeful about. They got the draft tomorrow, and then we got we got our undrafted free agents, Lex. We might be able to get a Najee and Jose Alvarado again. This is the year.
You a hot man.
This is the year.
You better stop. What's going on with you? What's going on with you?
You see how on them fried pineapples, man.
Man, I'll pass out on them damn fried, but that's too much sugar, Q. That's too much sugar.
Okay.
That's got to be worse than your curry.
You
see fried pineapple. That's too much sugar.
You use molasses on your
molasses?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's Lex. Lex got to show me about that molasses. I don't know how to use that.
I don't know how to use it either.
You said that was in your lineage. Your family used that.
No, my mama did.
Yeah, it slips out. I'm still dry.
Listen. I just listen, man. Y'all crazy.
He's out of his mind, man. He done lost it.
Yeah.
He done let the Pelicans drive him crazy.
You know what? I just saw like year 6 when we moved in Zion's career. I want to ask y'all something. Depending on what happens this year, because Griff is moving really slow. Do you think that depending on the outcome of trades and all that stuff, nothing really happens? Do you think the Pelicans will be in a position where they would have to trade Zion?
Man.
You got really quiet on that one.
Yeah, I don't. That's because we don't.
You mean like have to trade him and what because he wants to leave?
No, where it's like you need assets. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is, we've talked about the only valuable asset really is Herb Jones. When you look at his contract, right?
I mean, Trey Murphy is a valuable asset as well.
Well, I mean, but the Pels plan to retain him, right? All I'm asking is that do you think that might like lead to that? Because that's been in the back of my mind, like just something that's because obviously the goal is to keep him, right?
The only way you move on from Zion is if, let's say, he plays 3 more seasons and he gets hurt, all 3 of them. Secondly, he wants to leave here. Like you can't get rid of somebody with his capabilities without trying to see it through. You almost got to be willing to almost die on that hill, because without Zion, like the one thing we know they want to do, they're incapable of doing that.
But
how they gonna make money? How they gonna make money without Zion? There's nothing to sell tickets.
But they're not even fully bought in. I mean, Griff has yet to say that they're building around Zion. And I think the thing is, if you're lackadaisical as far as building around him, because you've yet to do it, it's year 6, and you've really yet to commit to building around him, which in turn could have alleviated a lot of the injury situation, possibly. If you're getting players in there, hey, that are proven, that are dead serious, it's like that are more locked in, more focused, more disciplined. I don't know, better veteranship. As far as guys, that he can play with in building around him. Shooters. I don't know. it just seems like, because obviously with three different coaches, you're looking at the system, because all of this is systematically the way that the Pelicans organization is set up. It's really off. There's a lot of things wrong with the system. We've been talking about that for weeks now. So it's like you look at this and it's like, it's not all together. So then you're kind of put in a position, okay, well, look, you haven't really built up players, like develop them to really build that value. And if you haven't done that, the only value that's there, because obviously Zion has a really nice contract. His contract is appealing, and so is Herb's contract. And I haven't mentioned Trey because he hasn't gotten his contract yet. We don't know what that looks like. It's quiet on me again.
Well, I mean, I said
I'm
what
just
I had
posing
to
a
say.
question.
I was letting Big Q talk.
I want to ask Lex. I'm interested to know why. Hold on, DC took it off of that. The brother was asking the question. We've been streaming for 3 hours, and DC's still driving around. What is he doing?
What? Well, why you worrying about? I'm here on the draft show, ain't I?
Yeah, but you keep dipping in and out. What you doing, DC?
I ain't dipping in and out nowhere. What you mean? I'm here.
What you doing driving around?
65 mile an hour. I was just reading the sign. There you go.
Where's DC going? We've been on this for 3. It's after 10 o'clock Central Time here. What you driving?
It's 10:06. It's 10:06 to be exact.
Where you going, brother? Where you driving to? Huh?
Maybe trying to get to the. Nah, I ain't gonna say that.
Well, yeah, man. Y'all gotta chill out, man. I'm on a covert mission.
DC hanging out, going down toward Poitras and all that.
I'm on a covert mission.
Come on.
DC hanging out on Bayou Street in New Orleans.
Stephanie, I ain't eating no fried pineapples. I'd be the fell asleep at the wheel. That's too much sugar.
Because you're old.
No, that's too much sugar. Spike your insulin, boy. But check this out. Ali Cosell put up an interesting tweet, Big Q.
That's it.
Ali Cosell says Yves Missi
Shout out to Ali.
Did not attempt a single jump shot at Baylor. But
who?
Don't laugh. But it's interesting to note the amount of improvement witnessed in his free throw shooting during his freshman season. First 17 games of his freshman season, 48.5%. He shot 68 free throws, only making 33 of them, right? But his last 17 games, he shot up to 74%. He shot 70 free throws and made 52 of them.
Okay. So a little improvement. All right. Shout out to Ali.
Shout out to Ali, man. That's very, very, very interesting tidbit there, right?
Yeah, he showed he's willing to work, so that's a positive.
The opposite of Jackson Hayes. Do we have an African Jackson Hayes? He's willing to work really hard and not entitled?
Not well. Tragic said that he's Jackson Hayes 2.0.
Is that good or bad? I don't know.
I know, because that is a troubling question. Like when you first said that, I was like, "But what does that mean? Is that going in a positive direction 2.0, or is that a negative 2.0?
All right, I say it like this: Jackson Hayes, with the motivation to actually improve and work on his skill sets, the little things like actually being able to set a screen. If he was able to do that, how would we feel about Jackson Hayes then? Basically saying if Jackson Hayes basically had the work ethic of a Herb Jones, or at least something close to that,
he'd still be here. If
what would that look like?
Hell, he'd still be here if he had Herb's work ethic, man. That was the problem with Jackson.
That's a Lakers fan. A Lakers fan, Jay?
Pelicans turning people into Lakers fans. Pelicans turning people into Lakers fans. That was going on.
Damn.
But go ahead.
And like I said, 504 Doc, that's an interesting point too. We want to trade options, so he wants to play with Zion. If we get
Does Griff know that?
Trae Young, or let's say we don't get Trae Young, but we get a really good point guard, I think that changes the conversation. That changes the conversation about me.
But who is that though?
I say Darius Garland.
No.
Darius Garland,
They're
a long
trying
shot.
to keep him.
A long shot. No, I'm just saying, Lex. We don't. Everybody's saying everything. They want to trade everybody, then they don't want to trade them. I'm just saying. You're asking about who is that we could get. Darius Garland. You got Tyrus Jones.
Need a splash point guard. They don't need nobody.
If we can't get a splash point guard, I hate to break it to you, we still need a damn point guard. Even if they can't pull off the splash and get Trae, they still need a point guard.
Griffin, we need to explore some trade packages for them. You know what I'm saying? We need trade packages for Tweedledee and Tweedledum. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because they make this so difficult, man. They make this so difficult.
Well, I mean, what they're telling you and what you're doing is actually sometimes it doesn't match. That's why people are like, that's not what you said you was going to do. But like I said, but it's still early on. If Messi's the pick, the Pelicans could very well still get a veteran. You know, we talked about they can bring in another veteran big here. I mean, they can do that, and Messi will be a backup center. Who knows what the hell they're going to do? Because there's still people that got to trade the move. That's what I'm saying, Lex. You still got people you got to get out of here. You got to get Ingram and CJ McCollum. You're going to get something back for that. And like I said, you know, Atlanta made some moves today, and we'll see what they got going. They made the pick to get the forward, so we'll see how that fit with the BI thing. So it's still a lot of incomplete pieces around here, man. That we need.
Because really, that's a concern with McCollum making $33 million. I mean, is that attractive to anybody around the league? Unless, I mean, he's put in a situation where he's where they're dumping and they just he just gets bought out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know what situation.
Well, that's what that's what we were saying on the show. He has this year and next year. So it's 2 years still left on CJ McCollum's contract. That's why I was saying if the Pelicans are more likely to move him at the trade deadline for the upcoming season when the year flips over with, because then it'll show like he has that 1 year left. Here, we just got to make sure he's healthy enough to be traded, you know, that he's not dealing with an injury or something like that. So they'll have to kind of do that game. But, you know, people are saying, Q, now he got trade suitors for CJ McCollum. Let's have it. That's what you need for us to move them to get him up out of here so you can take that $33 million. And it's no need to keep CJ McCollum on this team no more if BI is not going to be here. It only works if BI and CJ work together. If that's a part of the core. If Ingram goes, CJ to go eventually. And so it's like I said, still a lot of incomplete pieces right here. We haven't heard too much from the Pelicans except for the administrative hires. And tonight they draft Yves Missi to be the center. So he might be the backup center. This guy might even be a
I'm trying to figure out who's going to be the other big, because you can't just have one.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So he might, who knows? We still got moves that they need to make and trades that have to be done. You know, they still got to be able to replace Najee Marshall once he leave, Cody Zeller, these guys. We losing guys that have to be replaced on a team some kind of way. So there are moves that they have to be done, and priority one is to see if we can find a good trade for BI to get a player that can fit next design, or it's going to be issues. So I think that's priority number one for the Pelicans to focus on. So like I said, it's still a lot to go. So I'm not going to put too much stock in Yves Missi right now. Like I said, after the trades are done, he might not even be the starting center. We might have somebody else here starting, him coming off the bench. Who knows what the hell these people are doing? Yeah. So
I wish there was a clear cut direction and vision, because it just, you know, I think that's the mind-boggling thing about all this. You know, what exactly is the direction? It seems like it's clear with everybody else.
What is DC doing?
he,
What are
he
you
must be
doing,
he
bro?
must be cleaning up or something. You cleaning out your car?
Then he popped off again. What's going on with this guy? It's weird.
Maybe he's multitasking.
Ask him to spell it when he pop back up here. Lexxah, man. Multitasking. Spell it, DC. DC, are you multitasking?
Whatever.
Are you multitasking? DC on some weird energy tonight, fam. I don't know what's going on with DC. He on some weird stuff today. We've been on the stream for almost 3.5 hours. He's been driving all that time. And let me tell you, I don't know what he doing and what's going on, but he on some weird Caribbean energy tonight, man. So I don't know what to say about
Don't
DC.
worry about the thing, man.
DC going somewhere to take care of some business, some dirt work business. DC, I don't know what's going on with DC. Yeah, I know Strider said, man, what up with DC? I don't know what's DC on some weird energy tonight, man. He's been driving for 3.5 hours, rattling around and stuff, making noise. His phone keep dropping in and out. I don't know what's going on with my dog tonight. I don't know what's happening with him, man. I don't know. But anyway, listen, man.
The important part is that I'm here, man. You don't need to worry about none of that.
It's good.
You crazy, man. Glad you back, DC. Glad you back.
Yeah, you gonna stay? You stop driving, bro? Yeah, are you around Poetry Street? Huh?
That's on the way. That's on the agenda. Definitely got to stop over Poitras after what I seen tonight.
I don't know what to say about DC tonight. But anyway, fam, listen, I'm gonna have the Pelicans draft special. We got their press conference coming up in a few minutes. I got the floor. Yeah, DC on the beer run. Nah, he don't drink beer. DC he on something else run. I don't know what DC got going on.
Oh, his prune juice.
Bullshit, ain't doubt about it. All right, so listen, I put the link and pinned the link to the chat. We got family members. Y'all could pop in, give quick rapid fire thought process on the Messi selection tonight. This is your chance to be heard. But you know, like we said, we got time for a few quick calls. So emphasis on the quick. The link is pinned to the chat. Y'all pop in. Let us know how y'all feel. Is your chance to kind of respond and let us know how you feel about tonight's selection of Yves Missi. Do you like it? Pop in. Link is pinned to the chat. As
Don't
you
be
hear,
shy.
DC is back. He's rattling around. I don't know what he got going on there. He's rattling around in this car looking for coins. I don't know what's going on. But like I said, Pelicans 2024 draft live from the team. We'll hear from the administrators on their thoughts about Yves Missi and the direction of the team. I'm pretty sure they'll have these questions and all that going on. So we'll see. All right. Philly says DC trying to find phone service. Okay, is that what it is? All right. Yeah. Mr. O says 3.5 hours. He should be in Arkansas now.
Big Q. Philly. No, wait. Corey Foley, my bad, is asking a question.
Do you believe thank you, Corey says, do you guys believe there's a deadline on trading BI and CJ? A deadline on trading them? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. I would definitely say so. You got to have a certain period, right. There got to be a certain period of time that you got to be able to move BI to get it, because you don't want to pay them and you don't want to lose them for nothing. So yes, there's definitely a deadline attached to them.
I mean, you want to move them where you have enough time to readjust and transition for when you come out of free agency as well. Going into what? Goodness, the word just eluded me. what do you call it? What are they going to right before regular season and all that stuff?
Are you talking about the season? The
Yeah,
fridge?
yeah. I don't know. All the words just left my mind. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. They have names. I just can't think of them right now. But I mean, the thing is that you don't want to wait too long, especially with Brandon. If you're gonna move him, especially if he knows he's gonna be moved, you got to go on and move him. You don't. That's not something that you want to wait on. Now, I think with CJ, it's probably gonna be like you said at the trade deadline, like next year, like during the season. But with Brandon, it's one of those situations you don't want to hang on to him too long where it's getting closer to the season or it's right before the season is starting. That wouldn't be right.
Right. Yeah, they got to get them. They got to get that taken care of for as soon as possible, man. And that's what they were saying. Multiple reports have come out this week saying that the Pelicans are going to trade Brandon Ingram before the end of this week. So there's a lot of stuff going on with that, and you're right. Go ahead and make the trade. It's already out there. You guys didn't. There's no future between the Pelicans and what's going on with Pelicans and Ingram. You might as well go ahead on and pull the trigger, get a player that can help Zion, and then focus on getting CJ McCollum out of here. So you can free that money up. It's when you reset the core, you got to get these guys out of here, man. So we've seen some really interesting trades too, man. We've seen some heavy-handed trades like involved a lot of draft picks and not really much coming back. So, I mean, we've seen some stuff happening with the Knicks. We've seen the Portland trade with what happened with Washington. We've seen some stuff happen, man. There's a will and there's a way. And I guess the Pelicans, they have to figure out what's the direction. But the biggest chip to fall is it's definitely Ingram because it's tied to getting another player to help Zion Williamson out. That's the biggest chip to fall. Anyway, here go. Let's make a move and go over here to David Griffin and Bryson Graham, man. Here we go.
Obviously really excited to be in a position to improve our front court in the way that we did. I think the defensive versatility of Yves is something we were really excited about. He's not just a rim protector. He has the ability to be a multiple coverage big. He's a player that we're really excited about in terms of upside, but also in terms of character. The human being he is, his intelligence as a human being, his instincts and the speed at which he picks up new information is really exciting. He's somebody that projected very, very well for us. Eyes, ears, and numbers is what you like to try to cover when you do these types of things, and he checks all three boxes for us in many ways. There'll be some things out there that'll tell you that the numbers don't check out, and that's okay. We're comfortable with that. I think we're a group that really understands the human part of this a little bit relative to Yves, and we're just genuinely excited about it.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on what Griff said. When we were in the identifying stages of our draft process in October, I went to Baylor, and Yves really, really stood out. There wasn't a whole lot of information about him at the time. He played in the Nike Hoop Summit, and I wouldn't say he's just a guy, but he showed a ton of potential, and he really, really progressed by the time I saw him again in October. And the first thing I came back and I told Griff, I was like, this kid is going to be a first-round pick, and we need to make sure that we keep our eyes on him. And he just kept getting better and better throughout the year. Like Griff said, his defensive versatility, his ability to play in multiple coverages. You see that a lot right now in the NBA. And you saw teams that are playing late into the playoffs, especially with Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford, and Al Horford. Those guys can play up at the point of the screen, stop the ball, and get back. And that is huge. It's huge for how Willie wants to play as well. And then this kid is definitely developmental. Hopefully his learning curve is short. He got to Baylor, and everybody thought he was going to redshirt. He actually thought he was going to redshirt. And that just goes to the point of what Griff said. He picks up things really, really quickly. And so with his intelligence and his just raw natural ability, it's exciting, and we're happy he fell to 21.
And obviously he has, the size and the traits that you mentioned, being excited about his upside. What have you seen that kind of makes you feel pretty good about, where he can be, a couple of years from now?
Well, some of what Bryson just said, the speed with which he picks things up are incredible. But when you look at an athlete with his size and the way he tested for us here, the things he's capable of physically are very rare. And we've sat up here and said that before about players, and it's true. There are a lot of times you draft on tools. What's exciting about Yves is we feel like the likelihood he reaches his ceiling is better than a lot of those people because of what he's shown already for his propensity to get better quickly. But the things that he did in our building here physically and athletically, we've never had a player his size do anything even remotely like. So it's exciting for us.
And just what was his contact like with him in the pre-draft process and all that?
Well, that's a good question, actually. We were really fortunate to get him to come in. This was a strange year in the draft, and we've talked to a lot of you about this. This was a draft that we thought was much deeper than it was top-heavy, and I think you've seen that play out tonight. There were some players that were expecting to go much higher that are still on the board. This was a different draft in its depth, and so it was a struggle for Bryson and his group to even get him to come in, and when he did, it was a special meeting for us and for him, and I know he and his family are excited about our situation, but it was a blessing to get him to come in at all.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
First day, sorry about that.
No.
You've been kind of unapologetic about, you mentioned his character, about having people in the building and not wavering from that. How important was that, and how much did that weigh into this pick of this player?
Oh, immeasurably. When you've got his work rate and his human character and his intelligence, there's something on the end for you that's going to be really special, and that's what we want in that building. We've talked about it a lot. We've got to have people that are committed to what we're doing here, and Yves is committed, and that's meaningful to us.
What are we doing?
You guys had a very successful season last.
Not trying to
last season.
win.
You're hoping to build upon that playoff aspirations. Do you feel like you can fit in like a playoff style rotation out the gate, or is it are you projecting a longer term approach there?
I think it's a little bit of both. Physically, he has the tools to play in that setting. Those games we played, he belongs in physically. What's going to take him some time is just the overall speed of the game. If you look at where he was and how long he's been playing the game, he's made an incredibly meteoric rise. I don't think you go from prolific prep to thinking you're redshirting at Baylor to playing in the playoffs in the NBA very often. So it'd be silly to say, oh yeah, he's going to do that. But he has the physical tools that play in those games.
Bryson, if I can ask you a question. I know you've been here a long time. You've seen a lot of different things. Now that you are the general manager, this is technically your first pick. Does it make it any more special? This is your first pick as the general manager?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's just a title.
What?
I'm just fortunate.
What?
It's just an unbelievable opportunity.
Okay, what?
And
What
everybody
did you
that
say?
works here, they play a part in it. You know what I mean?
Oh Lord.
Every draft that I've been a part of is extremely special. And I don't care if I was the intern or if I sit right now in front of you as a general manager. Working in the NBA is just it's a blessing, So trying not to get emotional, but it's a dream come true. Just be up here. So thank you. Yeah.
You've been here a long time. I mean, where are the Pelicans now compared to previous iterations you've seen in your time here?
Moving in the right direction. We just keep getting better and better every year. Griff has done a really good job just giving us direction as an organization,
Lord.
and at the same time letting us do letting us do our jobs. You know what I mean? That's super helpful, and it's fun to be around and fun to be a part of. And we got a really, really good group, and so just excited. We're coming off a 49 win season. That hasn't that doesn't happen often. Here in New Orleans, and hasn't happened much. In my tenure, but we're moving in the right direction. So it's a lot to be
Oh
excited
my
about.
gosh, he done trained this dude well.
I a little bit. I think after summer league, I will. There hasn't been a ton of downtime. We've had a lot of turnover. In the building. With Trajan obviously leaving, and that was a kind of a big blow. But I think after summer league, I'll be able to sit down and really just kind of think back to exactly what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But just very thankful and grateful. Yeah.
You talked about the last 5 years about finding the right type of center to put next to Z, and you guys are going through a few different guys trying to find that. What do you see in Yves that makes you say he can be a guy who can be successful next to Z?
It's his ability to really get out of the way as well. He has such a good feel for finding space. He's able to set screens and play in the dunker. A lot like, a Derek Lively type. That I think his feel for the game is very advanced, and somebody like that next to Z can also is going to unlock him. He also has good touch. I don't want to sit there and say that he's going to be some pick and pop big, but when he came into our gym, his shot mechanics are they're there, and I think with reps and over time as he continues to develop, I can see some his ability to grow as a 3-point shooter in this league as well. So he's got so much potential as a player, and so we're just excited that like I said, he fell to 21 and then he's with us.
You don't get a chance to address every single need all at once in one night, but a lot of times the development of big, especially like he is tied to guard play and creation. What are your guys' thoughts philosophically on perhaps adding some of that to this roster this offseason?
Well, I think in general terms, we've talked about needing to get better, and I think philosophically we're going to be aggressive. And we didn't come into this off-season believing the way we were going to get better in the front court was entirely around Yves, and I don't think we came into this believing in the offseason that the way we were going to get better was to be on the sidelines. I think we're going to be fairly aggressive. And I think we're going to continue to do that throughout the offseason. It's interesting. Every time these things happen, and we've talked about this a lot, everybody thinks things have to be done by the draft or they have to be done by July 6th.
No, we don't.
Your roster is not set until training camp starts, and even then it's not.
No,
So
y'all
I
just
think we're
move
going to
slow.
continue to look throughout all of that for opportunity and to try
Oh
to
my
catch in on the right
gosh.
people at the right time. And so
Oh my
Yves is just
gosh.
one step in that.
Where's Sister Tasha at?
Just about Brandon,
Where's Mother
potential
Tasha?
extension or anything else right now?
No, I wouldn't get into that now.
We need prayer warriors.
Given, obviously, I know the NBA offseason is a crazy landscape, and you've talked about that before with rumors flying. Do you have communication?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
very much. Brandon wants to stay here, and he believes in what we're building, and that's meaningful to us. It's meaningful to him. I think it's meaningful to his agent. And at the same time, there is a financial reality that we all deal with. So I think we're excited about Brandon. We know he's excited about us, and usually those things yield good results one way or the other.
What does that statement mean?
And Bryson,
What does that statement mean?
Yeah. Things you saw in him that made you comfortable, putting him in the position.
Oh my Lord.
Well, obviously he doesn't draft very well. I think when you look at the history of what's happened here, even before I got to this organization, Bryson was somebody that everybody believed has a chance to be special. Not just in the business, but as a human being. He's a really rare person. And I think you saw from his earlier answers, he's just about the work. He's about winning, and he's not about himself. And that's something that's really meaningful to us on and off the court. And Bryson really exemplifies everything that we want to be about from a character standpoint, from a work ethic standpoint. His family, his wife Tiff and their kids, like, they're the kind of people we want this thing to be about. And we want to keep attracting people like him. And so the way you do that is you put people like this in leadership positions and you let that energy speak for itself. So we're really excited that he was willing to do it.
You mentioned the ability to have versatile defensive schemes late in the playoffs, and that was a big thing this postseason. Were there any other takeaways you guys had, just maybe on the offensive side of things, that may help shape your roster moving forward?
Paint pressure. When Zion went down, that really affected our offense. And so I think if you can add more playmaking, more paint pressure, and a rim running, diving big, it does put pressure on the rim. It doesn't necessarily have to be the ball handler, but you can create paint touches by middle ball screens, angle pick and rolls, and having your big put pressure on the paint, and now triggers are created, so now it frees up the weak side.
But if you don't have somebody who could throw on the ball, it don't matter.
That we hope to address in this offseason. Yeah.
Maybe I just referenced the landscape of the NBA. You talked about being a 49-win team and you were in the play-in. Do you ever remember a time when it was this hyper-aggressive of, everybody trying to make moves to enhance their positioning during your tenure in the league?
Well, there's a couple things going on. It's sort of happening on multiple levels, right? So there's people that are trying to be uber aggressive to win right now by trading all of their draft picks. There's also people dealing with the apron for the first time.
You're not doing
They've never
anything
had to deal with that
draft
before.
picks.
So
oh my gosh.
you've got teams that are able to be uber aggressive because their teams are very good and they're not at the apron. So they've been sustainable enough to get to this point and they can cash in. When the rules changed, nobody really knew what that was going to be. So some of the rules have changed in such a way that there's a randomness to this and your ability to really push your chips in all at one time. And that's leveled the playing field a little bit in an odd sort of way. But historically, there's never been 10 teams, 10 games over 500 in any conference. And that's the West we're in right now.
Okay.
And it's only getting better. There were teams that were very aggressive already this offseason that were theoretically behind us. And that's why I say we need to be aggressive. I think
You're
it's
not
really
being
a
aggressive.
positive thing for our organization that we've won more games 3 years in a row.
How the fuck
We've
we gonna
built
be
what we've
aggressive
built in
if
terms
we
of players wanting
keep
to stay
behind?
here. That's tremendous. That's not why we're doing this. We're doing this to win. And we're doing it to
No,
win at
you're
the highest
not.
level. And you're not going to do that by not being aggressive. And that should be really evident now. What New York did in the trade that they made, that's an all-in move. And when you get to a point where you've got a level of confidence that you're a home court playoff team, you can do that. In the Western Conference, it's really hard to have that level of confidence. And so it's an interesting sort of push and pull that you have to deal with in the West.
I say, Big Q, we got one
But
with Swing Cash talking.
It's
I'd
definitely,
rather listen to that
Fletcher,
one.
to your question, it's the first time I've seen a league like this.
David, you feel like you guys have to first get there, get to that top four, host maybe a playoff series or get to the second round before maybe now I should think about pushing all my chips in like New York?
I think it'd make it easier. That doesn't mean you wait, because you got to get there first. And in the West, you may not get there without being aggressive. So I think we're really, really blessed. We have ownership and Mrs. Benson that lets us do our job. And they don't put constraints on us financially in a way that would make it impossible to succeed. At the same time, we can't be wrong. We're not going to be an apron team. So when we go in, we better be right, because we don't get to do it twice, 3 times, 4 times like some teams do. You can either hoard all the talent and never have to make a decision and just pay your way past it, or you can be right. And thankfully, because of Bryson and his team, we've been right the vast majority of the time.
I agree.
draft-wise.
I agree,
We've
Big
struck
Bull.
on
He does
really
need
high
to
variance
ask for a
guys
trade.
that are producing far beyond their contract. That's because of the work his group does. And that's put
He
us in
needs
a
to ask
position
for a
where we may
trade.
need to guess that this is our time and push some chips in. So we need to your point, we need to get to that point before we can even try to figure out if
No,
we're right or not.
Zion needs to ask for a trade. This dog won't hunt. This
Yeah, we
dog will
could.
not
I
hunt.
think it's possible. You know, again, I mentioned the draft was deeper than it was top heavy, and people saw this as kind of a flat draft. There are several people still on the board we're intrigued by, so it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility we do that.
Can I ask a Bryce, just a personal question?
Sure.
I mean, this is a pretty transient business. You look at people's bios and they're like a year.
I know.
15 years here and you're here
Yeah.
for the foreseeable future. Do you understand the uniqueness of that you've made a career for all practical purposes from the bottom to the top in one place?
Yeah, absolutely. I think about that quite a bit, and just blessed and fortunate. The 15 years, honestly, it feels like I've been here for like 3. You know, like time has gone by so quickly. I remember pulling into the Alario Center like it was just yesterday, and now here I am. You know, I know it's not normal for someone to be in the same organization for 15 years, but that just goes to show just the type of organization that I get a chance to work for, and that's why I just keep going back to the word blessed. I'm blessed and thankful to be working here and working for this organization. It really is it's a dream. Yeah.
Hey, Griffin, let's say you kind of appreciate his journey having.
So you ain't blitzed. And David Griffin is in
Yeah, and I
complacency.
was with Phoenix for 17 years, right? So a lot of his journey spoke to me when I got here. Former video guys stick together as much as we can. And despite the fact that I was doing it back when it was deck to deck, I still thought of myself as a video guy. So his situation very much spoke to me from the day I got here. And we've had a really close relationship, I think, almost from the day I started.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it definitely was. There was a connection there in terms of our backgrounds and the way we got here. He was actually a really, really good basketball player and played collegiately. And
Just love the talk.
when I first got here, played quite a bit and could still be used in practice and those types of things. That was very much not my story. But beyond that, I saw a lot of similarities in the way that he came up.
Are you fully staffed in the front office? Do you anticipate making more hires there?
I think we'll probably make a couple additions, front office. Obviously, there have been some turnover in our coaching area as well. I know Coach Green is really, really excited about Yves. I know that staff is excited about Yves. And I expect that we're going to continue to add people to the group that will help him develop and help all of our young guys. I think when we're at the point we're at now, our player development's got to really take the next jump. And so I know Coach is excited about that. So I think we'll put some focus on that in the next hires as well.
Just to your point about player development, and kind of touch on the question I asked earlier, do you anticipate being able to commit 10, 12, 15 minutes or so to developing across the season?
You know, it's interesting. I think I said this before. One of the benefits that Oklahoma City had was that they were developing their young players in an atmosphere where winning didn't matter. And they were judging themselves by the quality of their reps. They were judging themselves by the work, not the results.
You need to
I would
study
really
your
like
own
to think that
program,
we're at a
dog.
point now as a team where we can judge the development of our players by the work. And I don't care what it looks like. I want the work rate to be really high. And I think we're in agreement that the
You don't.
Birmingham
That was a
squadron is a good
contradiction.
opportunity for people to develop. It doesn't matter if they're playing minutes if the quality of the reps aren't really, really good and the attention to detail isn't really, really good. And the
You
work
just
that they
said
put
it
in
as
here
long
when
as they
they're
work
playing
hard.
what we call the stay fit games, those only matter if the quality of the
Dude think
reps are
we're
really,
stupid,
really
man.
good. So if we can put a young player into a situation in a game where they can get quality reps, they have an opportunity to really take off.
Like you did Jordan
And I think
Hawkins.
Coach Green and his staff, if you look at the
Oh,
development of
interesting.
Herb Jones, of Jose Alvarado, of Trey Murphy, they've done a really good job of picking and choosing the spots they put these guys in. And we're going to continue to lean into that.
Oh my Lord.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Now I see why Trajan didn't talk.
Hey, well, it looks like everybody in the chat has confirmed, and what we've been saying has been confirmed.
They said everything we thought they would say.
Exactly. We've been talking about this, how this is a problem. They're not changing anything. Oh, we're gonna do something different. We're gonna be aggressive. We're really trying to win. Like, no, you're not.
He said like 5 times how aggressive and the sense of urgency. He said that shit like 5 or 6 times.
And it's like there's no aggression. And it's not that nobody thinks like, oh, well, we need to have it all together by the trade, like, by the draft day. No, dude, you're moving slow. I'm looking at everybody else. They don't have everything together either, but they're moving. There's some type of movement with purpose. Like they're just absolutely not moving. It's like, dude, that's not aggression. These teams are being more aggressive. They're being more aggressive than you to get to what they're trying to get to get to the code. Hold on.
Yeah, this was we probably have to listen to this another time to kind of break it down.
Yeah, I gotta definitely listen to it again.
You gotta kind of dissect what David Griffin said, because he's a liar. I mean, Griffin, that's what he said, that they were going to approach the offseason with a certain amount of aggression. They're going to be aggressive. Then he said somewhat aggressive. So he dialed back the aggression. Not only that, but he also gave you an insight on what he believes where teams are all in versus where the Pelicans are. Did you catch that part? About Knickerbockers. He talked about the Knicks. He spoke about the fact that they're putting all their chips to the table, and they have to, and that's a gamble, and we have to figure out when we get there. I thought with 5 years, see, my point is the man don't have a solid plan. And Bryson Graham is a good dude, but you can obviously tell that Bryson Graham is just
so bright, bro.
Yeah, he done trained him.
The man is just happy just to be where he is. Even Bryson said in the previous interview that his goal was to be an NBA general manager, and then in this same thing, he disparages the comment by saying that the title doesn't matter. That
and I don't like that.
But see, the thing is, this is. Don't be fooled.
He said it's just the title, Q. Like, basically, I'm still doing the same shit I've been doing. It's just the title.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, though. Bryson's just happy to be there. This is what I was anticipating to see. I wanted somebody more confrontational. In terms of challenging this bullshit vision that he has. It's been 5 years Griffin been sitting on top of his team. He has a sub 500 record as a VP. And now he has a less experienced general manager than what he had before. You got all of this stuff that you got to deal with, trading 2 of the core pieces. It's just a bunch of weirdness. And then his vision on where the Pelicans are in terms of how New York is doing what they're doing to challenge the Boston Celtics for it. And he creates and like, well, that's in the Eastern Conference, and the Western Conference is this, that, and the third. You should be ratcheted up. The sense of urgency in the West needs to be ratcheted up, because the West is a lot more difficult conference than the East. So none of this makes any sense what this man is saying. None of this. He doesn't have an idea.
Contradiction.
He contradicted himself several times.
He did badly.
Several times. He was fumbling and stumbling over his words about the goal and miss. He doesn't have a solid plan.
Big Q. It's called double speech. He was double talking, or talking with a forked tongue, as some people would say. Every time he would say something, he would say something else to contradict it. BI really wants to be here, and we want to pay attention to that, but there's also a financial component that exists in reality. Everything he said was duality. He was speaking in duality at every turn, and that is based on him doing whatever his bullshit plan is that he don't want to let us in on. I'm starting to think 504 Doc is right, and they placed him. The Lakers placed him here to mess us up because it doesn't make any sense. Everything is speaking double-sided, and where he can go this way or that way, and he still hypothetically can be right. It's all a bunch of mumbo jumbo word salad, and he talking out the side of his neck, a bunch of bullshit, just saying stuff that it kind of sounds like what we want to hear, or selling us on some big dream that don't even fucking exist. It's a bunch of bullshit. There's no true.
See,
It ain't no true pattern to go. And we can't contend while not trying to contend. We can't work hard without worrying about working hard, and the results will add up and get better as we just work hard and not worry about the result. What the hell are you talking about?
that didn't even make that absolutely didn't make sense. I mean, that wasn't even BSing right there. That's like, dog, you made absolutely no sense. I mean, you basically could have said the polarities and the polarities. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, dog, you didn't say nothing.
But Big Q did say something very powerful, Lex. He is a liar. So David Griffin knows if he wants to keep his job, he got to trade Brandon Ingram. I mean, you have to. You have to make a different move. It's not working.
Well,
You
I don't
can't run
even
it
like
back.
how he said that stuff.
He's saying that, but it's like I almost can't believe what he says. Like we're gonna move with a sense of urgency, but we're not trading BI. Like you hinting at that. Like what sense of urgency? We're not gonna go into the second apron. But if we do go to the second apron, we can't get it wrong because we can't do it more than once like these other teams. So if we do it, we have to make sure we do it right because we can't do it more than.
But see,
how the fuck are we gonna move with a sense of urgency if we can't go into the second apron, right? And our salary cap is pretty much tapped out right now, and we still don't have a starting center because Mises is not a starting center, and you're talking as if you don't want to trade Brandon Ingram. So it's like none of these things compute or add up at all. So I think he's stalling for time. He's still trying to formulate some semblance of a plan because what he's saying, it doesn't make sense. He's just baffling us with bullshit and trying to sound intelligent and smart and I guess keep people off of his back. I think David Griffin is the type of dude, when you back him into a corner, you know, some people will say what they got to say and get quiet or whatever. Some people go on attack mode. David Griffin just spews word salad. And he spews it by the ton. He'll just talk and talk and talk. I think he's nervous. I think he's stressed out. I think he's trying to figure all of this out. And like Big Q says, he don't have a plan. And that's right. That's right, Eddie the Don. He think we stupid. So he just saying a bunch of shit that sound good instead of, I mean, he can't tell us he don't have a plan, right? But he's saying a bunch of stuff that sounds good, and I guess he thinks people will want to hear, and it'll buy him some more time until we can actually make a move.
There's a report coming out here. I don't know how true it is, but I just got a notification saying that Paul George is signing a 4-year, $200 million contract with the Warriors. I don't know how true that is, but I just got
that sounds about right. And so, you said the Warriors, did they pull off a trade with Phoenix for Deron Holmes? Deron Holmes went to Phoenix or he went to the Warriors?
He went to Denver. I mean, Deron Holmes.
Deron Holmes went to, I thought he went to the Suns.
I thought it was Phoenix or the Warriors.
They traded Deron Holmes.
So to where?
Denver.
He went to Denver?
For who?
Here it is on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Nuggets, Suns swap late first round.
Size.
Denver gets 2024 first round pick Deron Holmes. Phoenix gets 2024 first round pick 28th Ryan Dunn, and 2024 second round pick number 56 and 2 future second round picks. So he's headed to join the Joker in Denver.
Oh, wow.
Everybody, you name
their backcourt.
Oh, it's about 7 or 8 teams, man, that got better.
Yeah.
Why? And look,
in this draft.
Another thing is before we move on is the fact that look at the body language. I'm big on body language. Look at the body language of Griffin. Look at his body language, the movement of him, nervousness, putting his head down, his hands and fidgeting around. Yeah, this is not good. It's not a confident air. Something is awry and the mist is going on.
He's not trying to win.
I don't think it's that, Lex. What I think it is that the plan that he thought he had it's a bad plan.
It's not a winning plan. He's not trying. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. The analogies he made with OKC and the Knicks, that was horrible. That was horrible. Like, dude, because the thing is, he's trying to make sense of it and trying to make it all like smooth over. No, the Thunder have surpassed the Pelicans. Surpassed. You rebuild it at the same time and they've surpassed you. Like when you look at OKC, like the way that they play their system, Sam Presti that dude is a genius. He's a genius GM. He knows what he's doing. And not only that, they got cats that can develop their young players. The cat that they have, he came from the Spurs working under Popovich. They talked about that. They're getting the top-notch developmental, assistance for their players. Like, this is just, man, this is a joke. Like anybody in the chat, Big Q, you, DC, myself, man, any of us would be qualified to have day jobs. Because what I'm looking at, man, this ain't it. This is not it. This does not put confidence in I'm looking at the comments, even on Twitter, going through my phone, man, it's not a great response. No, I haven't seen not any type of even decent response about this right here. This is depression. This is depression.
It's Messi. Ghana's asking what's wrong with Messi. There's nothing wrong with Messi. I don't want people to, because people always kind of delve in and okay, y'all don't like the player. It's not that.
No,
it's the fact that the leadership of the Pelicans organization don't have their plan. That's what we
be clear about that.
It's
not Missi. It's not him.
It's not Messi, but it's the direction of the. That's why the Pelicans. Listen, we diehards, but the Pelicans organization is a joke. They're a joke, and if you can't see this con man for what he is, you deserve to get fleeced. The problem is Gail Benson doesn't know shit about the sports that she sit on top making billions of dollars. The other guy that's there, Lauscher, doesn't know anything about either one of these sports. He's just a businessman. And when you got people that they're about the money, this is the kind of product you turned out. You hire David Griffin, and David Griffin has been losing since he's been here. Then he sells the soap about every year we've gotten better. And then comes away with all this stuff. Let me tell you something, fam. They had 49 wins last year. They're having difficulty. It appears they're having difficulty. Look at Griffin's motions and movements. It's the first time we've seen him since the end of the season presser. Look at his moves. Is this somebody confident? How fidgety he looked, putting his hands down and non-confident motions and movements. There's something awry here that's going on with them. They have to be able to move Brandon Ingram because it's already you can't pay him, and he's not taking anything less to stay. So you got to trade him. So you're in the pickle to move him, and they got other teams that's more aggressive than you. So you're gonna have to make a decision to do what you need to do to get this done. The only issue is David Griffin has put himself, and I like Bryson Graham. He seems like a nice brother, but he's literally caught in the lights of becoming a general manager is bigger than it appears to be, brighter than what you're facing with. Listen, you're facing a big dilemma here. You're a rookie general manager tasked with improving upon a team where your second best player, sometimes during the season, your best player, you're not going to pay him. He has to go. And then the guy that was supposed to bring in to help the playoff run, who didn't do shit in the playoffs, but got cooked, CJ McCollum, is on a pricey deal, and you got to move him out of here while trying to get players to help your star who is starting his max contract, and you got a window of opportunity to do it before he decides to do, hopefully not what CP3 or Anthony Davis did prior to him, which is ultimately get tired and move on because the Pelicans organization don't have a clear plan. This is what we've been before Griffin got here. It's the same nonsense over and over again. And for them people to sit their asses up there and not understand and not challenge this guy is really the thing that just ticks me. The whole thing last year about the secret signing contract thing, to sign himself to an extension last year and hold it back because he knows what he's doing is wrong. That is bull, that the people going to light his ass up like a Christmas tree. He knows that. You can look at him.
Zion should go in there and ruffle some feathers, so to speak. He should even pump fake at like attempting to trade. He should start. Look, I want this guy. I need you to go get Trae Young if that's who he want to play with. He's gonna have to do that, man. That's the only option we got. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They don't know what they want to do. But I guarantee you this. If they cash cow or the person they looking at who can put butts in seats coming in and he telling them, look, y'all gonna do this or do that, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah,
because it really don't make no sense, man. It really don't make no sense. All this hurry up and wait shit, and everybody else passing you by. This so we're gonna have a sense of urgency, but not really. If what Griff is saying, because we do have to keep in mind, Griff is a liar. He will say all of this shit and do the complete opposite. Maybe that's why he's unconfident and fidgeting. Maybe everything he's saying is just a crock. Well, we know it's a crock of shit, but it's just completely lying to mislead us and maybe others who are watching while he's in negotiations to do whatever the hell he's trying to do.
You gotta be.
Because that's the only thing that really makes sense. It's either that or this dude. I already thought he was an idiot, but it's either that or he's just way dumber than I thought. Like way dumber. But time will show. Time will show.
I've said the man is not as good as he led himself to believe. I've said that he's not as good, and that don't take much to determine. In 5 years, we've been given more than enough information and evidence to show that this guy is not as good as he's hinting or people believe him to be. He's been here for 5 years, and I said good VPs don't have 3 coaches in 5 years. Good VPs
that's true.
Know how to pick.
That was his first mistake.
Well, that's the thing. And then the 2 coaches that, okay, if I let you go with Gentry and say, okay, Gail made me do it, which she didn't. And then your second coach is Stan Van Gundy, a coach that hadn't coached in years. He was talking about the game on TV. And prior to that, he was an executive for Detroit, tearing their team up. And you grab him and make him your coach? Out of all of the sea of really solid coaches that was out there, you had to pay that man his money. But at the time, after they fired him after 1 season, then they hired Willie Green, and they couldn't afford to go after a quality coach that cost money because they still owed Gentry and Stan Van Gundy money. So they had to take Willie Green and ask him to accept that money, and even had to make him accept staff members from Stan Van Gundy's team because they didn't want to fire him because they owed them them assistant coaches money.
He's been cheap.
Willie Green kept them people, them assistants. He agreed to keep those assistants from the previous regime as a prerequisite to to become the head coach of the team. That's what we're dealing with here. Not that a smart VP wouldn't have not done that. He wouldn't have put his team in that kind of bullshit position. This guy is a flim-flam man and a con man. I've been saying that. The LeBron ring, that was LeBron telling him what to do. He has nothing substantive. Is all generalities with no points, no nothing. I've been telling y'all that. And then a family member makes a great point about the media don't even challenge him. Of course they don't challenge him. Of course.
They bought and paid for.
You think it's a game when we sit up here and tell you guys over and over again that them people not going to challenge him? When he leaked the secret contracts that he signed, him and Willie signed last year, after the regular season, they had the article, and then they wouldn't even let them ask the question anymore. So you think it's a game when we sit up here and tell you this shit? Man, I've been saying this, and we've been saying this for a while, man. And I know them people listening, because we'll say change up this and they'll go and change it up. We've been doing this for years, man. We'll say do this and they'll do it. The issue is this guy is not going to lead you anywhere. The Pelicans, the reality is the Pelicans will be hard pressed to get 49 wins this upcoming season, because they've already have an issue where BI has to go there. You can't pay him, and he's already out there to trade him. And it appears that David Griffin can't find good value for him. Look at
question that though.
I mean,
like and that's what I was asking earlier.
It's
like,
all in
feel
front.
like if nothing happens, it's almost like, I mean, really, shoot, the question that I had about Zion, man, at this point, look, listening to this, like, he's not going to elevate like he needs to. He's not. The organization is not doing him any justice. I know everybody, some people want to mention, the injuries and everything, but it's like, look, Chris Paul, he left. Anthony Davis left. It's like this organization, the way it's designed, they don't want stars. They don't know how to handle stars. They don't know how to do it. And really, I was saying that I didn't feel like the organization was prepared for Zion. Well, actually, it's kind of weird, because it depends on your perception. Because maybe they were prepared for him, but they were prepared not to really help elevate him or build a team around him. Their whole focal point, again, Griff stated that when he first got there. I think I was looking at it the wrong way. You were prepared for him. You were prepared to know we don't want you to be that guy. We don't want to build around you. That was the whole, like, when whole fan base was saying, hey, Zion, he's the guy on the team. We building a team. He's the number one pick. What are you talking about? Is Drew Holiday's team? Looking at it the wrong way. They were looking at it in the way that it supported their goals. And I think everything that how we're looking at things and how the fan base, I mean, we see it in the chat all the time. It's like everything that how we're seeing things, that's the exact way that they're seeing it, because apparently it supports anything and everything that they're doing. But I don't, just from all the actions and from how they're talking, they did not have the best intentions for a guy like Zion. You didn't have it. And it's showing right now. There's been guys that have had injuries just like Zion. We've seen it with Embiid. We've seen it with Steph Curry. And I keep saying that because everybody wants to talk about, the bust and everything. But the thing is that their organizations got behind them regardless of their injuries. They stuck by them. They helped, they still built the team around them. And look at, obviously, I know Joel Embiid, he hasn't really done anything great, but he's doing a whole lot more than what, or he's getting more from his organization than what Zion is. But, this is just really sad, but they're going to waste this guy's career, man. They're going to waste his career because they just won't, it's a star-driven league. And what was that statement that you said, DC, that he made? You mentioned it talking about Draymond. What did he say?
Zion is a supercharged Draymond Green.
And you keep saying that. You know what I'm saying?
It is the dumbest shit I've ever heard and the stupidest comparison I ever heard to Zion.
But think about it. That's how he looks at him. If that's how they're looking at him, it's like, first of all, y'all using him. Y'all using his name to just put butts in the seats. You're not trying to win. Because even when he was injured, they were still using his name. Oh yeah, Zion, he might come back. Remember when they did that? They were just dragging the fan base along that whole year. And the thing is, they knew that he was never coming back. They knew he wasn't coming back. But they kept saying that so that fans would continue to come on that hopium stuff.
Well, I mean, it's blatantly clear right now. We've been saying this ain't nothing new. We've been saying this. We've been pinpointing this guy for a while, man. He's been there for 5 years. That's plenty of time for you to understand what you got going on right here. We'll see, man. We'll continue to monitor this, but we'll see if the Pelicans can land a guard, if they can get the playmaker next to Zion Williamson. It appears to be some difficulty going on, and like I said, I sit up here and watch David Griffin, man. He looks very shaken, and
he only got one way to improve the team, Q. When we think about it, what is David Griffin ultimately good at? The one positive I do give him is facilitating some kind of trades, whether we agree with the players he gets or not. He's used to facilitating a lot of trades. And he's probably stressed because he wants to make the team better. But I don't think he's getting the packages or the ideas from other teams that he would like, because I think he's doing the same shit he did 8 or 9 years ago, and other GMs around the league have elevated. They're looking at things differently. They they don't want to get fleeced on a deal. So it's not going his way, man. We are a representation of the leaders at the top, and our stagnation of complacency is the same with his skill set as a GM. I think he doesn't have the negotiating skills he used to have. It's no growth or improvement for him as a GM, and I think he's having a horrible time trying to facilitate this BI trade, because you don't want to walk away from it a worse team than what you were with BI. Because let's be honest, if you don't hit this trade right, you don't lose BI and become better. You can't lose him and think you're going to be a better team immediately after losing him. So if you can't find a way to improve the team and trade BI, maybe he's doing the double speech shit, because in the case that they do just bring BI back, he's already preparing you for that with his little bullshit speech. And like you said, he's all fidgety and unconfident, because what happened to the sense of urgency? We're going to be aggressive and make all the, and he keeps trying to reassure us about this urgency while not doing shit. It is crazy and insane, and it's just a horrible time to be a Pels fan, with everything on the line, with everything at stake for the franchise of this, for the outlook of this team for the next 5 years or so, and then they come up here and do a press conference like that. I think you've been better off if you just came up here, talked about Yves Missi, maybe said one or two things and got the hell out of there, man. This whole over talking shit. Who are they talking to? Who do they think they're talking to? Who are they putting at ease? Is this the megaphone to go out to the rest of the league? Because this damn sure can't be for the fan base, because I don't think anybody who really follows the Pelicans are happy or excited about anything that was said tonight. If anything, everybody's probably infuriated and pissed off about it.
Yeah, they are. Shoot, look at Twitter. I'm saying, ain't nobody. I haven't seen not one positive thing. I mean, it's the same thing that's been in the chat. So it's like, it's not like we just sitting up here talking at our necks. I mean, it doesn't give anybody confidence. Like these dudes don't look right. They don't look right.
It's crazy, Lex. And I'm watching Rob Dillingham highlights while you're talking and just think about Minnesota got him. They
Yeah,
went to the Western Conference Finals.
yeah.
We got Yves Missi.
True.
It's
The Spurs got a nice
Memphis got.
point guard.
Yeah,
The
they
kid
do,
from
but I mean,
Connecticut.
they did what you would expect them to do. He's good, but like somebody who went to the Western Conference Finals and they got, to me, probably a top 5 prospect in the draft. You know what I'm saying? It's insane. Then you look at Memphis, who probably would have been in the playoffs this year if they didn't deal with injuries, and they walk away with Edie.
Yeah.
It is like,
Another dude who can put up numbers. And Triple
right,
J improved. And then you got Bane, Ja. I mean, golly. I mean, that's what I was saying. The Celtics have a blueprint now. Every position, you got to be able to put that ball up in the hole. You
right,
have to put that ball up in the hole because that's what everybody is a threat out on the floor. So
right.
this system and mentality, all right, defense. No, dog. The last stretch of the season and in the first round of the playoffs, your top 10 defense meant absolutely nothing. You didn't stop nobody. You didn't stop anybody. Like
Yep.
you didn't win any games in the first round.
And then Houston turns around and they get Reed Shepherd, right?
Oh dang,
Spurs,
G.G.
Spurs,
Jackson. I totally forgot about that dude.
Spurs got Castle. You know, so everybody is finding ways to majorly improve. And then some of these teams, they're still in trade talks. We're looking at the Warriors possibly getting Paul George, right? And I
Yeah,
mean, you really could, you start adding it up and really thinking about it.
shoot,
And I
Denver
know
got
the Clippers are going to do something, right? The Clippers got better by getting De'Ron Holmes. And you start looking at all these teams, and it's like,
I thought he
if
went to
let's say
Denver.
we just bring back the Pels the way they are, do we even
Holmes,
make the playoffs?
Holmes went to Denver.
Yeah, Denver
That's what
beefed
I
up.
said. Denver.
You said
Well,
the
you
I
said
said Denver. I said Denver got better, but you got to look at who the Clippers are going to trade for. They're going to probably trade for somebody losing Paul George. That's a big money slot, and they're going to try to fill that. The Clippers don't give a shit about the second apron. You know,
Nope.
you look at all these teams and what they're trying to do. Then you got the Suns. They got Budenholzer over there. I know I didn't name more than 8 teams. So it's
shoot,
like,
even the Lakers got better.
the Lakers got a hell of a draft pick and Connect.
Yeah.
He's probably the best ready to go scorer in the draft, in my opinion. Like, he out the box is gonna be good, I think. You got all these teams improving, and as of right now, we haven't improved at all. We still got time, so they hint at that we got time, but as of
but
right
see,
now,
that's
we
the
ain't
problem
improved at all.
is that they think they have plenty of time, but the thing is you don't because teams are moving. What that's relative, dude. That's relative.
They still have some time, Lex. I mean,
No, but yeah, but the
No,
thing is
you
names
gotta
are
finish
going to
the
be
draft
crossed,
though.
but names are going to be crossed off the board.
I give it the end of the week.
By the time you do something, it's like, dog, y'all got the pick. Y'all picking through the scraps. You don't want to pick through scraps. You want to pick while the iron is hot. And that's the thing. If everybody else around you is moving with a sense of urgency, more of an urgency than you, dude, you're moving too slow. You know what I'm saying? There is a time limit to this stuff. Ask all the other 29 teams. Ask them. Ask them if they're waiting like 3 weeks down the road. A month. You know what I'm saying? A month and a half. They're not going to do that. This happens all the time. Everybody's trying to jump while it's high. All right. Well, let's see. Look, we need to re-sign him. They're doing that stuff quick. Look at the Knicks.
It's a big difference here, though. I mean, because the Knicks ownership they put together the right people that know what they're doing, and
Yeah.
the mindset is to go and get to challenge Boston. The Clippers ownership have a brand new multi-billion-dollar stadium.
Yeah.
They want to fill that building. That's the first time the Clippers have had their own building, and I don't know how many since they left from San Diego. They've always shared the building with the Lakers. They got their own building now, so they're ready to go. The Lakers have always been a team throughout the years that have had a championship mindset, would be active in the draft and free agency, trying to lure people away from piddling ass teams like the Pelicans is. So it's all they have ownership is different level to ownership and understanding. I've already pinpointed this on both the Pelicans and the Saints. I blast them all the time. The ownership group, it cares about money. Now they'll throw some crap about winning this, that, and the third. But the Saints haven't been in the playoffs in 3 years. The Pelicans have, under him, Griffin, been there for 2 years out of the 5 years. And now he's a master team. He got the general manager who left to become a VP, and he got an inexperienced general manager, which means he has to take even more pressure onto himself. He didn't help himself. He could have very well went and found a general manager with some experience.
He didn't even interview nobody else.
He wasn't going to, because he doesn't want to be challenged. See, he has a supreme vision, and he's such a narcissist that he's going to keep pelling this shit until somebody above him gets smart enough to say, hey, man, you know what? You haven't done what you're supposed to do. Let's fire you. But after that, it'll be 6, 7 years, 8 years into it.
Yeah, the damage has already been done.
The same it's history repeating itself, man. It's the same shit with Dell Demps. I've been calling for Dell Demps to get fired for years. And now it's repeating itself because the Pelicans don't know how to pick people to run and be serious about running or be about the business of basketball. Now they're pushing this bullshit about a brand new arena so they can make even more money when they don't even pay rent on the one that they got.
Hey, somebody said in the chat, hey, needs to boycott, man. To really send the message, it needn't like, no, we're not accepting this product. We're not accepting what you're trying to sell. We're not doing it. But I mean, I don't live down there. I don't live down there, but I mean, that's definitely like a serious like option that fans need to take, because this is ridiculous.
People in the uproar. You mentioned Twitter. They're on the uproar. And Griffin's fidgety behaviors. Trust and believe he's a narcissist. He's going to monitor social media. He needs to know. He needs to get the approval of whether or not people like the move that he's making. And some of these people will step there and pretend like they're not paying attention to what people are saying. You got to be paying attention to what we're saying. You coming to us for the money. You can't operate your business without our input. So that's why it's necessary to spend propaganda. They'll have some people that'll believe this. They got a lot of weak-minded people, even easily impressionable people. A lot of people out there just totally fucked up by this technology. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
They're brainwashed, can't see 2 steps ahead of them. So they'll fall for weak stuff like this from the octopus. But then, like I said, man, you got the way you break through the malaise is by repetition, like with everything. It's the repetition. Con man, a sub 500 record. You got to keep hitting them with it. And finally, people will wake up, the ones that do, and the other ones that won't, they let them sleep anyway. But the Pelicans and they'll be hard pressed and to hit 49 wins with an upcoming Western Conference. And what they do with BI, that's a question mark. Something going on with this BI trade that because this whole press conference, this dude don't look right at all sitting up here. We played this past.
Well, they had I guess a little bullshit story yesterday. I think came out said Philly offered basically 2 first-round picks.
Man, Philly don't got nothing the Pelicans want though.
It was 16 and pick 28 or something like that. Their first round pick in year 28. So it's like is BI's, I guess, market value a lot lower than what we're thinking, or at least at this time. The phone calls he's getting about what they're offering him for BI. He not liking what he hearing. Or could it be David Griffin thinks BI should be getting, I guess, what's the trade with the Knicks, Mikal Bridges? What they get, like 5 first-round picks?
Yep.
So maybe David Griffin thinks he's supposed to get 5, and a pick swap too. So that's 6 picks, right? So maybe David Griffin thinks he's supposed to get 6 picks for BI, and he's hanging up the phone on people because they don't want to offer him 6 picks, and he's all stressed out. If that's all I can get, he lives in delusional world, Lex. I mean,
he does. But the thing is,
so that might be what all the him possibly coming back about.
Nobody's calling him about that stuff. Like I think Brandon is he's like a backup plan for teams if their first plan or second plan doesn't go through. Because I mean, we haven't heard any traction. All we know is that Trey's interested in coming to the Pels, but what does Atlanta want? Is Atlanta talking like they want Brandon?
At first they were. Now you see tonight Atlanta took that
Atlanta, they took a small forward, so
took a small
the
forward.
third team man involved. He ain't going to Brandon ain't going to Atlanta. We still could trade with Atlanta, but Brandon Ingram ain't going now.
Right.
And see, I think the only bet that the Pelicans have right now, the Nets have a fire sale going on. And they since they traded Mikal Bridges, maybe you can make a trade with them, but it's like, does anybody with the Nets move the needle?
No, they're not going to do that, Lex, because the Nets are going to use the picks to build a team through. So they're not going to reach for Brandon Ingram with a $50 million contract per year. So that's the thing. He has that 1 year remaining, and there could be some question about whether or not they want to pick up that the receiving team wants to receive him and then give him that $50 million a year contract that he's looking for. So there's some stuff. So there's only one thing he can do if he wants a certain player, and he's going to have to up the ante. That's what it. That's what it.
The assets, the ones who look more desirable. And Herb he has a nice contract. All defensive team, first team. You know what I'm saying? Because the Pelicans aren't developing any other players that are have strong worth right now. Then that's why I asked the question, unless it's like you're moved to dang, we got to do something. And then you're probably in a position where you have to move Zion. Because after Herb, Zion's contract he has a nice contract. A feasible contract is anybody would want to take.
He got options about where he can go. I mean, in terms of he got to work the phone. But see, the thing is, like I said, him with Trajan Langdon leaving, that's not something you can gloss over, because you have Bryson. That Bryson first time him being here, you're going to pick a worse time to become a general manager of the Pelicans with all this stuff going on. I mean, Griffin's going to be under severe pressure this entire season. The sneaky, underhanded stuff that he did last year with the contracts, the failed playoff run that looked horrible, the BI situation, trying to find a tradable asset to put next to Zion Williamson. Not to mention Zion, but CJ McCollum's fat, stupid contract that needs to leave too. Yeah. The putting together if Messi's going to be if Messi's going to be the starting center, or whether or not the Pelicans make a trade for a less expensive center or sign somebody in free agency. That's still something they got to do. So they still got to field the team. They got to put a team together to be able to then go back at the even more difficult Western Conference. So this is going to be a very stressful year on the Pelicans. A lot of the stuff is up. So man, it's still a lot of time left though to see where they go with this. But if BI's trade value single is down, you got to up the ante. That's the only that they or go in a different direction. And Cleveland wants to keep Darius Garland, and if they're going to be a heightened, if you go for Darius, like DC said, well, if I said you can't get Trey, who do you go? Darius Garland. There's going to be a heightened trade market for Darius Garland as well. Everywhere you turn
Also, we got to look out for how Tyson plays from Cal over there. You know, Tyson can play the three. Maybe when they like what they see from him, they ain't really concerned about getting a Brandon Ingram no more, paying him $50 million. They also drafted somebody who could play the forward spot.
This is true too. So yeah,
or does Tyson look like a point guard and they want to move on from Darius Garland? But you see my point, man. We're getting into positions where we're not able to steer the ship. Everything is dependent upon everybody else.
Because
instead of us being able to
That's exactly
we always late to the party.
It's being reactive instead of being proactive. That's what all this leads to. You're years behind, and you're trying to play catch up. And by playing catch up, you're always behind. You're 10 steps, 15, 20 steps, 2 years behind, man. Like you're not moving. And he thinks this is like, oh, by the draft day. No, Griff, it's not by the draft day. The thing is, if you have 29 other teams moving, being aggressive, moving with the sense of urgency, that basically details and determines the pace, right? It's just like if you're on the expressway. If everybody's going 70, 75 miles per hour and you're the only one who's going 65, hey, and it's like, dude, move with the pace of the on the expressway. You holding up at production. You know what I'm saying? It's a pace.
But that's like I said, his pace is with the pace of the team is. They're not putting any pressure on this goddamn guy, man. That's the pressure. The pressure is not a top down pressure. The pressure is from a bottom up pressure from the support base. It's putting pressure on him. That will speed up his motions. That's not what's going on here, because anybody knows that you would want to, if you were going to put together a trade for BI, you would probably want to try to see if you can get something done prior to the draft before they start feeling needs here or there, because it gets a little bit more difficult. Then you got all this piecing together of stuff that's got going on now. But like I said, man, this is where we are. They got to figure it out. But there is no top down pressure. There's none. There's no pressure. None at all from the top of the organization. They're sitting there smiling and banking. I've been saying this shit over and over again. It's the same stuff over and over again. That's what kind of organization this is. It's not talking about winning championships. They're trying to make money. That's what it's about. And they're so stupid they don't realize that you can have both. You can give the supporters and make money at the same time by winning.
That's too hard, dude. That requires too much energy.
It is. And then they'll throw that small town bullshit up in there. Oh, we can't do such
it's a lot easier to just make excuses on why we can't do it.
But you can't even use that.
Because
look at the Thunder, look at the T-Wolves, look at the Grizzlies, look at the Bucks. They all small market teams, and they're thinking big. And you still trying to hang on and convince the fan base that, oh, we're a small market team, so we have to move small market ways. No, dude. Stop thinking small. That's horrible, man.
We're gonna have to come back because I'm getting tired and pissed at the same time.
But, how is that even possible? When you get pissed, you should get like re-energized. Q, I think you're getting old, bro.
Yeah,
you gotta go in the doctor and get one of them. What they call it? One of them T-shots.
It's a lot of energy.
Y'all fired up again.
It's a lot.
You ain't pounded the desk in a while, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about, brother. I've been here.
It's a lot of energy.
Bang that big old hand on the desk when you get angry. That'll wake you up.
No, it won't. All I'm saying is this, man. I've been up on here for almost 5 hours, bro, talking about the Pelicans. We finally seen the move that the
Yeah, and I
Pelicans.
drove for 3, and I've been up for 2. I still got energy.
You done drove all the way down to Florida.
We
But
waited
this,
all the way to draft day to deal with this. You know what I'm saying? To
but the
come back
worst
to what
part,
we've been talking about
it's not,
since the season
not,
ended.
it's not the selection of Messi. It's not Messi. It's what this press conference that did it to the press conference.
Yeah.
David Griffin opened his fat, stupid mouth and said all this rhetoric about trying to differentiate or delineate between what the Knicks are doing versus what the Pelicans are doing.
Okay.
Like it's not the same thing. Like what they're playing for is to be a perennial playoff team that's trying to do that's trying to make a championship run. He literally said in his own stupid way that's two different teams. We're not there yet. 5 years, we're not there yet. 5 years, we're not there yet. We're not the New York Knicks. That's what the guy just said. We're gonna come back and literally dissect this goddamn press conference.
Oh,
he said a lot of garbage in his press conference, prattling on, which was man.
BQ, one thing more on the draft topic. Did you realize, or did we realize, family, that Kyle Filipowski did not get selected tonight?
Hold on, DC. We got one super chat. We got to been on the screen been on the screen for 1,000 years, and we didn't give him credit. Marley Mall says, Q, how come Griff can manipulate other GMs in the league to get what he wants? I thought he was a snake oil salesman. Who was he manipulating? What other GMs besides Bryson? Bryson don't know no better. He just happy to be there.
Yeah.
He said, you know what the man says it's a dream. He ain't woke up yet. He's still sleeping. He can't believe that he's a general manager, even though he put in 14 years of work. And he says, it's a dream. It's a dream to do this. It's a dream. It's a dream. He said it a couple of times. And I'm happy for Bryson that he accomplished a vision that he had, but it's at a very difficult time. And he's going to have to really step up big time to get it to get it taken care of. But like I said, he ain't manipulating nobody. Only Gail Benson who don't know shit. Dennis Laucher don't know shit. And Bryson is just new to the party. Never, he just happy to be there. And we got to get beyond happy to be there and start making some moves to fix the team, because this can end very fast, bro. I'm telling you the truth. The guy you giving accolades to, he be the main one trying to throw you under that goddamn bus. That dude do anything to keep that job, because he probably ain't gonna land another one. Thank you. Appreciate you, Marley, for the super chat. DC, go ahead, bro. That'll be the last topic before we get out of here.
No, I pretty much said it. Kyle Filipowski, other big who's available, he didn't get drafted tonight. And David Griffin alluded to the possibility of trying to get back into the second round.
For what purpose?
Is the percentage? What do you mean? Missi's ain't gonna be ready for about 2 or 3 years. Are we expecting his exponential growth that they talked about from his time at Baylor to have him ready to play in the playoffs? Which he won't play in the playoffs.
Which was also
wait, hold up. Let me give you something. Griff said he won't play in the playoffs this year. You can't put that on his player. But we have no other center on the roster. So I guess we're not going to the playoffs this year. Is that what we're saying?
Nah, he got a center on the roster. DC is DJ's guy.
You know what? Somebody pointed this out. This dude averaged 5.6 rebounds.
Yeah.
How tall is he? How tall is he?
Who's Messi?
7 feet. He's 6'11" and some change. 11. So you're gonna say 7 feet.
I mean, I need that to be like a double.
He probably 6'10" without shoes, because he's gonna play basketball on the court with no shoes, according to DC.
Somebody pointed this out, but 5.6 rebounds. I mean, JV was a double-double, y'all. But what does Lex know? I'm saying.
Unfit him. Really don't want him, Lex.
In a lot of ways, man, I'm telling you, I know y'all, a lot of people name deficiencies with JV, but we gonna miss JV, man. We gonna miss him.
Any center that give you 82 games and almost
was a walking double-double.
You're gonna definitely miss that. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Lex.
Willie Green just did not know how to use him, everyone. I just want y'all to know that. He really didn't. He did not use him correctly or consistently. Take your pick. That makes a huge difference. When you convince yourself and the team and that player, hey, there's no place for you here, but your skill set is yay high. You just don't have athleticism and you have slow feet, but you have a strong skill set. Man, when somebody gets fouled and goes to that free throw line, that's the only thing that I'm concerned with. That, because again, this is an opportunity cost.
Indeed. And then the Celtics, the last pick of the first round was Baylor Shyman, DC, from Creighton. The rich just get rich, man.
Oh yeah, that's the kid he's the shooter, Lex. He's not just a shooter. He's a scorer. He can do more than just shoot threes. He can't play defense to save his life though, but he shoot the hell out that ball and he can score. He can score like no tomorrow. So that's right up the Celtics alley though. That's the type of players they take. When they took like Desmond Bain, a guy like in that vein. I'm not saying he's gonna be as good as Desmond Bain, but just like high upside guys with offensive potential, because they feel like they can implement you in their defensive system, and you'll play good enough because we play great team defense, right? That's kind of what I would hope the Pels would start thinking. Like, you don't need everybody to be Drew Holiday. You get like one or two of those guys, and man, get guys that can play, that can score, and you figure out how to make them better defensively, and you get to fill in the players, to fill in the blanks that can do the stuff that they can't do, or can maybe make it a little easier for them when they do get torched on defense. You got somebody there that could help cover for them and just play excellent team defense. So good pick by the Celtics. But you remember Taylor Q from Marquette?
Yeah.
A point guard? Man,
Yes.
They say he scored a 7 on his Wonder League test, and they saying dude might not be, they don't think he could read. And he might go undrafted.
Damn. That's something else.
Maybe that's the point guard we look at. That dude should shoot 40-something% from 3-point line.
How you gonna teach
a backup plan?
Huh?
Does he have a backup plan?
Does he have a backup plan? What you mean?
You said he didn't know how to read.
Yeah, the backup
plan. They say he don't know how to read because he failed the Wonder League. They think he don't know how to read or something. I don't know if the man don't know how to read. I think that's kind of crazy. He don't know how to read at all. That's wild.
Because if you're going undrafted, nothing's guaranteed. You don't have no guaranteed contract. That's a huge gamble. You got to think.
Well, no.
A lottery pick is guaranteed 4 years.
You still got the second round tomorrow, so all of that's just talk. But if he does go undrafted, you think the Pels would be willing to pick him up? I mean, he's a 6-foot point guard, so he's short, but he shot like 42, 44% from 3-point line. Hit some clutch shots too. He's actually a point guard. He can set his teammates up. He ain't crazy athletic, but he knows how to be in the right spots. And he's not a great defender.
Athletic. So how's his speed? Because we have problems with shifty guards. And it would be
he
nice
white, Lex. You're not trying to start him. You're not trying to start him. He's not for defense.
Yeah,
Yes.
we need
a point guard that can't read.
Yeah.
Huh?
What the hell we need with a point guard that can't read, DC? What are we talking about here? I mean, don't we have enough problems? Let's get the man
I don't know if the man can't read. I'm just saying this is what they're saying, and probably why it's wonderful.
Well, let's look at somebody else, DC. Okay.
For real, brother.
Why did you mention that? That was
because y'all want another good human being.
No, because we just had to listen to Griff, and then you took us on a goose chase on somebody who can't read and has no.
Well, I mean, he's listed as probably one of the better point guards that's available. A pure point guard.
And
probably
he's in the second round?
Because he might not be able to read.
Okay. So why are you trying to have? We don't need illegitimacy. This Pelicans
let's
team.
let's
So
get
you
ready.
don't want it. You don't want him as a as an
No,
undrafted free agent.
we don't want no. You need to know how to read.
You can get the man hooked on phonics.
DC is out of his mind right now.
No, something's wrong with you. You trying to
Lex-
piss somebody off even more. We just
Lex-
had to listen to Griff. Nobody wants to hear that, Sean.
Lex, I'm giving you the floor. Let's close out, and we're gonna get up out of here.
Oh
It's
my
almost 5 hours.
gosh.
I'm done
That's
with
right.
it.
Give him a Dr. Seuss book.
DC,
That's right, Marley.
Look, we need smart criminals, okay? Golly. Oh,
DC
yeah.
mentioned that. I wish Tasha was still up. She was in the chat.
Yeah,
She had
man,
real
we
DC on
need
that.
a prayer warrior
That's
right
what I
now.
was. I ain't seen Tasha
DQ,
speak in a
man.
while. I was hoping she chimed
Nah,
in on that.
she left. She left because she's probably tired. You know, her and Sean were laughing a little bit.
But he good at basketball. He could read. He could read the floor on the court, Lex. He made good
DC.
reads on his pass. He's an excellent passer.
DC, do you
Lex-
understand the situation of this Pelicans organization?
What?
Lex.
What's the situation?
Have we been talking about it for like 4 hours?
No, I'm done. I'm just gonna let you know I'm done. I'm
What
done.
do you mean? What? Like you trying to start this conversation?
I've been
look,
paying
we
attention to
fucking
David Griffin, so I figure if we just keep saying the same shit over and over again, maybe it'll sink into them. Because that's how they try to program us.
Just forget what DC talking about. Lex, I give you the last.
No, don't forget what I'm talking about.
Hey,
man.
DC, I'm
down
tired.
there, y'all need to
I'm
make.
out of here, man. Go ahead,
You still
Lex.
driving, Q? You still
Y'all
driving?
need to make posters.
I'm drove.
And boycott and don't go to the games because this has to change. The only way this is going to change is if the amount of butts that are in the seats changes. Okay, the people do have power, and this is not acceptable. I mean, you all see what's going on in the comments. You all are listening in on this stuff, man. Something's got to change, but it's gonna have to be the fan base. You know, it really is. I don't know. This gives me like zero confidence. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if they do go and if and when they do get Trae Young, I don't know if it changes anything because you still got Willie Green as the head coach. You still have the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like everything. Everything around, no matter what you do with everything else, the problem is still there. We've just been talking around the problem, but if you think about it, we keep going back to the source of the problem. And as long as the source of the problem is still there, everything around it, all the intricate pieces and details on how to make this thing work, you're still gonna have problems in some way, form, or fashion. So, I mean, moral of the story is that until you get rid of Griff and Green, I don't know, man. It looks pretty scary. It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
We got time to look at it. This we'll see what moves that they make this week. We'll see if the Pelicans what kind of trade scenarios they got lined up.
Why are you trying to mute me, Todd?
It's time to go. I'm up out of here. I appreciate
Elijah Muhammad and R. Kelly couldn't read either. You know that, Big Q?
That's not true.
Oh wow! Somebody said this team is a messy.
Man, we gonna
he got more parts of his brain dedicated to playing basketball, brother. That he ain't got to worry about reading all the words.
I'd like to thank everybody
The
for
thing
tuning
is,
in to chat tonight. I'd like to thank all of y'all for
this
being here.
fan base like they done, man.
Thank y'all for being here tonight. It's been 5 hours. We've been covering the Pelicans tonight. Really, the Messi pick wasn't exactly what I expected, but Messi, we'll see how he looks. But really, the thing that really kind of threw salt in the game for me was with the press conference with David Griffin. That was terrible.
Yeah.
So we're going to dissect that press conference at another date because there was a lot of stuff left in there we need to go over. A lot of stuff. It delves into the mindset of how he views this team and why he's not doing stuff like the Knicks is doing. We're gonna dissect that thing. But listen, I'm gonna holler at y'all on the next one. Y'all, please feel free. If y'all enjoyed the stream, please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're not a subscriber, and share. Hit the share button as well. The PPR represented, man. We've been here for a long time doing it. Been on here for almost 5 hours, keeping it real, talking Pels, man. So listen, shout out to you guys for staying up with us. We're gonna holler at you the next day. Y'all hit the notification bell too, man, for the next stream, because we're gonna probably let y'all know when that's happening, when we go and dissect that. It's going to be it's Pelican time, trades, whatever's going on, we'll be here to cover it on PPR. So listen, shout out to y'all.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop.